The closer David and Mia became, the angrier Fergus felt, and the more he wanted to tear David to pieces. Fergus had long regarded Mia as his own, and he could not bear this. Burke was setting a trap for Fergus to jump into. Burke felt at ease when he thought that he would be able to see a wonderful scene in person soon. He glanced at the old man behind Fergus. This old man who had been following Fergus all the time was the most feared existence he was aware of. "Burke, do you really not want to work with me?" "Fergus, when did you become so timid? If you really don't dare to act, just wait and see. I'll make sure that kid won't ever leave Planet Boundless." With that, Fergus left with Heathcliff. In the end, he did not get the answer he wanted from Burke. He kept feeling that Burke was triggering him to take action against David. However, considering the actual situation, what Burke said also held some truth. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. David dealt with the meteor chamber every night. While spending money to buy some hidden information about the Milky Way, he also gained many lavish points. However, as there were fewer and fewer questions to ask, the lavish points David could get also decreased. Every day, Mia would still go to David's place and stay for half a day. Even if Fergus asked Mia out, she would decline and go to David. This made Fergus more and more unable to control his emotions, and he was on the verge of eruption at any time. In the courtyard where David lived, "Master David, I'll go first. You have a good rest, goodbye." Mia bade her farewell. "Goodbye, Mia," David said politely. After Mia left, David opened his system panel. Host, David Lydell. Balance, 9,799,770,622,400,000 Galaxy dollars. Body, Cosmos Level 10, plus. Mind, Cosmos Level 10, plus. Combat, Partial Celestial Rank. Combat Skills, Void Punch, Entry Level Plus. Air Crushing Slap, Entry Level Plus. Evil, Splitting Sword Technique, Entry Level Plus. Skills, Ancient Traditional Medicine, Expert Plus. Lavish Points, 1082. After working hard and not sleeping for days, David finally got 1082 lavish points. This also meant that he had spent nearly 200 billion buying information from the meteor chamber. This was an astronomical number, so he was now a high-tier VIP of the meteor chamber. David sat on the bed with his eyes closed, recomposing himself. Next, his lavish points would enter a slow growth period. He was not going to buy information from the meteor chamber anymore. First, he would spend his lavish points and break through partial celestial rank. He had a pretty good result on the first 2 days, but on the last day, he only got dozens of lavish points. David could not find anything to ask anymore. Many questions only cost 100,000 or 1,000,000 Galaxy dollars. Therefore, he would need to ask more than 100 questions to get 1 point. There was no need to waste so much time. However, it was good enough that he got nearly 2,000 points just from understanding more about the popular major forces in the Milky Way. At least, this temporarily relieved David's pressing needs. With 1082 lavish points, he could break through partial celestial rank and reach peak celestial rank. Although he still could not fight against Grandmaster Tuffin, he was already terrifyingly strong. Grandmaster Tuffin aside, David could already annihilate the entire Tuffin family. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and clicked directly on the plus button behind body. A window popped up. Host, do you confirm you want to upgrade body? This upgrade will cost 1,000 lavish points. David naturally chose yes. 2 hours later, David opened the system panel again. Host, David Lydell. Balance, 9,999,691,025,000,000 Galaxy dollars. Body, Celestial Level 10. Mind, Cosmos Level 10. Combat, Peak Celestial Rank. Combat Skills, Void Punch, Entry Level. Air Crushing Slap, Entry Level. Evil, Splitting Sword Technique, Entry Level. Skills, Ancient Traditional Medicine, Expert. Lavish Points, 82. He only had 82 lavish points now, and his combat power had reached peak celestial rank. David stood up to move his body. Crack, crack. His knuckles cracked loudly from the movement. His strength increased again, and it had reached an incredible level. David even felt he could destroy Planet Boundless with a stomp of his foot. This was such a great feeling, but it was not enough. This was because he learned from the Meteor Chamber that Grandmaster Tuffin was one of the oldest giants in the Milky Way. His strength had reached infinity rank many years ago. If David wanted to compete with him, his combat power had to at least reach beginner infinity rank. In order to achieve this combat power, he would need 12,000 lavish points. That would be 1.2 trillion galaxy dollars. I have to continue working hard, David thought sadly. When David broke through to another realm, Burke's communication device rang. He took it out to take a look. Then, he quickly chased away the woman around him before he answered it. A tall and well-built middle-aged man appeared in front of Burke. "Father," Burke greeted respectfully. At this moment, he was no longer the ruthless and irascible Lord Burke. Instead, he was a child ready to accept his punishment. This middle-aged man looked the same as Burke. It was Burke's father, Ramos. He was also an important figure in the military of the Milky Way Empire, and he was already a late celestial ranker. "Burke, I heard that you were recruiting friends, and you will hold a banquet on Planet Boundless to celebrate your breakthrough," Ramos said calmly. "Yes, father," Burke replied respectfully. He wondered why someone like his father would suddenly care about such a trivial matter. "Very good. If you can break through to Cosmos rank before turning 200 years old, it means there is still hope for you to go further in the future. You must not be complacent and always be strict with yourself." "Thank you for the compliment, father," Burke replied excitedly. He was overjoyed. One should know that Ramos had never praised Burke since childhood. This was because he had an older brother named Malachi. Although the two were about the same age, Malachi reached Cosmos rank 50 years before Burke. Now, Malachi had reached late Cosmos rank while Burke had only just broken through to beginner Cosmos rank. One could imagine how much pressure Burke had with such a brother constantly hanging above his head. Ramos also cultivated Malachi as his heir. He took Malachi with him and poured all his efforts into him. Burke's talent was actually not poor, but unfortunately, he had a much stronger brother. Hence, Burke was naturally much weaker in comparison. Therefore, he was beaten and scolded by Ramos as a bad example ever since he was a child. Therefore, Burke resolutely gave up the path Ramos paved for him to join the Milky Way Empire's military and chose to go out to gain more experience. That way, he could escape his brother Malachi's shadow and his father Ramos's control. A childhood like this was also why Burke was so irascible now. He used to work really hard just to get a single compliment from his father, Ramos. However, in the end, he only got his father's ruthless beating and scolding as a result. His character gradually became twisted. This time, even if Ramos' compliment came many years late, it still made Burke feel very excited. "Burke, although I've been strict with you since you were a child, it's all for your own good. Your talent is not as high as your brother's, so you can only compensate for it with sweat. This road you're taking is destined to be full of thorns, so I hope you can understand," Ramos said with a sigh. "I see, father," Burke replied with his head bowed. "Burke, you cannot reveal any detail about what I'm going to say next. Otherwise, the entire Lookin family will be affected, or even wiped out," Ramos said word by word. Burke shuddered. He looked up at his father, his face full of shock and disbelief. What is it that will exterminate the Lutkin family? He was in disbelief. The Lutkin family was deeply involved in the military of the Milky Way Empire. They had contributed to the Empire's military for generations, except for maybe one or two direct descendants like him. Almost all other direct descendants of the Lutkin family had joined the military. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the Milky Way Empire did not fall, the Lutkin family would never be exterminated. Now, his father Ramos told him that the Lutkin family was in danger of extermination. There was only one possibility for this situation. The Empire was taking action against them. Burke was shocked. Could it be that our family is rebelling? No way. Impossible. The Milky Way Empire is the unrivaled hegemon of the Milky Way. So how will the Lutkin family, a family with a background like this, have this kind of idea? Won't it be like a firefly competing with the moon to see who's brighter? The Milky Way Empire will turn the family into ashes with just a sneeze. Burke calmed himself down slowly. He felt that this was unrealistic. So, it would be better for his father to tell him instead of overthinking on his own. Someone, come in here. Burke roared. Immediately, two people came in from outside and knelt on the ground with one knee. Lord Burke, tell everyone to get out of the vicinity of the palace. No one is allowed to come in. If anyone disobeys, kill them without mercy. Roger. After the two left the room, the people guarding the place immediately dismissed themselves. Soon, Burke was the only one left in the huge palace. Father, don't worry. This is about the life and death of the Lutkin family. So, I will keep it a secret and won't let anyone find out anything about this, Burke said, looking at the middle-aged man who was being channeled through the communication device. Very good. According to the latest news, Her Royal Highness is near the Boundless region. Burke, what you need to do now is to postpone the banquet, increase its publicity, and attract Her Royal Highness to Planet Boundless. She likes events like this, so as long as she gets news about this, she will definitely not miss it. At the same time, you must arrange for more security. I am rushing over now, Ramos said solemnly. Burke's mind turned blank. Her Royal Highness is near Boundless region? What? What a great opportunity. Burke never thought that he would have anything to do with Her Royal Highness because he did not have the qualifications to do so. The gap between the status of the two sides were miles apart. If he dared to have thought like this, the Lutkin family would be destroyed. However, if he could get on Her Royal Highness' good side and have her casually mention Burke's name in front of the Emperor after she goes back, Burke would thrive. His identity and status would surpass that of his brother Malachi, who had suppressed him for nearly 200 years. So what if Malachi was stronger than him? He would still need to show Burke respect when he saw him. Burke would then shed his previous embarrassment and hold his head up high in the Lutkin family. Burke was traumatized after Malachi suppressed him for nearly 200 years. He needed this chance desperately. He had been dreaming for this day. Now, his chance was here. If he did not seize this chance, he might never get the chance to see Princess Astrid with his own eyes again. Burke was feeling light, headed from this free lunch. Princess Astrid was the Emperor's favorite child as well as his only daughter. To this day, the Milky Way Empire's emperor had 19 children, and the first 18 were all sons. They were all highly gifted and outstanding. The youngest prince was already 120 years old. However, the emperor always had a regret. He wanted a daughter. However, things did not work out for him. Nothing happened for many years until 25 years ago, when Her Royal Highness was born. The emperor was overjoyed as he finally had a daughter. To welcome the princess, the Milky Way Empire partied for 7 days. While the emperor was feeling happy, he granted amnesty to everyone. That year, as long as the criminals did not commit any serious crimes, they were all released early. At the same time, all the taxes in the Milky Way Empire's vicinity were waived. This made everyone remember the princess that the emperor doted on. One could say that Princess Astrid was loved by many since the day she was born. She never played any music anymore, but there were still legends about her appearing all the time. The music she played at the state banquet was also regarded as a masterpiece by the galaxy. No one could threaten her position as the head of the four fairies. This was the princess of the Milky Way Empire, Astrid Barlow, a mysterious woman loved by thousands in the Milky Way Empire. When she was only 17 years old, she amazed the world as soon as she appeared. Now that 8 years had passed, Princess Astrid was 25 years old. She turned into a 25-year-old woman in full bloom from a young girl at the budding age of 17. Once she reappeared again, everyone firmly believed she would shock the world again. Burke felt as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. He had to definitely seize this opportunity. Father, why did Her Royal Highness appear near the Boundless region? Asked Burke after he had calmed down. Her Royal Highness snuck out a year ago. She left a letter saying that she wanted to go out and see the outside world. She asked the emperor not to worry as she would be back soon, Ramos replied. Even if Her Royal Highness is near the Boundless region, it's not likely to cause the annihilation of the Lutkin family, right? There must be other reasons. Princess Astrid took 2 maids with her when she left, and they contacted the emperor immediately after they left. The emperor was afraid the princess would be unsafe outside, so he sent a group of palace guards to protect her secretly. She left a letter saying that she wanted to go out and see the outside world. She asked the emperor not to worry as she would be back soon, Ramos replied. Even if Her Royal Highness is near the boundless region, it's not likely to cause the annihilation of the Lucan family, right? There must be other reasons. Princess Astrid took 2 maids with her when she left, and they contacted the emperor immediately after they left. The emperor was afraid the princess would be unsafe outside, so he sent a group of palace guards to protect her secretly. It was fine at first. As long as Her Royal Highness has had enough fun, she would go back. But there had been an accident recently. What accident? Burke asked curiously. The emperor received news that a group of Sangreal sinners, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared near planet Boundless. They must be targeting Her Royal Highness. They want to capture the princess to threaten the emperor. As for how they got the news, no one knows. Perhaps some of them have infiltrated the higher-ups of the empire. Her Royal Highness is the emperor's only daughter, and she must not fall into the hands of Sangreal sinners. Otherwise, we will be in a difficult position. Thus, the mission this time is very challenging. No matter what, we have to keep Her Royal Highness safe. The Sangreal sinners! Burke exclaimed inwardly. The Sangreal sinners had disappeared for hundreds of years. Thousands of years ago, the Milky Way was not the way it was now, and the Milky Way Empire did not wield absolute power. Back then, another force could fight the Milky Way Empire, Sangreal. Aside from Sangreal, countless small forces and countries also existed. The Milky Way Empire and Sangreal were like fire and water. They were constantly at war, and the entire Milky Way was constantly under the blanket of war. In the end, after more than 1,000 years of battle, the emperor of the Milky Way Empire, the current emperor's grandfather, killed the king of Sangreal back then while sustaining severe injuries himself. After the king of Sangreal died, Sangreal fell apart, and finally, they lost the war. After Sangreal lost, the other small countries were no longer the Milky Way Empire's enemies. In the end, they surrendered and paid allegiance to the empire. Many of the forces in the Milky Way Empire were formed by small countries that paid allegiance to the empire. Even though Sangreal lost the war, many of their people survived. Those people were called Sangreal sinners. They always sought to restore the glory of Sangreal, so they were constantly attacking and seeking revenge against the empire in secret. There were a lot of them, and they were very powerful. At the same time, they would not go head-on with the empire. Instead, they would only launch sneak attacks in the dark. Because of this, the empire could not eliminate all of them. This situation lasted until centuries ago. The Sangreal sinners disappeared overnight, and they never showed up again. At that time, the current emperor of the Milky Way Empire was taking over the throne, so everyone thought the emperor had acted to eliminate all of the Sangreal sinners. However, they did not expect the Sangreal sinners to appear now. When Burke learned that the Sangreal sinners had appeared near Boundless Region, he felt sick. Although he had not experienced that era himself, the Lucan family had a complete record of the horrors committed by the Sangreal sinners. These people were not only powerful, but they were always drifting all over the place and were very erratic. If Princess Astrid fell into the hands of the Sangreal sinners, they would be doomed. The entire Boundless region would suffer from the Emperor's wrath. Furthermore, Burke was the head of the main planet here, Planet Boundless. If he were charged with colluding with the Sangreal sinners, he and the entire Lucan family would be wiped out. This pleasant surprise thus turned into panic. "Father, I'm sorry. Burke was interrupted by Ramos before he could finish speaking. You did nothing wrong. Even if Princess Astrid and the Sangreal sinners did not appear in Boundless Region but somewhere else, the Lucan family still wouldn't be able to escape because I was chosen to be one of the people who would rescue the princess this time. If the mission fails, we too will suffer the Emperor's wrath. Father, if I postpone the banquet and increase the publicity, will Her Royal Highness come here?" Burke asked. "Definitely. Princess Astrid likes events like this the most, and the people around her will ask her to come to Planet Boundless. The princess doesn't know the danger she is facing yet, so you must protect the princess's safety when the time comes. If you succeed, our family will prosper, but if you fail, we will face annihilation." "We can't afford to gamble," Ramos said solemnly. "I understand, Father. I will do my best to protect the princess until you come. Well, if there is nothing else, then you can arrange it as soon as possible. If Her Royal Highness arrives on planet Boundless, I will notify you. You should make security preparations in advance. Father, I have another question, Burke said. Go ahead. Are the Sangreal sinners really as powerful as they say they are? Is it true that even the palace guards can't stop them? Burke asked. Sangreal was once the only force that could fight against the Milky Way Empire. The two sides fought for over 1,000 years before the winner was clear. After the then, Emperor killed the king of Sangreal. Sangreal knew their time was up, and they arranged a backup plan for the Sangreal elites. The talents of these two royal forces are unquestionable. Look at the 18 princes of the Emperor now. Which one of them is easy to deal with? What would it be like if they were united? Besides, Sangreal doesn't only have royal talents. How can just one group of palace guards be enough to stop them? Ramos explained. Burke understood. Whether it was the Empire's royal family, the Barlow family, or the former Sangreal royal family, they were all blessed by God. Although this kind of family did not have many children, and it could be seen from the fact that the Emperor had only given birth to 19 children in the past few hundred years, every direct descendant was highly gifted. This was unlike the other big families with numerous direct descendants, but only very few were truly talented. If the 18 princes of the Milky Way Empire united unanimously, they would definitely deter all the other forces. It was a pity that they were destined not to be able to coexist peacefully and unite as one because of their identities. This was the sad part of being born into the royal family. Several hundred years later, only 2 or 3 of the 18 princes with extraordinary talents would be left after the new emperor ascended the throne. This had always been the case with royalty. Just like when the current emperor ascended the throne, there were 15 brothers. In the end, only the emperor and his 2 older brothers remained. Father, if the Sangreal sinners are so powerful that even the palace guards are no match for them at all, how can planet Boundless resist them? Once they get here, they will destroy us in an instant. You don't have to worry too much about this. The Sangreal sinners are powerful, but they shouldn't have sent many people this time. Otherwise, they would have already attracted the attention of the Empire. As such, the palace guards should be able to resist them for a while. As long as you deal with this properly, you should be able to hold on until we get there. How long until you arrive? At least half a month. If nothing happens, Princess Astrid is expected to arrive on planet Boundless within a week. You just need to endure for another week? Okay, then I'll go and make arrangements. The father and son hung up their communication devices. Burke began issuing a series of commands. The banquet 3 days later was postponed by another 5 days. At the same time, he sent invitations to all the powerful people on all planets in Boundless region, missing no one. Furthermore, the invitation was a strict order. All those who received the invitation had to go to planet Boundless within a week. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. Some people in reclusion also had to come out and quickly rush to planet Boundless temporarily. The Lookin family, where Lord Burke of planet Boundless was from, was a big deal in the Empire's military. No one would offend Burke over such a trivial matter. The main thing, of course, was that they dared not. Compared to the Milky Way galaxy, the entire Boundless region was still just like a small boat in the sea. However, it was much bigger compared when with the solar system. There were many living planets in the region, at least hundreds of them. However, they were nothing compared to the millions of living planets in the Milky Way galaxy. Planet Boundless soon started preparing for the emergency. All weapons had been moved out to arm planet Boundless heavily. In reality, they were just deceiving themselves and others. If they encountered someone like David, a peak celestial ranker, he could destroy the entire planet Boundless with just a stomp. Burke also knew it was useless, but he had to still try. In case the mission failed, he would at least look like he had tried his best. This would also give him and his family a chance to survive. Planet Boundless was bustling nervously, but none of this had much to do with David. He merely stayed inside his temporary residence. Mia would still come to chat with him every morning. David also heard from Mia that the fastest way to spend money in the Milky Way was to go to the most prosperous heart of the Milky Way. That was where the headquarters of many trading companies and chambers of commerce gathered. Hence, They would often hold large auctions. Auctions were often the fastest places to spend money because the things usually put on for auction were precious. The unit price of any random item would start from tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. There were even occasional auctions of items worth more than 10 billion. It was said that something from an ancient ruin had appeared at an auction not long ago. Although the auction organizers had no idea what the object was, it still managed to make the major aristocratic families fight for it. After countless bidding rounds, the object was finally sold at an astonishing price of 28 billion galaxy dollars. David told Mia that as soon as the banquet on Planet Boundless was over, she should take him to the bustling heart of the Milky Way, as that would soon be David's stage. There was a small independent living planet near Boundless region. The volume of this planet was not much larger than Earth's. It was considered a tiny living planet in the core of the Milky Way. Although this planet was small in size, its scenery was stunning. Forests covered more than 90% of the area. All kinds of towering trees stood on the planet, and countless birds and animals lived on it. Humans inhabited only about 5% of the area. The technology level on the planet was very backward, and it was still in a state of self-sufficiency. Everyone lived by hunting the animals in the forest. The original ecological environment could be maintained because a powerful person once lived in seclusion here. He bought the planet and made it a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire, which no one dared to touch. Later, after the man left, no one dared to have any ideas of this place, so it was just kept in its original state. Right now, on this planet, a woman with a veil on her face was wandering around aimlessly. Her graceful figure made her look like a fairy that had descended to Earth. She was Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire. Two maids, one old and one young, followed her. The younger maid was named Emerald and was about the same age as Princess Astrid. The two grew up together and bonded like sisters. The older one was Astrid's mother's maid and a beginner Cosmos ranker. Therefore, she was responsible for keeping Astrid safe. Of course, as the most favored princess of the Milky Way Empire, she would not have just this low level of security guarding her when she went out. There was also a team of palace guards overseeing her. Palace guards were people that would sacrifice themselves for the emperor. Each one was carefully selected from childhood and cultivated through special methods. Not only was their individual combat power strong, but they were also good at joint strikes and extremely loyal to the emperor. As long as it was a task assigned by the emperor, they would complete it even if it cost them their lives. Furthermore, everyone had a blood-burning potion that could instantly increase their combat power. They would not hesitate to take the blood-burning potion if any accidents happened during a mission. No force was unafraid of such a powerful team that was not afraid of death. One could say that the palace guards would scare all the major forces in the Milky Way Empire at the mere mention of their name. Once a team of palace guards appeared, even partial celestial rankers would need to avoid them and avoid fighting them head-on. Only celestial rankers would not be scared of them. However, this was just in terms of strength. Who would be so bored to stir up conflict with the palace guards if there was no extreme hatred or grudges between them? Wouldn't that be courting death? So what if you won? Would you still have a foothold in the Milky Way Empire after offending the emperor? Within the scope of the Milky Way, there were only two forces that were not afraid of palace guards at all. One was the Sangreal Sinners, who once fought the Milky Way Empire for over 1,000 years and despised the Milky Way Empire to the core. The other was the weird and mysterious meteor chamber of unknown origin that claimed to take on anything in the Milky Way as long as the price was right. These two forces were also the most troublesome issues for the Milky Way Empire. The Empire still had not found a solution to get rid of both of them, so they could only try their best to stop them. In the first year, Princess Astrid snuck out from Planet Royal. Everything outside looked new and exciting to her. Even though most of the things in the outside world also existed on Planet Royal, with their Planet Royal counterparts mostly being even more valuable versions of the same item, Astrid had seen them since she was small, so she still found the ones outside more attractive. Before this, she would only understand the world outside Planet Royal through books or the internet. She was in good spirits now that she could come out and look at them herself. "Wow, Your Royal Highness. Look, that butterfly looks so beautiful." Emerald squealed excitedly. Astrid followed the gaze of her maid Emerald. A palm-sized, colorful butterfly was resting on a flower not far away. Yeah, it's lovely. It's not inferior to the phoenix butterfly on Planet Royal. This planet has the best scenery I've ever seen, Astrid said happily. Your Royal Highness, if you want to. You can ask the Emperor to send someone to move this planet near Planet Royal, so you can visit it often, the older maid suggested. No, doing so will definitely scare the people and animals on this planet. I can't destroy their original lives because of my selfishness, Astrid refused. Your Royal Highness, you're as benevolent as the Empress. You're always considerate of others, the older maid sighed. Ms. Madrigal, this is not benevolence. In the vast universe, every creature has a reason to exist, even a tree or a blade of grass. We should not change them simply because we're more powerful than them. It's unfair to them, Astrid said leisurely. You're right, Your Royal Highness, Ms. Madrigal replied. Even though she said that, she did not feel the same in her heart. Humans were one of the most powerful races in the universe. Not only did they have extremely high talents, but their reproductive ability, learning ability, and adaptability were the best among the other countless races. Therefore, how could they be compared to those flowers and trees that could only stay rooted in one place in their lives? Humans would be superior even if compared with galaxy beasts. Whatever. Ms. Madrigal had no right to argue, so she only disagreed internally. At this time, a wasp the size of a fist suddenly appeared beside the butterfly and bit it. Astrid waved her hand lightly, swatting the wasp away without hurting it. The butterfly was frightened and flew away in a panic. The wasp, however, seemed provoked. Buzz. It let out a screeching sound, and soon, it got a response. Buzz. Countless wasps appeared beside it, exposing their several centimeters long stingers before stabbing Astrid. You beasts, do you want to die? Ms. Madrigal shouted, and was about to take action. However, Astrid stopped her. Ms. Madrigal, stop, don't hurt them. After she said that, she waved her hands and swatted the wasps away. Astrid's body floated, and Ms. Madrigal and Emerald followed. Then, the three quickly disappeared from their spot. When the wasps shook their heads and returned to their senses, they could no longer find their targets. Ms. Madrigal followed behind Astrid. She figured that the princess was lucky to be a woman. If she were a man, she would be devoured by the other princes without leaving any traces behind. The three had been on this planet for several days, and they had been almost everywhere. This was also the planet they had been on for the longest time. Soon, they came to the top of a tree nearly 1,000 meters high. Ms. Madrigal, where are we going next? Astrid asked. Your Royal Highness, we can go to Planet Boundless in Boundless Region next. There will be a huge banquet there in a few days. According to the organizer, Dance Fairy Mia will also be dancing at the banquet. Really? Let's go to Planet Boundless then. Even though I've watched the Dance Fairy on the internet, I have never seen her in person. It'll be nice to join in the fun. When are we leaving? Let's leave now. We've seen almost every spot on this planet, and I wonder if I'll have another chance to come back next time. You will. After the older maid said that, she threw a round-shaped object casually. After it stopped in the air, it expanded immediately. A few seconds later, it turned into a small spaceship. The ship started after the three got in and headed toward Planet Boundless. Shortly after Princess Astrid and the others left, a flying vessel arrived and stopped in the void beyond the planet. The vessel's cabin door opened, and more than a dozen people in black robes disembarked and stood in the void. Come out. Palace guards, I know you are here, said the black-robed man in the lead. At this time, the space ahead shook for a while. A man wearing a white mask with the word Empire embroidered on his clothes appeared in front of the man in the black robe. This was the palace guard that terrified countless forces. Sangruel sinners, said the man in a deep voice after he showed himself. Long time no see, palace guard. I'm glad you still remember us. All of you should come out now. I know that there will be a team of 8 whenever you palace guards are dispatched. After the black-robed man said that, the space in the 7 other directions around the white-masked man trembled simultaneously. 7 men with black masks appeared. 8 palace guards surrounded the black-robed man from 8 directions. One of them wore a white mask while the other 7 wore black masks. The masked white man was also the captain of the palace guards. All of the palace guards had to listen to him while carrying out missions outside. "What are you doing here?" the captain asked. TSK. You know why, and yet you're still asking me. The one who just left is Princess Astrid, the most favored child of the Milky Way Empire's emperor, right? If she falls into our hands and gets pregnant with a Sangreal child, do you think your emperor will die from a heart attack? The black-robed man asked in A. All of the palace guards had to listen to him while carrying out missions outside. "What are you doing here?" the captain asked. TSK. You know why, and yet you're still asking me. The one who just left is Princess Astrid, the most favored child of the Milky Way Empire's emperor, right? If she falls into our hands and gets pregnant with a Sangreal child, do you think your emperor will die from a heart attack? The black-robed man asked in a cold voice. Although he was laughing, his laughter would make anyone shudder. "You must be dreaming. You Sangreal sinners will never succeed as long as we are here." "Really? Let's wait and see. We left for hundreds of years not because we were afraid of you, but because we needed to take care of something. Now that we are back, the Milky Way Empire will never have a day of peace from today onward. Princess Astrid will be a great gift to our emperor after Sangreal returns to its glory." The captain's eyes narrowed. He knew everything was pointing to disaster today, so he yelled, "Go!" The 8 people focused at the same time, and their bodies were instantly covered tightly with suits of armor. The palace guards were called the palace guards because they had armor made by the palace using unique metals coming from the starry sky. The armor's attack and defense were super strong and could shred a Milky Way battleship into pieces. However, even if their armor was strong, the requirements for its user were also very high. Not only did they have to undergo special training, but their strength had to at least reach Cosmos rank to use the full power of the armor. It was no exaggeration to say that the value of this armor set was even higher than that of a Milky Way battleship. 8 locks formation. The captain shouted again. 8 palace guards stretched out their right hands simultaneously, and a light screen spread out from their hands. The guards were instantly connected to form a cage, trapping more than a dozen Sangreal sinners in it. The 8 locks formation was a super trap formation jointly displayed by the palace guards, and it could trap a partial celestial rancor. Only a beginner celestial rancor could break this formation. The whole process was completed in just a few breaths. It was unknown if these Sangreal sinners did not have time to react, or if they did not pay attention to the palace guards at all. They remained motionless from beginning to end, allowing the palace guards to carry out the 8 locks formation. Is this what you palace guards are capable of? To be honest, I'm very disappointed. It's been hundreds of years, and I didn't expect you to not make any progress at all. If your emperor's trap didn't kill our king, Sangreal would be ruling the galaxy now. The black-robed man in the lead shook his head and said disappointedly, "Are all Sangreal sinners chatterboxes like you? If that's the case, you didn't lose in vain back then," the captain sarcastically said. "Really? Then I will use the blood of you palace guards to welcome the return of Sangreal." After the black-robed man in the lead finished speaking, his body suddenly appeared in front of the captain. What great speed! The captain of the palace guards was shocked. The two were only separated by a light screen at this time. However, this light screen could only withstand the attack of a partial celestial rancor. The man in the black robe then stretched out his right hand and touched the right hand held out by the captain to channel the light screen. "What?" The captain narrowed his eyes, and his face under the armor showed unparalleled shock. The opponent's hand was a claw covered with scales. Crack. Then, the black-robed man's scaly claw pierced through the light screen, grabbed the captain's hand, and broke his wrist. Hiss! The captain's eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. How can he break the 8 locks formation so easily? Ignoring the pain in my hand, the captain produced a lightsaber from his left hand. He slashed at the black-robed man's claw. However, before he could chop it, another claw caught his lightsaber. Immediately afterward, the black-robed man rushed forward and smashed into the captain. Even if the armor protected the captain and managed to absorb more than 90% of the power, he could still feel a sharp pain in his internal organs. Before the captain could return to his senses, he felt another sharp pain in his arm again. His entire right arm was torn off. When the captain saw the black-robed man focusing on his other arm, he bit through the only blood-burning potion in his mouth and swallowed it. The same went for the other 7. They had been watching what was going on. These Sangreal sinners were clearly prepared, so they could only buy some time for Princess Astrid with their lives. After swallowing the blood-burning potion, the energy of the 8 palace guards skyrocketed at the same time. The captain also took this opportunity to escape the control of the black-robed man. "Let's fight with our lives. The Emperor will avenge us." At the same time, the 8 people exuded their maximum combat power and charged toward the Sangreal sinners. Ms. Madrigal suddenly felt her communication device vibrating on the small spaceship Princess Astrid was on. She quickly made up an excuse to leave. Then, she went to her room, closed the door, and answered the communication device. There was no image, but instead, she heard a deep voice. "Where are you all? Where is Astrid?" When Ms. Madrigal heard this voice, she immediately knelt on the floor and answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, we are heading to Planet Boundless. Her Royal Highness is safe and sound. The palace guards were wiped out, and the Sangreal sinners are on the way to you. Immediately abandon the ship and go to Planet Boundless via another route. Remember, you have to bring Astrid to Planet Boundless safely. The people providing support are coming." Ms. Madrigal shivered. The palace guards were wiped out, and the Sangreal sinners are after us? If the Sangreal sinners caught up to them, it would be over. The palace guards were not their opponents, let alone them. Ms. Madrigal tried to calm herself down and answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, she hung up the communication device before getting up shakily. After she recomposed herself, she opened the door of her room. A figure appeared in front of her. "Why, Your Royal Highness?" "Ms. Madrigal, come with me," Astrid said calmly. Astrid walked to her room, sat on a chair, and asked, "Ms. Madrigal, you're hiding something from me, right?" "I'm sorry, Your Royal Highness. Truth, when we first came out a year ago, I passed the news back to the palace, and I've kept in touch with His Majesty this entire time. Your whereabouts have always been known to His Majesty." "I know that. If Father didn't know my whereabouts, we would have been found and brought back. I'm not asking about this. I want to know what you were talking about just now. You seemed to be talking with my father. It seemed that the princess already knew about MS. Madrigal sending news back. Therefore now, there was no need to hide anymore. Moreover, they needed the princess' cooperation if they wanted to buy time and escape this disaster. It was impossible to hide this from her anymore. Your Royal Highness, we are being watched. Although the people sent by the Emperor are already on their way, it will take some time for them to arrive. During this time, we must protect ourselves and not fall into the hands of the enemy." "Who's watching us?" Astrid asked suspiciously. She wondered if anyone would dare to attack her in the core of the Milky Way. Were they not afraid that their entire family would be exterminated? "The Sangreal sinners," Ms. Madrigal said with a solemn expression. "The Sangreal sinners?" Astrid murmured. "This name sounds familiar. I might have seen it in a book." Gradually, Astrid remembered. She had seen this name in the history book of the Empire. The book seemed to say that the Empire and Sangreal were the 2 most prominent forces in the Milky Way. The 2 forces were on the same level, but they were constantly vying to defeat each other to become the only hegemon of the Milky Way. Later, a war broke out between the 2 sides, and the winner was only decided after over 1,000 years. Eventually, it was clear that the Empire won. "You mean Sangreal that was defeated by the Empire after 1,000 years of war?" Astrid asked. "Exactly. Weren't they eliminated hundreds of years ago? They should be in hiding, since they weren't completely eliminated. This is the first time they had shown up after hundreds of years. I'm sure they want to capture you to threaten His Majesty. If this happens, His Majesty will be in a difficult situation. They want to capture me to threaten Father." At this moment, Astrid started to feel panicked. As the Emperor's only daughter, she knew how much the Emperor doted on her. She would not let the Sangreal sinners catch her even if she had to kill herself to escape this fate. "What did Father say to you? What did he ask us to do?" The Sangreal sinners killed all the palace guards that His Majesty sent to keep an eye on us secretly. Those people are very powerful, and they're on their way here. His Majesty asked us to abandon the ship and take another route to Planet Boundless. The people coming to our rescue will head straight to Planet Boundless too. Let's not waste any time then. We should do what Father says right now, Astrid said after standing up. They clearly came prepared if they could defeat the palace guards. They had to do what the Emperor said as soon as possible. To Astrid, her father was omnipotent. Therefore, they would be fine if they did exactly as he said. The three got off the ship and flew in another direction. Meanwhile, the spaceship continued to head toward Planet Boundless. Astrid and the gang's destination was still Planet Boundless. However, they could not go with the spaceship and needed to take another route. If the Sangreal sinners caught up and saw that the ship was empty, their first thought would be definitely to chase them in another direction. Even if they were discovered, this would at least give them a chance to buy more time. They would be safe if they held on until help arrived. Planet Boundless. As time went by, the planet became livelier. All the masters in Boundless region rushed to Planet Boundless after receiving Burke's invitation. David was also affected by the liveliness, so he walked out of his residence and started wandering about Planet Boundless. A few days ago, he could stay in his room to buy information from the meteor chamber and get lavish points. Now, he could not do so anymore. More often than not, he would only get a dozen lavish points after racking his brains for an entire day. Those were just a drop in the bucket for David. He was now at peak celestial rank. Therefore, if he wanted to go one step further and become a partial infinity ranker, he needed to raise his mind power from Cosmos level 10 to Celestial level 10. However, this would require 1,900 lavish points. Now, David only had more than 100 points. The difference was too large. Hence, he decided to give up and stop wasting time. When the banquet on Planet Boundless was over, he would go to the heart of the Milky Way with Mia. There, he would fully display his capabilities. However, to David's dismay, the banquet seemed to be delayed again. Now, he had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, there was no movement from the Tuffin family now, and there was no news of Grandmaster Tuffin coming out of seclusion. Hence, this gave David a little peace of mind. Inside Burke's palace on Planet Boundless, the liveliness outside could not eliminate the coldness inside Burke's heart. He was shutting himself in his room and refusing to see anyone. His father had told him about the news of the annihilation of the palace guards. The Sangreal sinners would surely win this time. Even a team of palace guards was not their opponent, and they were instantly killed. So how could Planet Boundless stand against the Sangreal sinners? Wasn't he courting death if he continued to stay here? However, he did not dare to escape. Otherwise, there might be a fate more terrifying than death waiting for him if the Emperor found out. Burke gripped his hair with both hands, and he fell into a panic. He did not dare to run away. However, if he stayed and the Sangreal sinners got here before his father, Ramos, he would surely die. Now, according to the estimated arrival time from both parties, the Sangreal sinners would surely arrive before his father. I'm doomed. He thought Princess Astrid coming to Boundless region would give him a chance to enjoy a meteoric rise, but it became a nail in his coffin. Now, Burke would rather stay on Planet Boundless and spend his days peacefully than gamble his life on this chance. Since he did not dare to run away now, he could only hope that his father would arrive before the Sangreal sinners, since no one on Planet Boundless could fight the Sangreal sinners. Only a celestial ranker could eliminate an entire team of palace guards. A celestial ranker. Now, the stronger person on Planet Boundless was the old man next to Fergus. However, he was surely not a celestial ranker. The Callisto family still had not reached the level where they had power to send a celestial ranker to protect their direct descendants. Everyone on Planet Boundless still had no idea that imminent danger was approaching. Many masters from Boundless region were still rushing to Planet Boundless. Once they arrived and found out why Burke invited them, they would not dare to leave anymore. If not, their entire family would be eliminated once the Emperor looked into this. This included Fergus. He would not be spared even if he was the direct descendant of the Callisto family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. If Fergus encountered something like this, he could only do his best to protect Princess Astrid. They would fight and die together. If Fergus dared to run away, his entire family would be implicated. If the Milky Way Empire's emperor got mad, he would wipe out your entire family regardless of whether you were one of the 8 prominent families. In a void near Planet Boundless, the spaceship that Astrid had been on was rushing towards Planet Boundless. Suddenly, a flying vessel quickly approached from behind. In just a moment, the flying vessel passed the spaceship and stopped in front of it. More than a dozen people in black robes got off the ship and stood directly in front of the spaceship, blocking its path. As the spaceship approached them, a man in a black robe came forward and put hiscally claws on it, directly stopping the spaceship in the void. Then, another man in a black robe walked to the spaceship's hatch. He also stretched out a scaly claw, and with a wave, he slid open the hatch easily. Soon, he entered the ship. Damn it! Not long after, the man in black who entered the spaceship let out a roar. Boom! The entire spaceship was shaken to pieces. The black-robed man stood in the void, emitting a powerful energy. "What's the matter? Where are they?" asked the leading black-robed man. "Master, the spaceship is empty, and they have already escaped." The black-robed man in the lead did not speak. The atmosphere in the void felt a little heavy. The other dozen or so people in black robes also dared not breathe. They couldn't have run far. "Each of you should take charge of one direction and chase after them. No matter what, you must capture the target. Otherwise, you know the consequences if you fail the mission," the black-robed man in the lead said grimly. "Yes, master." All the people in black robes replied at the same time. Their voices were trembling. Obviously, even they could not handle the consequences if the mission failed. "Spread out." After the black-robed man in the lead finished saying that, he charged in one direction. The rest of them dispersed after that as well. All of them chose different directions, one of which was straight in the direction to Planet Boundless. At this moment, Princess Astrid and the gang had taken another route and were slowly approaching Planet Boundless. On Planet Boundless, Burke and Fergus were sitting face to face. "B. Burke, are you for real?" Fergus asked nervously. The teacup in his hand was shaking as well. This could show how anxious he was feeling. "Yes, Master Fergus. Do you think RD dare to joke around when it comes to Princess Astrid?" Burke asked. What should we do then? If the palace guards can't defeat them, then what's the difference between us and cannon fodder?" "Yeah, we are cannon fodder, but even if we know that, we still can't run away, and we can only stay here and wait obediently," Burke said with a bitter smile. "No, I can't wait for my death here. Burke, you're the head of this planet, so you must stay here, but I don't. Also, you didn't invite me, and I came here myself. If I leave in secret now, no one should know if you don't say anything. Burke, please help me. I'll give you anything you want. I can give you all I'm worth. What do you think?" Fergus asked expectantly. "Fergus, why would I need that? Can it save my life? Without my life, those things are mere worldly possessions. Also, Fergus, you have to think clearly. Princess Astrid is His Majesty's most beloved daughter. If anything happens to her, His Majesty will surely look into this. Even if I don't say anything, do you think His Majesty won't find out? When that happens, you will truly know a fate worse than death. Even your family will be wiped out, so you better stay and accompany me," Burke said with a grin. He had thought it through. What would happen would happen. As the head of Planet Boundless, his end had already been determined the moment Princess Astrid came to the Boundless region. Fergus had accompanied him here on his own volition, so at least Burke would have this clown accompanying him as he faced his fate. Burke had not invited Fergus to this banquet. However, Fergus came by himself because Mia would be present. Now, he might even lose his life. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Fergus asked incoherently. He was out of his wits, and he felt extremely remorseful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to Planet Boundless for no reason. Wasn't he jumping into hell by himself? Also, the Milky Way was so big. Why did Princess Astrid choose to come to the Boundless region? Could she not go to some other place? Fergus wanted to slap himself so badly. This was all David's fault. If he did not save Mia, Fergus would be enjoying Mia's beautiful body right now. Why would he come to Planet Boundless? Why would he encounter Princess Astrid in distress if he did not come to Planet Boundless? Now, he did not even dare to run away and could only obediently wait for his death here. It's all his fault. It's him. Fergus wanted to tear David apart, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to relieve the hatred in his heart. Fergus, it's not that we don't have any chance. Everything will be solved if we hold on until my father and his people come. The Sangreal sinners will be nothing then, Burke said. However, from what you just said, General Ramos and his men will take longer to arrive than the Sangreal sinners. What will we do in those few days? Those Sangreal sinners can kill a team of palace guards, so they at least have a beginner celestial ranker among them. We can't defend against them, Fergus shook his head and said. Sigh, you're right. Those Sangreal sinners have planned everything in advance. They didn't show up for hundreds of years. Now that they suddenly show up, they must have Medea a lot of preparations to deal the Empire a heavy blow. Now, we can only pray that a miracle happens. If not, we'll definitely lose, Burke sighed, lowering his head. Fergus went back to his place. His face was dark, but he was thinking about a solution in his head. He did not want to die as he still had a bright future. However, this encounter with Princess Astrid being chased by the Sangreal sinners felt like an intractable problem. He could not escape because if the Emperor looked into this in the future, his entire family would be implicated. It would be better to commit suicide than to go against the Emperor. If not, he would suffer a fate worse than death. The night passed, and Fergus got up from bed dispiritedly. He thought for an entire night, but still could not think of a solution. He had no choice. Now that things had come to this, he could only try to protect Princess Astrid. It would be better to die in battle than be hunted and killed by the Emperor and then implicate his whole family. However, before that, he needed to do two things. First, David had to die before him. Also, he could not die so comfortably. Fergus had to torture him until he died. Then, he would dominate Mia. It did not matter if he forced himself on her or not. It would at least be nice to get what he wanted before he died. A sinister expression appeared on Fergus' dark face. Fergus no longer hesitated because he had decided in his heart. He went straight to David's residence. As far as he knew, Mia would come here every morning to look for David, but he did not know what the two of them would do together. Hopefully, David had not taken Mia's virginity. Otherwise, Fergus would not be able to quell the anger in his heart even if he chopped David into pieces. It should be impossible since the two only met during the day. Also, Mia was not that kind of person. Fergus had expressed interest in Mia over the years. In the end, Mia pretended not to see it and was always indifferent to him, making him feel restless and confused. As for the others, Fergus had never heard of any man Mia was close to, while even the people around her were all women. Therefore, Fergus was sure that she had not slept with David yet. When Fergus came to David's courtyard, he could hear Mia and David talking and laughing inside. While he was feeling depressed, he was also a little happy. He was depressed because Mia and David had only known each other for a short time, yet they were so close. They had so many things to talk about every day, while Fergus barely had the chance to talk to Mia alone in all those years. He had never seen Mia so happy in front of him, and it was all his fault. Fergus would not know how it would feel when a woman was rescued by a man at her most desperate time, but he understood. He could even feel Mia's inexplicable feelings toward David. If Fergus knew Mia would fall for this, then he would have created an accident earlier and rescued Mia himself. Why waste so much trouble, time, and effort? I just ended up helping someone else. However, what Fergus was slightly happy about was that since the two were talking in the courtyard, it would mean they did not go into David's room. Mia should still be a virgin if they did not enter David's room. Fergus figured that he should be the one who took away Mia's virginity and be her first man. As for David, he would first cripple him. Then, Fergus would make David watch him dominate Mia. Eventually, Fergus would kill David, then dismember his corpse. Fergus kicked open the door and entered the courtyard with a malevolent expression. The Milky Way was not the same as Earth, and they did not have things like corporate companies. Instead, there were countless big and small chambers of commerce. David planned to start a chamber of commerce, and he would let Mia manage it. After all, he had just arrived here, and only knew Ma. Plus, David also had other considerations. As the four fairies in the Milky Way, Mia knew many people in the upper-class circle of the Milky Way Empire. By then, David would be able to spend a lot of money quickly. David never thought about whether she was actually capable of doing so. As someone who owned the super lavish system, he needed someone who could spend money for him and not make money. When Mia heard that David was starting a chamber of commerce and he wanted her to manage it, she smiled and agreed on the surface, but she thought David was just joking on the inside. How could a chamber of commerce be established just because someone wanted to? Starting a chamber of commerce required great strength and huge wealth. A chamber of commerce had to have someone at least in universe realm to avoid being targeted by other forces. Otherwise, the chamber of commerce would soon belong to others no matter how much wealth it had. Mia, it's a deal then. After the banquet on Planet Boundless is over, we will go to the most prosperous part of the Milky Way. I will pay the money at that time, and you will contribute your effort. Let's set up a chamber of commerce to fool around. I won't ask you to make a lot of money, but I think a chamber of commerce will be pretty interesting, David said. Okay, I've no reason to disagree since you've said so, Master David. However, you can't blame me when you lose money, Mia responded with a smile. While the two were chatting happily, bang, the courtyard gate was kicked open and Fergus walked in with a grim face. David looked at Fergus with a hostile look in his eyes. What's up with this brat? What are you doing here, Master Fergus? Mia asked. What am I doing here? Of course, I'm here to do you, Fergus said through gritted teeth. Master Fergus, you... Mia could not say a single word to retort him. She had never imagined Fergus, who had always been polite in front of her, to blurt out something so crass. Was this still the same Master Fergus, the modest gentleman? Mia, I'm going to be honest with you. I come here today to F***ck you. So? Are you surprised? Do you think I'm different from before? Do I look like a different person to you? Fergus continued. Mia stared blankly at Fergus without speaking. Of course, she was at a complete loss of words. She had not come back to her senses until now. Listen, Mia, you forced me to do this. Ask yourself, how did I treat you all these years? I'd always go to your every performance. Because of you, I even told everyone that if anyone dares to cause trouble, they'll be causing trouble to me, Fergus Callisto. Do you know how many people I offended? And look what happened now. Not only are you lukewarm to me, you even come to this kid's place every day. Do you think I'm dead? How long have you two known each other? You should just move in together. Fergus rattled on, and Mia finally understood. Fergus might have thought that she had done something inappropriate with David, so he had come to criticize her. However, since it had come to this, she should clear it up with him. She turned to look at David, and he looked as calm as always. Mia never felt that David was nervous, even when he was facing Fergus and Burke. This was Mia's dream man. Unlike Fergus, who pretended to be a noble man on the surface but in reality was a petty and narrow-minded person. Master Fergus, I'm so sorry. I am grateful for everything you've done for me, but you're not my type. So please, stop wasting time on me. Thank you. After Mia said that, she stood up and bowed to Fergus. Mia, you're too naive. Do you think a bow and a show of gratitude can make up for the sacrifices I've made for you all these years? What do you take me for? Ami so cheap? Fergus said, anger rising in his chest. What Mia said just did not completely ignite the anger in his heart. He never thought Mia would say something so cruel. Mia would never dare to do this back then. Now that she had a pretty boy to rely on, she was not interested in Fergus anymore. What a pair of reckless, adulterous swine. What should I do to satisfy you, Master Fergus? Please stop pestering me, Mia asked. What? You think I'm pestering you now that you've got yourself a pretty boy? Haha. Fine, Mia. If you want to draw a line between us, you must accept my requirement. What is it? Mia asked. Even if she could guess what it was, she still asked him because she still held a glimmer of hope. As long as Fergus' requirement was not the one she was thinking of, she could still consider it. Before I tell you, I have to ask you something, and you must answer me honestly. Only then we'll tell you what it is. Please go ahead. Are you still a virgin now? Mia did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked at David beside her and noticed he still looked calm as always. Even though I've interacted with many men throughout all these years and many people are eyeing me, I always mind my business and keep out of trouble. I've never had intimate relations with anyone, so I am still a virgin. Also, I kept my first kiss because I wanted to wait for a man I love so I can give both to him and spend the rest of my life with him, Mia said firmly. She did not say this to Fergus. Instead, she was saying this to David because, in her heart, David was the one she was waiting for. When David heard what Mia said, he turned his head to look at her in confusion. Coincidentally, Mia also turned her head to look at David. Their eyes met. The look in Mia's eyes looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. David recalled it. Isn't this the same look Selena gave me last time? Damn, what on earth is going on? I still haven't handled my complicated relationship with the women back on Earth, and now here comes another one? What should I do? David genuinely felt that after he got the system, he seemed to have gotten very lucky with the ladies. Forget the ones on Earth, let's talk about the one in the Milky Way. I encountered Mia getting chased and saved her, but if this is the case, wouldn't it be better to save a man? Not only did I save a woman, but the woman was also a peerless beauty. It seems that none of the women around me are unattractive. In the end, David pushed all the blame onto the system. Why are you named Super Lavish System? You should change your name to the F*King Super Romance System. While David let his imaginations run wild, he was interrupted by a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Fergus was laughing carefreely. All right, Mia, you better think this through. You should accompany me for a week, and you can't say no to anything I want to do to you during that week. Also, you must cooperate with me willingly. After that 1 week, we'll go our separate ways, and we won't owe each other anything, Fergus said excitedly. He did not think that Mia was still a virgin, and even kept her first kiss. This was very favorable to him. As Fergus looked at Mia's graceful figure and seductive red lips, a lewd and evil smile spread at the corners of his mouth. Mia sighed in her heart. Indeed, it was just like she imagined. Fergus was after her body, and he wanted to dominate her. He was only putting on a show when he was in front of her back then. This was the real him. I'm sorry, Master Fergus. I can't agree with that. I told you I want to leave myself for the man I love, and you're not him. So, please change your request, Mia rejected. You don't get to choose today. Mia, you should just accept like a good girl. If you cooperate with me, I might be gentle with you. If not, don't blame me for not being tender and protective of you, Fergus said with a lewd grin. Master Fergus, please watch yourself. I will not agree. You should just give up, Mia answered, her beautiful face turning dark. Indeed, she was wrong back then. She did not think that Fergus would say something so explicit. He was such a scumbag. Oh, really? Is David the man you love? When I break all of his limbs and force him to watch me F*CKU, I'll see if you feel ashamed then. You're shameless. Mia pointed at Fergus and said with a shaky voice, there will be more shameless things later. After Fergus said that, he ignored Mia and said to David, Hey kid, do you want to break your limbs yourself? Or should I help you? If you want me to do it, I might not control myself, and it won't be good if I hurt your head. Master Fergus, this has nothing to do with Master David. Please don't bring him into this. There will be more shameless things later. After Fergus said that, he ignored Mia and said to David, Hey kid, do you want to break your limbs yourself? Or should I help you? If you want me to do it, I might not control myself, and it won't be good if I hurt your head. Master Fergus, this has nothing to do with Master David. Please don't bring him into this. I haven't met the man I love. You're just not suitable for me, so I rejected you. This really has nothing to do with him, Mia said nervously. Fergus did not seem to be in a stable state now, so Mia could not let him drag David into this. Even though Mia could not see through David, she did not think David had the strength to fight Fergus, a top-ranked direct descendant of the Callisto family. No, I haven't done anything, and you're already so concerned about him. Also, you come here every day to talk to him. So, you're clearly a pair of adulterous swine who haven't got the chance to get into bed together. However, you won't get the chance anymore. Master Fergus, you've misunderstood. Master David saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have died by the hands of the space pirates. That's why I come to him every day. I only want to thank him and nothing else. Mia, listen to me. Even if David didn't save you, you wouldn't have died either, Fergus said suddenly. What do you mean? Mia questioned. We will all die soon anyway, so let me tell you the truth, Mia. I was the one who sent the space pirates. Even if David didn't save you, the space pirates would have still brought you to me. I would have then locked you up and made you my slave forever. Exclusive only to me, Fergus roared. He had thrown caution to the wind. So what if Mia knew? He would have to force himself on her later anyway, and they did not have much time left. The entire planet Boundless would be destroyed by the Sangreal sinners that could annihilate a team of palace guards in less than 2 hours, let alone a week. You scoundrel. You're shameless. You scum. Mia pointed at Fergus with a shaky finger and hurled abuses at him through her tears. She figured that someone had hired the space pirate. She had thought of many suspects. Fergus was not one of them. If Fergus did not tell her, she might have never guessed it. Fergus' behavior today had changed everything Mia knew about him. At the same time, Fergus boggled David's mind. David looked at Fergus, who was on the brink of madness. No wonder Fergus looked like he wanted to kill David when they first met. It was because David had ruined his plan. David also noticed something. Fergus seemed to say that we will all die soon anyway, but what does that mean? Was that statement the reason Fergus went mad? When David wanted to ask, Fergus spoke again. Go on. Yell at me. Yell at me all you want. You can't escape today, Mia. I will get you no matter what. You can only belong to me, Fergus Callisto. Mia looked at Fergus with tears in her eyes. Fergus had turned a blind eye to David when he came in, and he was not bothered by David at all. It was as if David was his prey, and he was allowed to ride roughshod over him. Furthermore, David was very cooperative, and he never said anything throughout the entire process. David wanted to see what Fergus wanted to do. When they were at this point, David finally understood. Basically, Fergus had a fallout with Mia, so he wanted to kill David and take Mia as his own. To be honest, David felt helpless as well. He got himself into such huge trouble after randomly saving a person. Now, he had gotten into trouble with the Callisto family before he could settle debts with the Tuffin family. Also, the Callisto family was much more powerful than the Tuffin family. They were not on the same level at all. After all, the Callisto family was ranked second among the 8 prominent families. So how could the Tuffin family, who was ranked last, compare to them? However, David would not turn a blind eye to this right now. Mia was a significant figure in David's future money spending plans. Therefore, he could not let anything bad happen to her for now. Also, Fergus said he wanted to kill David, so David could not back out now, right? Trouble seemed to always come in pairs. He understood that if he had the strength, so what if he offended all 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire? Right now, whoever was the strongest was respected, and the ones who would make the rules. Besides, he was a peak celestial ranker but was being pointed and scolded at by a beginner cosmos ranker. Could he take this lying down? Are you done? David asked Fergus. What? Fergus was confused. Get out if you're done. Don't stay here and affect my mood. What did you say? Fergus asked in disbelief. I said. David stood up and started cursing. Get the F***ck out when you're done. Don't stand here and F***king affect my mood. If not, I'll kill you. Mia looked at David in astoundment. Fergus was also shocked after David yelled at him. As a direct descendant of the Callisto family, this was the first time someone scolded him like that after living for more than a century. Furthermore, that person was also an aunt to him. Because of this, he could not return to his senses for the time being. You're asking to die. Fergus suddenly flew into a fit of rage and charged at David. Boom. He emitted his beginner cosmos rank energy, and the entire courtyard began shaking under Fergus' terrifying power. Mia could feel this clearly. She was shocked by Fergus's energy, and her entire body went ice cold at that moment. Oh no. Oh no. Fergus is mad. What should I do? Now, their only hope was Lord Burke from Planet Boundless. He was the one who would stop all this. If not, they would not be able to escape this calamity. When Fergus got next to David, he had fully emitted his peak beginner Cosmos rank energy. As he was about to cripple David, a hand appeared before him without being affected by his strong energy. Then, before Fergus realized what was happening, the hand grabbed his neck. Ugh! Fergus suddenly felt like he was suffocating. Next, terrifying dark energy came from this hand and enveloped his entire body. It immediately destroyed all the organs inside Fergus's body, but did not kill him instantly. Now, Fergus seemed like a pile of flesh, and he could not exert any strength. Fergus opened his mouth to make a sound when he felt the pain washing over him. He could only make a gurgling sound since he was being choked. Judging from Fergus's expression, one could tell he was in extreme pain right now. Fergus could not fight back at all. His hands hung weakly by his sides, and he could not struggle. All he could do was widen his eyes and stare at the face in front of him. The originally emitted energy of a beginner Cosmos rank also abruptly ended. The crumbling courtyard settled down. By now, Mia had newfound hope after that stressful period. She looked over blankly. The sight in front of her almost made her faint. She saw David putting one hand around Fergus' neck and lifting him effortlessly. On the other hand, Fergus had his hands hanging by the sides of his limp body. Right now, only David's hand was supporting him. Burke, who was watching from a distance, was also stunned. As early as when Fergus first forced his way into David's courtyard, he had received the news and rushed over quickly. However, Burke did not come to stop them. Instead, he wanted to let the situation develop. He wanted to see who would win in a fight between these two. At the same time, he wanted to test David's strength. As a result, he saw this shocking scene in front of him. What the hell is going on? Fergus is a beginner Cosmos ranker, and David defeated him before even one round of fighting? Fergus broke through Universe Realm 10 years earlier than me. Does this mean I can't even survive one round in a fight with David? A thin layer of sweat started appearing on Burke's forehead. Luckily, he sensed something wrong before this. If not, he would be in Fergus' position right now. Suddenly, Burke's eyes lit up, and he felt like he had found his lifesaver. If David could easily defeat Fergus, who was at peak beginner Cosmos rank, did it mean he could also fight the Sangreal sinners who were about to arrive? Gradually, Burke's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head. I am too ambitious. The Sangreal sinners could kill the palace guards. If Burke wanted to defeat them, he would need someone who was at celestial rank. Even though David had not fully shown his strength, he was too young. If David looked like a middle-aged man, Burke might think they had a chance. However, David looked even younger than him. It would be better to believe that the Emperor could arrive in time than to hope that David was a celestial ranker and that he could defeat the Sangreal inners. Meanwhile, Mia was still standing rooted to the spot in shock. She had considered a million possibilities in her head but never thought David could casually defeat Fergus, a beginner Cosmos ranker. Everything in front of her felt too freakish and unrealistic. The two were pretty shocked. The courtyard fell into silence. An old man that suddenly appeared broke the silence. He was Fergus's butler, Heathseif, and a peak late Cosmos ranker. At the same time, he was a guardian who the Callisto family had arranged to ensure Fergus' safety and guide him in life. However, when this old man who had gone through much turbulence in life saw Fergus right now, he felt a pang of desolation in his heart. Naturally, he could tell that Fergus was already crippled. Even if he could barely survive, he would be a vegetable. It would be better for him to die than to be crippled in a super family like the Callisto family, who valued strength over all else. Moreover, all his efforts throughout these years were lost now that Fergus was crippled. Heathcliff rushed over when he sensed Fergus emitting his energy. However, he was still too slow. I'll not dismember you if you put Master Fergus down, Heathcliff said. At this moment, he was also on the verge of extreme anger. He had stayed by Fergus' side for many years, so naturally, he wanted to help Fergus become the head of the Callisto family. In this way, his status would also rise. However, David had crushed his dreams. All his efforts were in vain, so how could this not anger him? David threw Fergus away casually. Thud. Fergus fell to the ground. Heathcliff, save me. Kill David, Fergus said with excruciating pain. As a Cosmos ranker, Fergus knew exactly what was happening to him. David had destroyed his entire body, except for a few vital organs. His life would be over unless a miracle occurred. As a direct descendant of the Callisto family, he could not accept the blow of being crippled. Fergus knew that he would be abandoned if he were to be crippled in a family like the Callisto family. "You want to avenge him?" David asked, looking at the old man. "Do you know who the person on the ground is?" Heathcliff asked rhetorically. "I don't care who he is. Even if God wants me dead, he also has to be prepared to be killed by me," David said indifferently. "Okay, very good. It's been a long time since the Callisto family met someone like you who is not afraid of death. Listen to me, not only are you finished, but everyone behind you who's related to you will pay for all you did today." "Are you threatening me?" David's eyes glinted with a cold light. He would not spare anyone who dared to threaten his family. As the two were facing off and preparing to take action, Burke quickly rushed between the two. He had to stop them now. The two of them were very strong, so he could not allow them to start fighting. If both sides lost, who could face the approaching Sangreal sinners? Even if the chances were slim, it would still be better than having no one. Every second is important now. His Majesty is definitely thinking of a solution now. I'm sure he won't allow Princess Astrid to fall into the hands of the Sangreal sinners. "Guys, please stop for my sake, okay?" Burke said as he stood in front of the two. "Burke, why didn't you stop him when he crippled Master Fergus? Isn't it too late to only stop him now?" Heathcliff asked. Burke was cursing in his heart. How the F***ck would I know that Cosmos ranker Fergus wouldn't be able to handle David's attacks? He wanted to lessen David's power, but he got into a huge mess before he could find out anything. However, he did not care anymore. He could save Princess Astrid and survive the Sangreal sinners. He would become someone who had performed an outstanding service, and the Emperor would surely reward him. At the same time, he might even become someone who Princess Astrid recognized. At this point, even if the Callisto family learned that Burke was responsible for Fergus's crippling, they would only be able to suffer in silence. However, if they could not survive this incident, he would be doomed anyway. "Sir, it's not that I didn't want to stop him. Everything happened too quickly, and I just didn't manage to help him in time," Burke answered. Heathcliff smirked in disdain and did not say anything. General Ramos from the military was behind Burke. Before Master Fergus was crippled, Heathcliff had no need to fear Burke, but now it was no longer the case. Master Fergus was already crippled, so all his hopes had been destroyed. Heathcliff still needed to think about his children and grandchildren, so it would be unwise to offend Burke too much. "Duh. My friend, now is a special time, so please just do this for my sake." After Burke comforted Heathcliff, he turned to look at David and said, "Stop that. I don't have a friend like you. I'm actually a very simple man. I will kill whoever wants to kill me. If anyone dares to threaten me by targeting my family, I will destroy his whole family in response," David said, without showing any respect. He had already noticed Burke watching the fight in the distance. David did not have a good impression of this person. Burke frowned and was about to mention his father Ramos when he heard a faint but carefree laugh. "Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! David, Mia, do you think you won? You are wrong. Everyone here will die, and no one can escape, so enjoy your last moments. At the same time, enjoy the incoming fear. Ha ha ha," Fergus said in a weak voice as he was lying on the ground. This was the second time David had heard Fergus say that everyone would die. What is going on? He looked at Burke. Burke was the head of Planet Boundless, so he should know the inside story. Heathcliff also looked at Burke doubtfully. Apparently, he had no idea what was going on either. After learning the truth of the matter yesterday, Fergus went back and thought about it all night. Then, he came straight here this morning. He did not even have the time to tell Heathcliff what had happened. "Since everyone wants to know, I won't hide it anymore," Burke said sternly. Burke Lutkin, the head of Planet Boundless, was ordered by the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire to ask the two of you to work together to fight the enemies and rescue Iter Royal Highness Princess Astrid. If you dare disobey His Majesty's orders and tries to escape from Planet Boundless, you and your family will be banished from the entire Milky Way, an order from the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire. Heathcliff, David, and Mia were all surprised at the same time. David bought some information about the Emperor from the Meteor Chamber. Although it was just some basic information, it was enough to shock David. Heathcliff and Mia were no exceptions. They grew up in the heart of the Milky Way galaxy, and the Emperor had an unrivaled reputation there. His name alone could create a sense of adoration from within. Who would dare to disobey an order from the Emperor? Plus, Princess Astrid is the Emperor's favorite daughter. So why would we need to save the princess? Is there anyone who dares to take action against Princess Astrid? They had too many questions in their minds. Please also clarify, Lord Burke. What exactly does His Majesty want us to do? We will not refuse as long as it's within our power, Heathcliff asked respectfully. At this moment, he was no longer arrogant. He had also started addressing Burke as Lord Burke. Could an ordinary person accept an order from the Emperor? David and Mia did not say anything. However, they could see the truth of this matter with their own eyes. Fight the enemies together? Save Princess Astrid? Who are the enemies? Where is Princess Astrid? Burke then told them how the Sangreal sinners were chasing Princess Astrid. There was no need to hide this anymore. He was also not worried that they would flee. No one would dare to go against the Emperor's orders. Simply put, they would discuss this to see if there was any way to buy more time. They would be written into the Hall of Fame if they could hold on until help arrived. Of course, as the head of Planet Boundless, Burke would enjoy the greatest recognition. Haha, it's useless. Everyone is going to die, and no one can escape. The Sangreal sinners have not been seen for hundreds of years, and now they have suddenly appeared. They will definitely do something big. They despise the Empire to the core, so they must have come well prepared this time. Even the palace guards secretly protecting the princess were wiped out. Yet you people think you can defeat them? You must be dreaming. Haha. I'll wait for you all to die with me when the time comes, Fergus said weakly as he lay on the ground. David was not bothered after hearing that. He did his research on the palace guards. They were basically people who the Empire raised to die for them. They were cultivated to protect important figures of the royal family in secret. A team of palace guards should be equivalent to a partial celestial ranker. If the Sangreal sinners who suddenly showed up could wipe out a team of palace guards, then they were at least beginner or mid-celestial rankers. Well, all right. Celestial rankers were not that impressive to David anymore. David was now a peak celestial ranker. Moreover, if he got another 2,000 lavish points, he could raise his mind power to celestial level 10. By then, his combat power would be upgraded and reach partial infinity rank. This was close to Grandmaster Tuffin's strength. Naturally, he was not bothered by beginner or mid-celestial rankers. After learning the truth, David was relieved. However, even if he was okay, Heathcliff and Mia were having a hard time at that moment. Both of them were slightly panicking now. Is Princess Astrid about to reach Planet Boundless? The Sangreal sinners will chase her here and capture the princess? They can even easily take out a team of palace guards? And the people sent by the Emperor may reach a week or so later than the Sangreal sinners. We can fend off the Sangreal sinners for a week? The two of them could already predict what would happen next. As Fergus said, everyone would die, and no one could escape. Planet Boundless might soon disappear from the Milky Way itself. Heathcliff, a late Cosmos ranker, could not even summon a sliver of intention to fight now. A late Cosmos ranker like him was not much different from an ordinary person when facing off against the Sangreal sinners. Mia was slowly accepting the situation. She was already in despair when Fergus started taking action just now. Then, David pulled her back from the abyss of despair, but now she was drowning in it once again. She looked at David subconsciously. She noticed that he was still as calm as ever, and he was not panicking because of the strength of Sangreal sinners. Mia's eyes lit up. Does David have a way to defeat the Sangreal sinners? It's possible. Until now, she had no idea where David's limit was. When David killed the space pirates to save her, she thought David was a partial Cosmos ranker. However, David crippled Fergus in one blow just now, which meant that his combat power had increased, and he was at least a mid-Cosmos ranker. Who could guarantee that this was David's limit? What if he was a celestial ranker? Even though this seemed impossible, it might actually be the case. Furthermore, David was so calm. This was not a reaction someone would have when encountering an enemy they could not resist. For some reason, Mia felt relieved when she saw the calmness overflowing from David's eyes. Mia was no longer afraid, even if she was about to face the terrifying Sangreal sinners. She felt as David could give her a huge sense of security. Guys, although Sangreal sinners came prepared this time, and His Majesty was caught a little off guard, we have to believe in him. Princess Astrid is His Majesty's favorite and only daughter. He won't stand idly by and watch the princess fall into the hands of the enemies. We need to buy some time for His Majesty, not defeat the Sangreal sinners. As long as we can successfully save Princess Astrid this time, everyone's status in the future will be sure to change, Burke stated. Mia and Heathcliff were naturally aware that Princess Astrid's emergency this time was accompanied by great opportunities. However, the enemy was too powerful, and the chance of success was slim. Moreover, David genuinely did not want to get involved in this mess. The Sangreal sinners disappeared for hundreds of years, and now they had made a menacing return. Hence, they would surely start a fierce battle with the Milky Way Empire. David just wanted to protect the Earth and his homeland from being invaded. He really did not want to get involved in the battle between these two giant forces. However, he had no choice now. He could not even handle Grandmaster Tuffin right now, much less the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire. If he fled this time, it would be troublesome for him if the Emperor decided to investigate the matter in the future. Besides, Earth was now a member of the Milky Way Empire. Damn it, David felt a terrible headache coming. He only wanted to come to the heart of the Milky Way, quietly spend money to get some lavish points, and then silently improve his strength. He would be happy if he could protect the Earth. Unfortunately, he ran into so much trouble during this journey. He even inexplicably offended the Callisto family. Furthermore, it seemed like he would offend the Sangreal sinners next. Each of these two forces was countless times stronger than the Tuffin family. David felt he could not wait any longer. He had to improve his strength and deal with the Tuffin family as soon as possible. As long as he got rid of the Tuffin family and hid the Earth's location using the system, no one would know where Earth was anymore. In this way, even if he stirred up trouble in the Milky Way, at least the Earth would be safe. David's worst fear was a conflict occurring close to home and someone threatening him with the Earth. As long as the Earth was at a safe distance, he would not be afraid of anything. He could be at ease if he were by himself. He could fight whenever he wanted to and leave whenever he wanted to. Lord Burke, rest assured. Since this is His Majesty's order, there is no reason for us to disobey it. But the Sangreal sinners are powerful, and we might not have the strength to defeat them, Heathcliff said bitterly. You can just do your best. I believe that His Majesty will make other arrangements as well. Taking a step back, even if we die in Planet Boundless, at least we have benefited the family and our descendants. I believe that the Empire will not mistreat them. They could only think like this now that things had escalated to this point. They could not escape as they were not alone. They would rather face the mighty Sangreal sinners and die here than face the Emperor's pursuit in the future. Okay, now that the matter is clear, Mia, please stay. I have something to tell you. Everyone else, get out of here. David directly asked everyone to leave. Heathcliff glanced at David. Then, he walked to Fergus, picked up the unconscious man, and left the courtyard. David, I won't bother you anymore then. If you need anything, please tell me. I will try my best to fulfill your request, Burke said politely. David was already a mid-cosmos ranker, or even higher at a young age, so Burke had no choice but to be vigilant when facing him. David and Mia were the only ones left in the courtyard. Mia, please have a seat inside. I have something to tell you, David invited. All right, Mia replied. The two entered the living room together and sat down. David poured Mia a cup of tea. Mia, I think it's too much trouble to set up a chamber of commerce, so I'm not going to do it for the time being. I need your help with another task, and you must agree to it, David said, taking a sip of tea. Master David, please tell me. As long as it's within my power, I will not refuse, Mia replied. Mia did not think David was serious about establishing a chamber of commerce. Therefore, she was not disappointed now that David said it was too troublesome and he was not ready to do it. Instead, she had expected this. After all, this was expensive, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. Also, it was necessary to have someone strong watching over it. I want to directly buy a Chamber of Commerce. Can you help me? Pfft. What? Mia just took a sip of tea, but she spat it out before she could even swallow it. She even accidentally sprayed it on David's face. David did not expect this to happen at all. Mia had sprayed tea all over his face, and he could even smell a unique fragrance that belonged solely to Mia. I am sorry, Master David, I'll wipe it off for you. Mia hurriedly stood up, walked over to David, and wiped the tea from David's face with her cuff. However, David stopped her quickly. It's okay. I'll do it myself, David said. Then he started to wipe himself. Mia nervously returned to her seat. I'm sorry, Master David. I just couldn't hold myself back, Mia said with a bitter look on her cute face. It's fine, but do you need to be so surprised? David asked with a wry smile. Yes, I am really surprised. Why? Because you'll need a lot of money if you want to buy a Chamber of Commerce. Even a small Chamber of Commerce will cost you an astronomical figure. How much does it cost, specifically? I'm not too sure about this. It depends on the size of the Chamber of Commerce and its business scope. Some of the things that the Chamber of Commerce operates require a lot of financial support. Has there been any buying and selling of chambers of commerce before? Yes, not often, but occasionally. After all, the amount involved is too large, and not everyone can afford it. Also, not everyone is willing to sell. How much does it usually cost? Hundreds of billions, or even trillions of galaxy dollars. I remember a transfer of the Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago. The size was relatively large, and the amount was about 3 trillion galaxy dollars. 3 trillion? David's eyes brightened. He was shaking with excitement. If I can F asterisk king by 1, then I will get 30,000 lavish points. If I have 30,000 lavish points, then I can directly upgrade to Peak Infinity rank. Peak Infinity rank. That's the highest in Universe Realm, and the next step would be the legendary Eternal Realm. When I have this power, I can destroy the Tuffen family with a wave of my hand. I don't care if you're the Grandmaster or not. At that time, who would still dare to target the Earth? Mia, you have more contact with the upper class in the Milky Way Empire. Can you help me ask if there are any chambers of commerce for sale? David tried to control his excitement and asked, Master David, do you really want to buy a chamber of commerce? Are you kidding me? Mia asked with a look of surprise. Of course, I'm not kidding. As long as someone is selling, I will buy it. No matter the cost, David replied seriously. Master David, give me some time to absorb this information. This is a bit too much for me, and I need some time, Mia said, a confused look on her face. David did not press further, and he started sipping his tea slowly. Even though he had wiped away the tea Mia sprayed on his face, her unique fragrance still lingered. A minute later, when Mia saw that David was not joking, she finally slowly accepted the reality. Master David, I can help you ask around, but there may not be anyone selling. After all, it is easy to set up a chamber of commerce, but it is challenging to run it well. As long as there are no intractable difficulties, no one will be willing to sell, Mia said after calming down. Thank you, Mija. I will still let you manage it if I buy it. I have things I need to take care of and have no time to manage it, David thanked Mia. Master David, you can't do this, Mia quickly refused. What a joke. A chamber of commerce would cost hundreds of billions, or even trillions of galaxy dollars, and he was going to let her manage it? Mia was not capable of that. Mia, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Money doesn't mean much to me. I'm not really interested in these things, but for certain reasons, I have to get some achievements, so I need you to help me with this. I will be eternally grateful. David stood up and bowed to Mia. He had to bow to her. Once Mia helped him with the Chamber of Commerce, it would greatly help him. Even if he had to bow 10 or 100 times to Mia, David would still be willing, let alone once. Mia quickly went over to stop David. Don't. Master David, please don't do this. You're tormenting me. What have I done to be so valued by you? Mia sobbed. A mid-cosmos ranker was bowing to her? Mia never thought that David would place so much value on her. Even though she was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way, She was just a performer providing entertainment to those big shots whom she interacted with. Even Fergus was only after her body and wanted to sleep with her, and that was why he was so good to her. However, David was not the same. Mia could feel David's sincerity. In addition, there was no lust in his eyes. She felt nice when she was with David, and she also felt safe. Fergus never gave Mia this feeling, even before the fallout. Mia, you don't have to be so humble. You're admirable for keeping yourself chaste even after getting to where you are right now with your abilities. You're much stronger than those children who only know to rely on their family's power. I value this, so I hope you'll say yes, Mia, Mia said. David felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks when he said that. After all, he was saying this from the bottom of his heart. He wanted Mia to help him with the Chamber of Commerce. Mia had been in the upper-class circle of the Milky Way Empire for so long, so she had to have some connections. If David did it himself, not only would it be time-consuming, but no one would also believe him. He would not get additional lavish points if he gave money out for free. Otherwise, it would be too easy. As for what he would do after he bought the Chamber of Commerce, he would not care even if it was abandoned. He would already get the lavish points, but it would be best if Mia could continue making money for him. He would not say no to more lavish points. Mia looked at David affectionately. At this time, she wanted so badly to cry in David's arms. After waiting for so many years, she finally met a man who understood her. She had not kept herself chaste for all these years in vain. At this moment, David had completely conquered Mia's heart. Mia would also give her body to David without hesitation if he said the word. David looked at the sincerity in Mia's eyes. There's something wrong with that look. Miss, don't get me wrong. I just want you to help me buy a few chambers of commerce and spend a few $1 trillion. It's just $12 trillion. Don't overthink. David quickly tilted his head and looked away. This look was all too familiar to him. Mia was clearly fascinated by his handsome appearance and noble personality. When the women on Earth occasionally looked at him, they would all display the same appearance. Mia also came back to her senses at this time and controlled her emotions. Master David, since you trust me so much, it'd be a little stupid if I refuse you again. I will definitely try my best to help you manage it well, Mia said with a sniffle. Yes, good. But regarding purchasing the Chamber of Commerce, you should try to hurry up. It's better to start preparing now. The sooner we buy it, the better, David said happily. But we haven't resolved the matter with Princess Astrid. The Sangreal Sinners will come soon. We don't even know if we can leave Planet Boundless alive. Isn't it too early to prepare now? Don't worry. Mia, you should go back and ask around. Finalize the purchase, and I guarantee you will leave Planet Boundless safe and sound. Master David, do you have a way to deal with Sangreal Sinners? Mia asked in surprise. Of course. David replied confidently. These Sangreal Sinners can easily kill a team of palace guards, so they at least have the combat power of beginner celestial rank. How are you going to deal with them? Mia asked curiously. You don't need to ask about this. You only need to know that I can't allow you to leave Planet Boundless unscathed. As for the method, you will find out when the time comes. Okay, I believe you, Master David. I'll go back and ask about the Chamber of Commerce then. Great. Mia, you should go back now. After confirming, we can pay a part of the deposit first. If there's a large one for sale, then go for the large one. If not, we can buy a few smaller ones and integrate them, David urged Mia. David was very anxious as this would affect whether he could quickly improve his strength. Mia left the courtyard where David lived and returned to search for chambers of commerce for sale. Since David said he could deal with the Sangreal Sinners, she would not have to worry anymore. David sat on the chair excitedly, his legs crossed. 3 trillion. If he spent that amount, his strength would skyrocket. He could even skip a few levels and directly reach peak infinity rank. However, it was hard to say if he could actually spend 3 trillion. After all, Mia said the one that was transferred the last. Time was a large-scale chamber of commerce. Even if he could not spend 3 trillion, 2 trillion would be fine too. If not, 1 trillion should not be a problem, right? As long as someone wanted to sell, he would buy it no matter how much it cost. If he could break through to Eternal Realm, he would be so bad *SS. Even the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire would have to consult him before doing anything. David thought happily, Mia, you have to succeed. I was so close to using my sex appeal today, so don't disappoint me. On the other side, Heathcliff brought the unconscious Fergus back to where he stayed. Heathcliff was in a dilemma as he looked at Fergus on the bed who had not woken up. Just now, he had examined Master Fergus' body. The bones, veins, blood vessels, and muscles on his 4 limbs were all destroyed. Only a few of his vital organs were still working. If Heathcliff wanted to heal Master Fergus, he would have to build him a new body. The medical means of the Stella Civilization galaxy could not do this. At most, Master Fergus could only be kept alive. However, he would need to lie in bed all his life, and he would need someone to take care of him 24/7. However, this was meaningless. After all, they might not live much longer anyway. Now the dilemma for Heathcliff was whether to pass the matter back to the Callisto family, so that the Callisto family could find David's family and avenge Master Fergus. Or perhaps it would be better to hide the news and wait for the Sangreal sinners to come. They would all die together if they could not resist the enemies. In this way, Master Fergus could still maintain a good reputation. It would be a bit embarrassing to let the outside world know that Master Fergus was crippled by a punk who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The reputation of the Callisto family would also suffer. After all, Master Fergus ranked amongst the top 3 direct descendants of the Callisto family and was a strong contender to become the next head of the Callisto family. Heathcliff thought about it and finally chose to hide the news temporarily. If he passed the news back to the Callisto family, they were bound to ask where he was and what exactly happened. Heathcliff would not be able to answer that. No one would dare to say anything about Princess Astrid being hunted down by the Sangreal sinners without the Emperor's permission. Otherwise, even the Callisto family, the second, ranked superfamily among the 8 prominent families, could not withstand the Emperor's wrath when he decided to pursue this. An unfamiliar place in the Milky Way galaxy. Boom! A huge noise suddenly erupted in the originally silent void. It was as if 2 superstars had collided violently. As the powerful shockwave spread, it shattered all the surrounding planets. Fortunately, this was a barren region, so there were no living planets around it. Otherwise, it was unknown how many lives would be affected and wiped out. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? A powerful voice resounded throughout the void. Nimbus, long time no see. Remember me? Another voice replied. Mo Labate. Yes, exactly. But now I am the king of Sangreal. Haha, the king of Sangreal? Our empire destroyed Sangreal. You're just a bunch of sinners and dogs. How dare you call yourself king? How hilarious. Anyone who heard the conversation between the two in the void would be shocked. This was because Nimbus Barlow was the current emperor of the Milky Way Empire, and he was the man with the most power and authority in the Milky Way. At the same time, he was looked up to by countless people. Even though Mo's name was not that well known, the last name Labate was a royal surname from Sangreal that used to be on the same level as the Milky Way Empire. If Mo called himself Sangreal's king, it would mean he was the leader of the Sangreal sinners. Hundreds of years ago, the Sangreal sinners disappeared without a trace overnight. Hundreds of years later, they reappeared. The 2 noblest last names in the Milky Way met again. What kind of wave would be set off this time? Nimbus. If the Milky Way Empire didn't frame Sangreal, which led to the murder of Sangreal's king, no one knows who would have ended up victorious. Mo said while suppressing his anger. Haha, we won, and you lost. Losers are always wrong, so what's there to say? Nimbus guffawed. Yes, losers are always in the wrong, and history is written by the victors. If we lose, we lose. We have nothing to say. It's just that this time, Sangreal will be making a comeback, and I will definitely destroy the Barlow family and take over the Milky Way. Is your family ready? With your dogs? Who gave you the courage to say such a preposterous thing? We'll wait and see if it's preposterous. Don't even think about passing me to save Princess Astrid today. This is also the first big gift we'll be giving you. Mo, come at me if you have the balls. Do the Sangreal sinners only know how to use these lowly methods? Sure enough, you are just a bunch of unpresentable trash and scum, Nimbus snarled. Haha, Nimbus, your family taught me that losers are always in the wrong. As long as the Labate family wins, who would dare to say anything about us? The world has always only looked at the results, not the process. Then I'd like to see what ability you dogs have after disappearing for centuries. I'd like to see if you can stop me. Nimbus, you won't leave this place today. I want to see if your ancestors will jump out of their coffins and strangle you to death if your most beloved daughter, the direct descendant of the Barlow family, falls into my hands and gets pregnant with the seed of the Labate family. Ha ha ha. Mo, you are courting death. Boom. The huge sound that sounded like the collision of superstars could be heard in the void again. The entire void shook from the shockwave. Even a celestial ranker would struggle to approach the aftermath of the collision just now. One could see that the strength of the two in this fight was so strong that it was terrifying. Some huge cracks that could fit a planet appeared in the void where Nimbus and Mo were fighting. The place where the two fought even caused the surrounding space to shatter. Mo, you Sangruel sinners have disappeared for hundreds of years, and that's all you got? You can't stop me today. When I save Astrid, I'll come to you to settle our accounts. This time, I won't give you a chance to escape. I will wipe out all of you Sangruel sinners. Nimbus' voice resounded throughout the void. Really? Nimbus, you are too confident. Let me show you what we have achieved over the years. Mo had just finished speaking. Roar. The roar of a beast could be heard. Boom. The two collided again. This time, Nimbus was not as relaxed as before. Mo, how dare you bastards collude with galaxy beasts? You even transplanted the cells of the beasts into your body and turned yourself into half-human and half-beast. Don't you know that the beasts will not be on our side since we're not the same race? They just want to conquer human genes, find our weaknesses, and rule human beings. You are digging the graves for human beings, and your family will become sinners for all the ages. Nimbus said, sounding flustered and exasperated. Nimbus, you don't have to worry about what we do. You only need to take care of yourself. Come on, let's fight for a few rounds. Mo did not wait for Nimbus to speak before rushing to fight him. Just now, Nimbus had the upper hand, but now, the two were evenly matched. They were like two black holes constantly colliding in the void. The energy from the battle spread out like tidal waves, making humans on some living planets at an infinite stance away feel as if a natural disaster was approaching. Time passed slowly on planet Boundless. Soon, 2 days had passed. Through Mia's hard work, she had finally learned about a chamber of commerce that was intended to be sold. When David knew about this, he was overjoyed. He almost pulled Mia into his arms and kissed her. However, Ja told him this was a small chamber of commerce, and the other party's asking price was 200 billion galaxy dollars. According to Mia's inquiries and understandings, this chamber of commerce was already at a dead end. It was about to run out of business, so it needed to be transferred away. The price was definitely inflated. If David wanted to take over, he should be able to lower the price. David's enthusiasm instantly dropped by half. He thought about it and decided not to ask for a lower price. Whatever, 200 billion is fine. It'll still be 2,000 lavish points. I'll just get it first. At least I can break through the celestial level and raise my mind power to celestial level 10. My combat power can reach partial infinity rank with my body and mind at celestial level 10. It'll be enough for the time being. After this thing on Plane Boundless is over, I'll go to the prosperous area of the Milky Way and continue to have Mia keep an eye out for other chambers of commerce. David was not interested in other businesses. After all, the increase in his lavish points would be too slow. This was a drop in the bucket to his requirements right now, which measured in the tens of thousands. He would easily spend hundreds of billions, or even trillions of galaxy dollars, buying a chamber of commerce. This was what David needed. He had to persist in buying chambers of commerce. Unfortunately, no one would sell a well-run chamber of commerce. Hence, David needed to pick the poorly managed chambers of commerce and buy them at a premium. Their business was not good anyway, and they could not make any money. So, David did not believe that they would not sell their chambers of commerce to a spendthrift like him. A chamber of commerce would cost 2 or 300 billion. Wouldn't it cost him 2 or 3 trillion to buy 10? David had determined the following plan in his mind. Mia, please finalize the matter regarding the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. There is no need to lower the price. Just buy it at 200 billion Galaxy dollars. We can't leave Planet Boundless for the time being, so you can ask your family to get in touch with the seller. After the finalization, I will directly transfer the money, David said. Master David, are you in such a hurry? Mia asked. Yes, I'm in a hurry. I urgently need to make some achievements for some people to see, so I have to speed up. After all, many people are waiting to see me make a fool of myself, David explained. Master David, we can actually lower the price. The other party is almost out of business, so they are anxious to sell. I estimate that we can reduce the price by at least 1/10 and save 20 billion Galaxy dollars, Mia said. No need. It's not easy for the sellers as well. This amount of money is nothing to me. We're doing business, so it's fine as long as everyone can accept the price. Just buy it directly according to the other party's quotation. David refused. What a joke. He would not even get 2,000 lavish points if they lowered the price by 1/10. Wouldn't he need to postpone his breakthrough to partial infinity rank? This was absolutely impossible. Then, all right, I'll do it right now. Mia left after speaking. Although she had many questions in her mind, she did not think it was appropriate to ask. After all, everyone had their secrets. David obviously did not want to tell her yet, so she would forget it and do what David asked. I guess he really doesn't care about money. Now, Mia was even more curious about David's identity. 3 days later, Mia finally finalized the purchase of the Chamber of Commerce. She asked her family member to contact the seller before finalizing it. After all, it involved a transaction involving 200 billion Galaxy dollars, so not only did she have to be responsible for David, but she also needed to be responsible for herself. David successfully paid 200 billion Galaxy dollars and got 2,000 lavish points. His mind power immediately broke through to Celestial Level 10. After a slight headache, David felt refreshed. David shook his head and opened his system panel. Host, David Liddell. Balance, 9,999,491,025,000,000 Galaxy dollars. Body, Celestial Level 10, plus. Mind, Celestial Level 10, plus. Combat, Partial Infinity Rank. Combat Skills, Void Punch, Entry Level Plus. Air Crushing Slap, Entry Level Plus. Evil, Splitting Sword Technique, Entry Level Plus. Skills, Ancient Traditional Medicine, Expert Plus. Lavish Points, 182. With his body and mind in Level 10, David's combat power reached Partial Infinity Rank. Despite this, it would be a little challenging if he wanted to continue to go past this level and reach Infinity Rank. It would require 10,000 lavish points just to break through. Besides, David only had 182 lavish points left, which was far from enough. However, with his combat power at Partial Infinity Rank, as long as he did not encounter any Grandmasters or Giants of the major forces, David would be unbeatable. The 8 prominent families were not his opponents at all, as long as their Grandmasters did not come out. Next, David waited for Princess Astrid and the Sangreal Sinners to show up. He wanted to resolve the battle quickly, take Mia from Planet Boundless, and head to the most prosperous part of the Milky Way so he could continue looking for a poorly managed Chamber of Commerce. His time was still very tight. Grandmaster Tuffins. Infinity rank combat power was like a knife hanging over David's head, which may fall at any time. Only by resolving the issue with Tuffin family and keeping the Earth in an absolutely safe environment could David be free to stir up waves in the Milky Way. Outside Planet Boundless, Princess Astrid and the others finally arrived after taking an alternative route for the previous days. Right now, they looked battered and exhausted. Emerald was supporting Ms. Madrigal. If one looked closely, one would notice that Ms. Madrigal's arm was broken. Yesterday, they were caught up by one of the Sangreal Sinners. The Sangreal Sinner who caught up with them was a mid-cosmos ranker. He might have seen that the person with the highest combat power among them was only a beginner cosmos rank, so he did not notify the others. Instead, he tried to take down the 3 himself. Even though Ms. Madrigal was just a beginner cosmos ranker, she had all kinds of life. Saving trump cards the Emperor had gifted to Princess Astrid. After some intense battle, she finally killed the Sangreal Sinner, who was at mid Cosmos rank by catching him off guard. Because of this, Ms. Madrigal ended up breaking one of her arms and was severely injured. They won, but Princess Astrid's heart felt heavy. This was because she heard from the Sangreal Sinner that they came prepared this time. To prevent any accidents, they even sent a celestial ranker to catch her. Furthermore, her father's support would only arrive a few days later. Even if they arrived on planet Boundless, could anyone here fight a celestial ranker? There is no way. Astrid shook her head. The Boundless region was nothing but a slightly backward region. They would not have a celestial ranker in charge of it. Furthermore, the Sangreal Sinner passed the news to his companions before he died. Astrid believed it would not be long before the celestial rank Sangreal Sinner caught up with them. At that time, all of planet Boundless would be implicated. It's possible the countless human beings who lived there would be mercilessly killed by Sangreal Sinners because of her arrival. Your Royal Highness, we're finally here on planet Boundless. We are saved, Emerald said with a smile, supporting Ms. Madrigal. The three of them would have been captured by the Sangreal Sinners if it was not for the princess life. Saving trump card passed to her by the Emperor a day ago. The princess might have been captured alive and used to threaten the Emperor, but Ms. Madrigal and Emerald would surely die. Now, they had finally arrived at the location designated by the Emperor. Emerald and Ms. Madrigal smiled. Astrid looked at the huge planet with an alluring asteroid belt not far away. Countless human beings were living there. Now, those people would all face annihilation because of her arrival. As Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire, Astrid could not be so selfish. Your Royal Highness, let's go. Let's descend quickly. Emerald supported Ms. Madrigal as she prepared to enter planet Boundless. Emerald, I can't, Astrid said, shaking her head. Why? Emerald was obviously taken aback and asked in confusion. I can't escape this time. The Sangreal Sinners are obviously prepared, and no one in the Boundless region can resist a celestial ranker. I will only cause disaster to the people on planet Boundless. As the Milky Way Empire's princess, I can't be so selfish. You should go down with Ms. Madrigal, and I will divert those Sangreal Sinners away, Astrid said calmly. Your Royal Highness, don't do anything stupid. His Majesty arranged for us to go to planet Boundless, so we have no choice but to go there so that the people sent by the Emperor can find us, Ms. Madrigal said weakly. Ms. Madrigal, don't deceive yourself. The people my father sent will not arrive so quickly, and the Sangreal Sinners will soon catch up with us. Also, my father's trump cards can't deal with a celestial ranker. These Sangreal Sinners have already factored everything in their plans. So, I can't escape this disaster, Astrid sighed. But, Emerald wanted to say something to persuade the princess, but she could not find anything to say. Emerald, take Ms. Madrigal down now. I'll wait for them here, and then lead them away, so you'll be safe. Your Royal Highness, His Majesty sent me to protect you. If you don't leave, I will not leave either. Worst comes to worst, we'll just die together, Ms. Madrigal said. Ms. Madrigal, those Sangreal Sinners only wants to capture me alive, and then use me to threaten the father. So, they won't kill me if I still have value. However, you're different. You'll surely die once they catch you. Go. Now. Astrid urged. She was saying that to persuade Ms. Madrigal and Emerald to leave. To be frank, Astrid was prepared. She would not let the Sangreal Sinners get a chance to threaten her father. If she could not escape, she would kill herself and not put her father in a difficult position. Your Royal Highness, we will not leave you here. If you don't come with us, then we'll stay here with you. We'll face this together, Ms. Madrigal said. It was not that she did not want to go, it was because she could not. If the Emperor looked into this in the future, her entire family would be wiped out. Yes, Your Royal Highness. I won't leave if you don't. We grew up together, and you're like my sister. Plus, you're also my only family member. I'll stay here and face whatever problem there is alongside you, Emerald cried. She was not the same as Ms. Madrigal. She was an orphan and grew up with the princess, so the two were very close. Emerald would not hesitate to sacrifice herself if she could potentially save the princess. Astrid did not try to persuade them any further. She knew that neither of them would leave her behind. Since the three of them could not escape, They could only wait here for the arrival of the Sangreal sinners. Otherwise, those guys would definitely think they were hiding in Planet Boundless and would then attack Planet Boundless. At that time, the people on Planet Boundless would be implicated. Therefore, they could only wait for the Sangreal sinners to come before they continued to escape. Then, they would try to lead the Sangreal sinners away from Planet Boundless. Berk did not know that Princess Astrid had arrived outside of Planet Boundless. Right now, he was busy laying out various defense systems. Although these defense systems were useless against the celestial rank member of the Sangreal sinners, they were better than nothing. Berk was now clutching at anything he could. He was trying to gamble to the best of his ability. David was still leisurely resting his eyes while lying on a chair in his courtyard. It's been several days. Why isn't Princess Astrid here yet? Was she captured on her way here? If she was, then why am I still wasting my precious time here on Planet Boundless? It's none of my business if she was captured while on her way here. The Emperor of the Milky Way Empire should not hold us accountable for that. David was going to wait another day. If Princess Astrid still did not come, he would ask Berk tomorrow. If Princess Astrid was captured midway through her journey, then he would take Mia away from Planet Boundless. After half a day of waiting, Astrid and the others saw more than 10 lights moving toward them at light speed outside Planet Boundless. "They're here," Astrid muttered after seeing that. Ms. Madrigal and Emerald also spotted them. At this moment, they were feeling nervous. There was no escaping fate. "Ms. Madrigal, Emerald, let's go." After Astrid said that, she walked next to the two and smashed a glass ball in her hand. A light shield appeared and covered the three of them. They were about to leave in another direction to lead the Sangreal sinners away from Planet Boundless. However, before they could do anything, a black-robed man appeared in another direction and blocked them. This person was hidden under a wide black robe. Not only was his face hidden, but the robe also hid his limbs. Astrid and the rest were shocked. They were blocked. "You're Princess Astrid from the Milky Way Empire, right?" the black-robed man asked. His voice sounded very unpleasant, and it sounded like nails on a chalkboard to Astrid. However, Astrid still answered, "Yes, that's me." "Good. Follow us," the black-robed man continued. "Sure, but you have to let Ms. Madrigal and Emerald go first," Astrid said. "Your Royal Highness, we won't leave," Ms. Madrigal and Emerald said at the same time. "You don't have the right to discuss terms with me now. If you want to capture me alive, you must let them go. If not, I'll kill myself right before you," Astrid threatened. Tch, what an unyielding lass. As expected of Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire, daughter of Emperor Nimbus. "Unfortunately, you've threatened the wrong person. If you dare to kill yourself, I'll give them a fate worse than death, and then I'll destroy the planet in front of you so that everyone will die because of you," the black-robed man said with a chuckle. However, his chuckle sent a shiver down their backs. "Really? You have to think carefully. If I die here, your mission will fail. When that happens, you won't be able to make it up no matter how many people you kill. Your master will not forgive you. Do you think you can handle the consequences of your failure?" Astrid said, not affected by the threat at all. The black-robed man did not say anything. Instead, he stayed silent for a while. At this moment, dozens of bright lights also arrived, all dressed in black robes. They directly formed a circle, surrounding Astrid and the gang within the light shield in the middle. "We can let the two go, but you must follow me alive, or I will kill these people," the man in the black robe said again. Princess Astrid could not die. Otherwise, they would be greeted with severe punishment. To ensure this mission was successful, the king went and personally stopped the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire at the expense of exposing the secret of Sangreal's cooperation with the galaxy beasts. This showed how much importance the king attached to the task of capturing Princess Astrid this time. If they still failed in this situation, then they really would be the sinners of Sangreal, and they would receive the most severe punishment from Sangreal. "All right," Astrid replied. "Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness." Both Ms. Madrigal and Emerald cried simultaneously. "Emerald, leave with Ms. Madrigal. Go back and tell Father and Mother I've let them down." "Your Royal Highness, we're not leaving." "Yes, we won't leave you behind." You won't be any help even if you stay. You will only make me feel more guilty and upset. Now, as the princess of the Milky Way Empire, I order you to leave at once, Astrid said solemnly.
But,
No buts. Leave at once if you still think of me as the princess. Fine. Your Royal Highness, you must take care. His Majesty will definitely find a way to save you. I will. After Astrid said that, she waved her hand, and 1/3 of the light shield opened for Ms. Madrigal and Emerald to leave. However, at this moment, the black-robed man who stopped Astrid and the gang initially appeared outside the shield suddenly. He reached his scaly claws into the shield from the exit to grab Astrid. He was as fast as lightning, and Astrid could not return to her senses in time due to her current level. Therefore, she could only watch as the scaly claw reached toward her. The black-robed man was waiting for Astrid to open the shield. He could tell that this shield had a very strong defense. He could break it, but he would need some time. During this time, the black-robed man could not guarantee that Astrid would not kill herself inside the shield. He did not dare to take this gamble. Hence, he immediately acted when Astrid opened the shield. Of course, he did not believe that Astrid would go with him obediently if he let those two leave. When the black-robed man's claw was about to grab Astrid's neck to stop her from killing herself, a hand suddenly appeared inside the shield and grabbed the black-robed man's claw. He was stopped a centimeter away from Astrid's neck, unable to move anymore. The owner of this hand was naturally David. He was initially resting his eyes in the courtyard. However, his mind power unintentionally sensed some strong energy approaching Planet Boundless. Therefore, he hesitated for a while before deciding to come and have a look. That was when he saw this shocking scene. He decided to stop the man before he could think. Besides, the black-robed men did not look like good people to David. They made David feel uncomfortable. Hence, David stopped the black-robed man from achieving his goal at the last second. Outside Planet Boundless, the void seemed to be frozen. David caught the black-robed man's hand, and the man could not budge. He looked at the young man who suddenly appeared before him, and it was obvious that his brain had not registered what was going on yet. He did not seem to understand why his hand had been grabbed by a man who looked so young. Astrid and the gang widened their eyes. Astrid had already accepted her fate just now. Astrid was helpless facing a Sangreal sinner who had reached celestial rank. Even if she exhausted all her available means, nothing would happen and she could only accept her fate. She even could not kill herself like she had planned. However, someone had suddenly rescued her. Astrid thought that since someone had come to her rescue, then this person would naturally be her father, Emperor Nimbus of the Milky Way Empire. Even when she saw a hand grabbing that disgusting paw, she thought for a second that her father had arrived. However, what she actually saw was a completely unfamiliar face. Astrid was sure that she had never seen this man before. Who is he? Did father send him to save me? He's so young and he's so strong. He can even stop a celestial rank Sangreal sinner. At this moment, David shifted his gaze and looked at her. Immediately, Astrid's heart started racing and her face under the veil turned slightly red. Even the dozens of black-robed men surrounding them never realized when David showed up despite keeping their eyes on Astrid and the gang the entire time. It was as if this person suddenly appeared in their vision in that split second. Despite this, their reaction was even slower. As David was holding that black-robed man's hand, he shifted his eyes on Astrid, the black-robed man's target. If he was right, this young lady with a face veil should be the main character today, Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire. Even though he had guessed this, David still asked, "Are you Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire?" "Yes," Astrid answered. After confirming Astrid's identity, David looked back at the hand he was holding and frowned. He sensed that something was wrong the moment he held the person's hand. It did not feel like a human hand at all. After looking at it, he realized that it was not a King hand at all. It was a claw covered with scales. How could a human have claws like that? Even if David was terrifyingly strong and was a partial infinity ranker, someone who was almost at the level of the big shot in the Milky Way, he was not that old. He was only 25 or 26 years old, and this was the first time he had encountered this. Thus, He panicked and let go of his hand subconsciously. The black-robed man was free. After this, he moved hundreds of meters back. His eyes looked like they belonged to a beast, and they were staring fixedly at David. Just now, he did not notice when David appeared. This was a little scary. One had to know that the black-robed man was modified by Sangruel. After he was injected with the genes of a galaxy beast, his combat power had reached beginner celestial rank. Right now, he did not even sense it when a young man approached him. There were two possibilities. First, this young man in front of him was much more powerful than him, and he was at least a late celestial ranker. Second, this young man in front of him possessed advanced technology that specialized in high-speed movement, and he was an expert in using it. That was why the young man could grab his hand. Even though the black-robed man was caught off guard, the young man was definitely not weak. No matter what the reason was, they had run into a possible hurdle in capturing Princess Astrid alive today. If it were the first case, they would surely die today. They were nothing in the face of a strong man with a combat power reaching late celestial rank. Even if it were the second case, it would be hard for them to capture Princess Astrid with an opponent who possessed such speed. Did Nimbus send you? The black-robed man asked unwillingly. Who is Nimbus? David asked suspiciously. He had just come here and had no idea who Nimbus was. When Astrid heard David ask that, her heart was filled with more doubts. He doesn't know Father? Was he not sent by Father? However, if it wasn't Father, who sent this person to save me? Just now, he asked me if I am Princess Astrid, so he must have been entrusted by others. It was not just Astrid whose mind was filled with these doubts. Everyone else was thinking of the same question. You don't know Nimbus? The black-robed man asked again. No, nobody sent me because no one can send me, David said. Then why did you come here to save the princess? I can't stand this. Say, how can you grown men bully a woman? If you have the balls, go straight to her father. David replied. Although he was not forced into doing this, it would be troublesome for him if the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire looked into this in the future and found that he had just stood idly by. Of course, the most important factor to consider right now was that he could not defeat the Emperor. However, he was just embarrassed to say it out loud. He was a partial infinity ranker, so he still needed to protect his reputation. You. The black-robed man glared at David. If David said Emperor Nimbus sent him, he would accept. However, David came to destroy the big plan Sangruel had thought out and planned for so long just because he could not stand it. The black-robed man struggled to accept this. Do you know what you're doing? This is a grudge between the Milky Way Empire and Sangruel. Are you sure you want to interfere and get yourself involved in this mess? Think about the consequences. Can you and your family bear it? I can pretend nothing happened if you wise up and leave now. If not, Sangruel will not forgive you. The black-robed man threatened. Of course, the black-robed man would not want to take action if he did not need to. He knew his opponent's strength, and he was not weak. Besides, the black-robed man knew he was not David's opponent judging from his lightning speed just now. Even if the black-robed man turned into a beast, he might not win. Astrid and the gang felt their hearts tighten at the black-robed man's words. What would they do if David was scared of the Sangruel sinners and decided to leave them? The trio finally saw a glimmer of hope, but now they were still going to fall into the Sangruel sinners' hands. If the Emperor sent David, the trio would not have this thought at all. However, David said he did not know the Emperor. Thus, they were uncertain. He doesn't know the Emperor but knows Princess Astrid is in trouble and came to her rescue. What's going on? The trio had a lot of questions in their hearts, but they could not ask them right now. Sir, please help us. My father is Emperor Nimbus of the Milky Way Empire, and I am her daughter, Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire. If you are willing to help us, my father and I will never forget your life. Saving grace. Astrid looked at David and said with a bow. David was shocked. So Nimbus is the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire. Even though he knew some information about the Emperor, he had no idea what the Emperor's name was. David looked at Astrid and nodded slightly. Then, he turned his head to look at the black-robed man in the distance and asked, I have no choice. I'm already stuck in this mess now. Besides, I'm curious now. Are you human or beasts? Why are you all in black robes? Can't you let others see you? Are you sure you want to stick your nose in this? Are you not afraid of Sangrewool's endless pursuit? The black-robed man did not answer David's question, but instead asked, "You better answer my question first, and then I'll decide what to do," David replied. He desperately wanted to know what was hidden under the black robes of these people, as it was making him very uncomfortable. The black-robed man said nothing. David and the others could not see his expression. "Our enemy is very tricky. Get ready to engage in beast mode," the black-robed man said suddenly. He knew that since David had come to save Astrid, it was impossible for him to leave. Therefore, he decided just to use his trump card directly and fight. There might still be a chance at victory in this way. "Yes, sir." More than a dozen other black-robed men replied at the same time. Immediately after, all black-robed men stretched out their scaled claws and tore off their black robes, revealing their true colors. David, Astrid, and the others narrowed their eyes. They saw that the hands of these black-robed men were not human at all. Instead, they were beasts covered with scales. Although they still had human heads, they also had scales on their faces. They no longer had human eyes, but instead, they had snake-like eyes. Are they still *King human? They are half-human, half-beast monsters. When Emerald saw this scary scene, she screamed. David and the others also inhaled sharply. They had seen humans and all kinds of beasts before, but had never seen half-human, half-beasts. How did they do this? After the black-robed man removed their robes, their bodies started transforming. More and more scales appeared on their bodies, and a few snakeheads appeared on their shoulders. After that, a long tail appeared on their bottom. One would shiver with fright just from this scene. Emerald had already closed her eyes to stop looking. Astrid was in deep thought when she saw the snakeheads appearing on the black-robed men's shoulders. There were 4 heads on each side, so in addition to their original head, there were 9 heads in total. Astrid had seen this kind of galaxy beast in a book before. This was the 9-headed serpent. This was a very aggressive galaxy beast. It was very powerful, so it was ranked at least top 10 among the galaxy beasts. Most importantly, the book stated that humans were the 9-headed serpent's main diet. It turned out that these Sangrewool sinners were collaborating with 9-headed serpents. They even transplanted their genes to increase their strength. Did they not know that the 9-headed serpents wanted to rear humans so that they would have a constant supply of food? You're working with 9-headed serpents? You're betraying the human race. If they find the human race's weakness, then you'll be sinners, and everyone will punish you. Astrid pointed at the half-man, half-beast hybrids and snarled, 9-headed serpent? David had never heard or seen this before. There were no serpents on Earth, only snakes. Serpents and dragons only appeared in mythology. David looked at these guys. After turning into beast mode, these people's combat power improved significantly. He had seen such a sudden increase in combat power when he was fighting with Adon from the Tuffen family. However, the difference was that after Adon used the blood-burning potion, and although a layer of crimson gas appeared on the outside of his body like a beast's armor, at least David could see that it was a person inside. Meanwhile, these people were no longer human. They were completely beasts. It was not hard to decipher from Princess Astrid's words that these guys were not good people. David decided to ask what was going on after he took care of them. "It's not up to you whether we betray humanity. As long as we destroy the Milky Way Empire and become the overlords of the Milky Way, who would dare to sanction us? Only we can sanction others," the man in the lead said. "You won't have a chance to do that. My father will never spare you." TSK, your father? We'll talk if he can defeat our king. Sangrewool is not the same Sangrewool centuries ago that was in hiding after being chased and hunted by the Milky Way Empire. This time, we've come back for revenge while filled with endless hatred. Impossible. My father is an invincible existence in the Milky Way. No one can defeat him, Astrid immediately retorted. However, they could hear her voice trembling a little, so she had to be nervous. Really? Then why didn't he come to save you in person? With that strength, he could cross great distances in the blink of an eye. However, he still hasn't come. So don't you understand? Your Royal Highness Princess Astrid? No, no, no. My father cannot be defeated. He's only been delayed because something has come up, Astrid comforted herself in a panic. David noticed something different. After Adon took the blood, burning potion, although his combat power increased, he could not control his emotions, and his body would slowly decay. When the time came, he would die without anyone doing anything. However, these guys did not seem to be affected at all. He could still speak coherently with Princess Astrid. Their bodies also showed no signs of decay. David did not bother to listen to their nonsense. He used his materialized mind power to form a transparent sphere and wrapped Astrid and the gang in it to prevent them from being hurt by the shockwave. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. He appeared in front of the leader of the black-robed men in an instant. One should capture the leader if one wanted to capture a thief. Hence, David had to get rid of the most powerful person first. Of course, even if the leader was the most powerful among the men, he was still nothing to David. Even if his combat power increased after going into beast mode, he was only at mid-celestial rank. David's current combat power was partial infinity rank. The difference between the two was so big, and there was no comparison at all. Boom. The black-robed man who transformed into a beast felt his vision blurring, and a burst of pain overwhelmed him before he could react. Then, his body was knocked away by a strong force. David stood in place. He was just trying to get the feel of things. The man's scales were very hard, and the defense was pretty high. That was why David could not kill the man with a single punch. Although it was just a regular punch, it was not something a mid-celestial rank could resist. Meanwhile, David was dissatisfied with the effect of the punch, and his body disappeared in place again. When he reappeared, he had already caught up with the black-robed man who was knocked into the air by him and still had not stopped. The black-robed man was in excruciating pain, but David was by his side again before he could return to his senses. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed. What kind of speed is this? How the hell am I going to continue fighting? There's no way for me to fight back at all. He wanted to make a defensive move, but David's soft palm immediately made contact with his chest. Top combat skill, air-crushing slap. This immediately shattered all of the black-robed man's internal organs. Then, David grabbed the man's tail and returned to his original location. David only used a split second to send the leader of the lead Sangreal sinners flying. Immediately after, David chased after him again to deck him the final blow. Astrid, her gang, and the more than a dozen Sangreal sinner hybrids were the only ones left at the scene. Astrid and the others were stunned. What's going on? Is he going just to ignore us? There are so many human, beast hybrids here. Since the materialized mind power was transparent, they could not see it. Therefore, they did not know that David had a backup plan for them. They only felt that David was very unreliable. More than a dozen Sangreal sinner hybrids were also left stunned. He left just like this? Isn't he giving us a window to act? As long as they captured Princess Astrid and returned to report the news, their mission would be completed, and the king would reward them. Other than that, they could also continue to increase their combat power. Who would not want to be a celestial ranker? Go! Someone said this, and then dozens of hybrids acted at the same time. They quickly approached Astrid and the gang, extending their scaled claws to grab Astrid. Ah! Astrid and the gang screamed. At the same time, they closed their eyes, waiting for disaster to come. But after a while, bang bang, more than a dozen loud sounds rang in their ears. They were not hurt in any way. Then, Astrid and the others opened their eyes. They saw more than a dozen Sangreal sinners hybrids with painful expressions on their faces. They seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier a few meters away. These people were very fast, so the sudden appearance of the invisible barrier caught them off guard, causing their claws, body, and head to slam into the barrier simultaneously. They were all feeling dizzy after the collision, and they had pained looks on their faces. What happened? The trio was curious. Although it was not clear how this situation occurred, They all understood in their hearts that the young man who rescued them must have done this. These Sangreal sinners were naturally not pleased since their target was kept away from them. Hence, they began to use all kinds of means to attack the mind barrier set up by David. However, only a tiny ripple appeared after countless powerful attacks. They could not do any damage to it at all. David's mind power had reached Celestial level 10, so only a partial Infinity ranker could break it. These Sangreal sinners were all Cosmos rankers, so they would not do anything to it even if they continued attacking for 3 days straight. At first, Astrid and the gang were still nervous and scared the barrier would be broken. However, when they saw everyone being blocked outside, they started to calm down slowly. This made them feel more and more curious about David. He was so young, and yet, he was so terrifyingly strong. He could even overpower a beginner Celestial rank Sangreal sinner. Furthermore, he even possessed this freakish invisible barrier. The defense was also outstanding. Astrid felt this barrier was stronger than her father's protective shield. When David returned with the body, he saw more than a dozen people attacking the barrier he had set up. He smiled contemptuously. These Sangreal sinners thought too highly of themselves. They were not even in Celestial rank, yet they wanted to break through his mind barrier. How delusional. David's arrival immediately caught everyone's attention. Astrid and the others had looks of surprise on their faces. On the other hand, more than a dozen Sangreal sinner hybrids showed panic in their eyes. What did they see? This kid actually dragged back their leader's corpse. Their leader was at Celestial rank, and he was killed so easily. No one said anything, and more than a dozen people scattered in a hurry, running for their lives. The strength of this young man was too terrifying. Even their leader, who was at Celestial rank, was no match for him. Wouldn't they be asking for death if they stayed? They had to go back and report to the king immediately. David looked at the fleeing hybrids, threw aside the corpse in his hand, and chased after them instantly. He had to kill all of them. He did not want his portrait to appear in front of the king of Sangreal. It was no joke to be chased by the Sangreal sinners. After a while, David used his mind power to bring back all of the hybrid corpses. Astrid and the gang were already beyond shocked by David. Even the palace guards could not defeat the Sangreal sinners, but David killed them so easily. He was too strong. David removed the mind barrier and went to Astrid and the gang. Behind him were the bodies of the Sangreal sinners. Thank you so much for your help. I am so grateful to you. May I know your name? Astrid bowed and thanked him. My name is David Lydell, and your Royal Highness, you don't have to be so polite with me. It's nothing, David said indifferently. I see, David. It might be nothing to you, but for the three of us, it is an unforgettable life. Saving act of grace that I will never forget for as long as I live, Astrid thanked again. Thank you for your life. Saving act of grace, Master David. Emerald and Ms. Madrigal also bowed at the same time. David waved his hand and asked curiously, Have you seen these hybrids before, your Royal Highness? You just said these people cooperated with the galaxy beasts and betrayed human beings. What's up with that? David, this is the first time I have seen such a hybrid. If I guessed correctly, Sangreal sinners should have cooperated with the 9-headed serpents, one of the galaxy beasts. They should have transplanted the cells of the 9-headed serpents into their bodies, resulting in them being able to enter this beast mode. Meanwhile, the 9-headed serpents are humans' enemies. They like to eat humans the most, and they have long wanted to keep humans in captivity so that we can be their food whenever they desire, Astrid replied. Oh, the 9-headed serpents like to eat humans, but the Sangreal sinners still dare to cooperate with them. Aren't they afraid of things going south? And are the 9-headed serpents very powerful? Where do they live? David continued to ask. The Sangreal sinners and our empire have a long history of grievances. Perhaps they know that revenge is hopeless, so they choose to cooperate with the 9-headed serpents to act as a Hail Mary. They should have reached some kind of agreement with the 9-headed serpents. If they can overthrow the empire and control the entire Milky Way, they may delineate an area in the Milky Way for the latter. As for the 9-headed serpents, according to historical records, they like to eat humans the most, and they are very powerful. They're even ranked top 10 among the galaxy beasts. They live in another galaxy outside the Milky Way, a galaxy belonging to the galaxy beasts called the Beast Galaxy. Even though Astrid was the princess of the Milky Way Empire and was not very old, she was carefully cultivated by the Emperor since childhood. Hence, she was very knowledgeable and overall very brilliant. So many thoughts filled her mind just by seeing the Sangreal-Sinner hybrids, while her analysis was also very reasonable. It was almost the same as the actual situation. David also felt the analysis was very credible after hearing it. The Sangreal-Sinners teamed up with the Nine-Headed Serpents, and after they overthrow the Empire, the Sangreal-Sinners would probably give them a portion of the galaxy. Judging from this, it was not an exaggeration to say that these Sangreal-Sinners had betrayed humanity and were sinners toward all of humankind. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for clearing up my confusion. Well then, let's go down first. The person who'll pick you up should be here soon. Also, how do you think we should deal with these corpses? They should be worth researching, David said. Although he still had a lot of questions about the Sangreal-Sinners and galaxy beasts, it was obviously not suitable to continue asking questions here. He would go to the meteor chamber when he had time. Doing so would also get him some lavish points. Mosquitoes were still meat no matter how small they were. We can hand the corpse to the Imperial Research Academy. I believe those experts will be very excited to see these. It will be beneficial for the Empire to deal with the Sangreal-Sinners and the Nine-Headed Serpents in the future, Astrid replied. Okay, we'll leave the corpses to them then. Let me thank you then on behalf of the Empire. At this time, it was already evening. David covered the trio with his mind power, avoided all surveillance, and quietly descended to Planet Boundless and landed in his courtyard. He did not want Burke to know about this as he would make a huge fuss about this. Princess Astrid had been rescued. Due to this, David believed that the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire would no longer hold everyone accountable. Next, he would take Mia away from Planet Boundless and head to the most prosperous center of the Milky Way. David contacted Mia and asked her to come over. After Mia arrived at David's courtyard, she was a little puzzled when she saw Astrid and the gang, who suddenly appeared. Mia's impression of Princess Astrid, the Harp Fairy, was only of her at the state banquet 8 years ago. Now that 8 years had passed and Astrid was wearing a veil again, Mia did not recognize her. Astrid and the gang were pretty happy when they saw Mia. After all, she was one of the 4 fairies and was quite famous. Astrid and Emerald were even more excited as they both liked Mia. They often watched Mia's dance on the internet. However, their identities were too different, so they never had a chance to meet. Master David, why did you ask me to come here? Mia asked. Mia, this is Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire. I have rescued her, so now we can leave Planet Boundless. You should go back and prepare, and we will leave immediately, David said straight to the point. He no longer wanted to waste time here. The sooner he left, the better. What? Mia looked at Astrid in shock. Her Royal Highness Princess Astrid? Hello, Dance Fairy. I'm Princess Astrid. It's a pleasure to meet you. I like you very much, and I often watch your dances. This time, I finally get to meet you in person, Astrid extended her hand and said magnanimously. However, Mia did not dare to hold Astrid's hand. This was Princess Astrid, the favorite daughter of the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire. She was someone the major forces of the Milky Way had to respect and salute whenever they saw her. How would she dare to hold Astrid's noble hand? Hello, Your Royal Highness Princess Astrid, Mia hurriedly curtsied and said respectfully. Astrid quickly stepped forward to help Mia up and said, Dance Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. You are older than me, so I'll just call you by your name. What do you think? How? How is that possible? No way. What have I done to have Princess Astrid address me by name? Mia rejected her quickly. Why not? We can do whatever we want. You don't have to be scared even if Father finds out. I'll just ask him to take you as his goddaughter. When that happens, you'll be my sister. Who asked him never to give me an older or younger sister? All I have are brothers, Astrid said joyfully. Mia felt like she was going to pass out. Ask the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire to take her as his goddaughter? Then won't my status skyrocket? Who would dare to lust after my body then? Who would dare to force me to dance? I would only dance for whomever I want. If I don't want to, no one can force me. Mia hurriedly shook her head, shaking off this unrealistic thought. Who was the Emperor, and how would he accept her as his goddaughter? Princess Astrid must be kidding. Don't do this, Your Royal Highness. We all believe in His Majesty, and I have self-awareness. I can't afford to be His Majesty's daughter. I don't care. I'll call you by your name from now on, Astrid said affirmatively. Well, thank you for adoration, Your Royal Highness. Can you only call me that when there's only the two of us, Your Royal Highness? I might not be able to bear the consequences if you call me that in public, Mia said with a wry smile. The princess calling her by her name should have been a very happy occasion. However, Mia was a little unhappy. To be honest, Princess Astrid's status was too high. Mia feared that she would be beaten to death by Astrid's brothers if word got out. All right, that's settled, Astrid thought for a while and said, Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Then I will go back and prepare now. Please wait a while for me, Master David. Your Royal Highness, Mia said. She thought Princess Astrid would also leave Planet Boundless with them. Where was the most prosperous area in the Milky Way? Of course, it was the spread-out region around Planet Royal. David was heading to the most prosperous heart of the Milky Way. Her Royal Highness had experienced the pursuit and killing of the Sangreal sinners, so she would surely return to Planet Royal. They would be going in the same direction anyway. Where are you going, David? Astrid asked suddenly. We're going to the most prosperous place in the Milky Way, David answered. Can I go with you? Where are you going, Your Royal Highness? I'm going back to Planet Royal, of course. David looked at Mia and asked, Is that on our way? Yes. The most prosperous place in the Milky Way surrounds Planet Royal, Mia replied. Are you not going to wait for your people, Your Royal Highness? They should be here soon. I'll tell Father to tell them to go back later. Besides, I won't be safe on Planet Boundless if you leave. Who knows if the Sangreal sinners will come again? I think I will be safer next to David, Astrid answered. David thought about it and figured Astrid was right. If the Sangreal sinners sent someone to catch the princess after he left, then wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? Only the old man next to Fergus was a late Cosmos ranker on Planet Boundless. He would not be able to fight off the Sangreal sinners at all. When that happened, the Emperor would create trouble for him too. Besides, after this short interaction, David felt that Astrid was a pretty good girl. Even though she was the most loved daughter of the Emperor and she had a crazily high status, she did not put on airs. Aside from David, who was so powerful that he saved her, Astrid could even humbly greet Mia when she met her for the first time. This proved that Astrid was an approachable princess. To be honest, David also did not want to see those disgusting bunch capture her. All right, we'll leave in a bit, David agreed. Thank you, David. When we're at Planet Royal, I'll bring you to see all the wonderful things on Planet Royal, Astrid said happily. Outside Planet Boundless, the Octagon was leaving fast. David and his party were naturally inside the ship. In order to avoid trouble, David did not tell Berk about him saving Princess Astrid before he left. Berk stood in the void, looking at the Octagon with an unpleasant expression. He never dreamed that someone in the Milky Way would dare openly disobey and ignore the Emperor's order. David was blatantly looking down on the Emperor. David and the family behind him were doomed no matter who they were. When the Emperor pursued this matter in the future, no one would be able to protect him. Berk had already said everything he had to say, and he also wanted to keep David to increase his chances of surviving, but David refused to listen to him and just forcibly left. David even let out a killing intent, which turned Berk cold, making him not dare to stop David. Hence, he could only watch David leave helplessly. Lord Berk, David dared disobey and ignore the Emperor's orders. You wouldn't just let him leave unharmed, would you? What about the majesty of the Empire in the future? What about the majesty of the Emperor? Heathcliff said from one side. You don't need to provoke me. I know what to do. Berk barked, suppressing the anger in his heart. That's good. You must have felt the killing intent that David just let out, right? Berk asked. Of course, Heathcliff replied. What do you think? Are you sure you can defeat him? No. No? Even a late Cosmos ranker like you is not confident? Does it mean David is also at least a late Cosmos ranker? I don't think so. I think David might be a peak Cosmos ranker. What? A peak Cosmos ranker? That bastard. He left me without staying here to fight off the Sangreal sinners with me? If Princess Astrid runs into any danger, he will not be able to absolve himself of blame even if he dies 1,000,000 times. His Majesty will kill his entire family. No, I have to tell my father about this, Berk roared. A peak Cosmos ranker left just like that? If David worked with everyone on Planet Boundless, they might be able to hold the Sangreal sinners off for a few days. After that, all their problems would be solved when Berk's father arrived. However, David left. Wasn't he sentencing all of them to death? Berk felt he should report this to his father Ramos as soon as possible. Berk turned around quickly while Heathcliff was still staring in the direction where the octagon left. He did not tell Berk the truth. At that time, he noticed David looking at him with murderous intent in his eyes. That glance alone made Heathcliff feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. How could a peak Cosmos ranker give this feeling to a late Cosmos ranker? David was clearly a partial Celestial ranker. However, it did not matter now. As long as Berk told the truth to his father Ramos, David and his family would be wiped out for brazenly disobeying the Emperor's orders. It did not matter if he was a Celestial ranker or how powerful the force supporting him was. This was the undeniable truth in the Milky Way. David crippled Fergus and destroyed Heathcliff's hopes for so many years. When David displayed his killing intent, Heathcliff knew he did not have the power to avenge Fergus. Coincidentally, David dared to disobey the Emperor's orders. This would be his best chance. If he missed this, Heathcliff could not even guarantee if the Callisto family had the power to avenge Fergus, judging from the fact that David was a partial Celestial ranker at such a young age. Meanwhile, David and the others left Planet Boundless in the Octagon, heading to the most prosperous place in the Milky Way, Planet Royal. Princess Astrid had already informed her father, Emperor Nimbus, that she was safe and he did not need to worry about her. She also told Nimbus that she was already on her way back to Planet Royal and would arrive soon. Therefore, Nimbus could recall the people he sent. Nimbus did not ask too many questions. Instead, he just laughed and said he knew his daughter was a person with great luck and would not be caught by the Sangreal sinners so easily. Astrid was affected by what Sangreal sinners said. She really wanted to ask her father if he had met the king of Sangreal and if he was injured. However, now was not the right time. She could only wait until she returned to Planet Royal and asked him in person. After Berk returned to Planet Boundless, he immediately contacted his father, Ramos. When the call went through, Ramos' boorish figure appeared again. "Father, I have something to report to you," Berk said respectfully. "What a coincidence. I also have something very important to inform you too," Ramos said. "Father, you should go first. I just received a notification from His Majesty that Princess Astrid is safe and is on her way back to Planet Royal. So, His Majesty asked us to go back immediately. You don't have to worry about running into the Sangreal sinners anymore. Just do your own thing. Princess Astrid is safe and is on her way back to Planet Royal?" Berk's mind went blank. He did not know if he should be happy or disappointed. It stood to reason that he should be happy. After all, the probability that he would die in battle against the terrifying Sangreal sinners was almost 99%. However, for some reason, when Berk heard the news that Princess Astrid was safe, he felt a little lost inside. He had been preparing himself so long to face this. Now, he did not even have a chance to gamble. "Father, are you telling the truth?" Berk asked. "Of course, the news from His Majesty won't be fake," Ramos replied. "Then how did Princess Astrid escape the pursuit of Sangreal sinners? Didn't this group of Sangreal sinners have very powerful combat power and could easily take down a team of palace guards? There shouldn't be anyone around the princess who could compete with them, right? If there is, they wouldn't send you here and ask me to think of a way to ensure the safety of Her Royal Highness. I have no idea about that either. His Majesty only said that Princess Astrid was safe and let us return immediately. He didn't tell us the specific situation, so naturally, we didn't dare to ask. By the way, what did you want to say?" Berk did not know what to say now. Since Princess Astrid was safe, the Emperor's order was lifted. People on Planet Boundless could move freely now, so there was no problem with David leaving Planet Boundless. However, when David left, he had not heard that Princess Astrid was safe. Planet Boundless was still on high alert then, so David's departure was already a violation of the Emperor's order. Of course, it was up to Burke to decide if this went against the law. When he recalled the killing intent David displayed when he left, and how he even forcefully took away Mia, whom Burke invited, Burke not only decided to report this, he even decided to add fuel to the fire. Since you don't care about me, then don't blame me for being merciless. Can you fight the Empire even if you or your family is bad *SS? You will know the consequences of offending me when the Emperor looks into this. Also that be *TCH, Mia, do you think you can ignore me after you found support? Just you wait. All of you will pay painful prices soon. Father, just now, a peak Cosmos ranker blatantly disobeyed the Emperor's order and forcibly left Planet Boundless because he heard that the Sangreal sinners were too strong, and he was afraid that they would kill him. When I stopped him, he even attacked and injured me. I was not strong enough. In the end, I could only watch him leave Planet Boundless, and there was nothing I could do. Cough, cough. Burke coughed several times to show that he was indeed injured. Ramos frowned. Are you telling the truth? Father, everything I said was true, and I would never dare to lie. Someone actually dares to disobey the Emperor's order? What's this person's name? Where does he come from? If the situation is true, we will wipe out his entire family. Father, this man's name is David. David did not know the military had gotten their hands on his name. Perhaps it would not be long before he became the most wanted man in the Milky Way Empire. However, even if he knew, he would not care. Princess Astrid from the Empire was in his octagon. If there was any problem, she could solve it with just a word. Melodious music could be heard from inside the octagon. David was sipping tea in his chair while he listened to the harp fairy play on her harp and watched the dance fairy dance. He was living a very free and easy life right now. He was the first person in the Milky Way to watch the harp fairy and dance fairy perform together. Many people in the Milky Way Empire could watch Dance Fairy Mia dance. However, not many had the right to listen to harp fairy Astrid's performance. If the outsiders knew about this, they would go insane with envy. The two fairies were collaborating. Meanwhile, one of them was the most mysterious Princess Astrid, who held the highest status. Even the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire did not receive such treatment. Of course, this was because he was not willing or not interested. If he wanted to, he could do anything in the Milky Way. After the performance, David lamented. As expected of the two fairies among the four fairies in the Milky Way, their collaboration was very pleasing. One could receive the ultimate pleasure via both visual and audio stimulation. David wondered what the other two fairies were like. They should not be too bad either. Only the worthy would deserve such a reputation. If he had the chance in the future, David would get all four fairies together to perform. The effect would definitely be better than this. Clap, clap, clap. David clapped lightly. He was the only one in the hall, aside from the two performing fairies. Since they had huge differences in status, the others did not dare to watch Princess Astrid's performance. Hence, they left the room conscientiously. Spectacular. Your performance is flawless. You could achieve this effect even though it is the first time you are working together. How surprising. David laughed and praised them. Thank you for your praises, Master David. Thank you, David. Mia and Astrid said at the same time. You're too humble. It's my honor to be the first to watch you two working together. I should be the one thanking you too. You should be tired. Come rest and have some tea. David got up and poured 2 cups of tea for the fairies. Then, Mia and Astrid walked over to sit down. Thank you, Master David. Thank you, David. After they said that, they lifted the cups and took a sip. We're friends, so you don't have to be so polite. Mia, you're so good at dancing. Astrid, you're even better at playing the harp. The two fairies complimented each other. Next, the three of them started chatting. Can you tell us about your exploration all those years, David? I actually like adventure and exploring different locations, but my father never let me leave Planet Royal. I snuck out this time, but unfortunately, I killed a team of palace guards due to my willfulness. I may not have a chance to leave Planet Royal in the future, Astrid said, feeling a little sad. Astrid, don't be disappointed. I will often come to Planet Royal to accompany you in the future, Mia comforted. Really? That's great. Since you said this, so you can't go back on your promise. After Astrid finished speaking, she took out 2 golden tokens. The word Barlow was carved on it, and under Barlow was the name Astrid. Then, she handed the 2 tokens to Mia and David respectively and said, "David, Mia, this is my token. When you arrive at Planet Royal, someone will bring you directly to see me if you show them this." Mia happily took the token. This was equivalent to a protective talisman. If she had Princess Astrid's exclusive token, no one would dare to force her to do anything she did not like. David hesitated for a moment, but reached out and took it. Astrid was doing this out of kindness, so he would seem a little unreasonable if he did not take. David began to make up some adventure stories for the 2 of them. No one would find out the truth anyway. The 2 fairies were amazed as they listened to David. They would even clench their fists occasionally and felt nervous for David. David was amused. They're indeed inexperienced little girls. I can amaze them with just a story I made up. To be honest, Mia and Astrid were not so easily fooled. Mia had been hanging out with so many big shots throughout the years. If she could still be chaste, it meant she was not a simple person. Even though Princess Astrid was about 25 or 26 years old, about the same age as David, she was born in royalty, so she had seen a lot of things since she was young. The reason David could shock them both was because they knew David's strength. If he could easily kill the Sangreal sinners who could kill a team of palace guards, then he was at least a mid-celestial ranker. Most importantly, he was so young. He must have encountered a lot of danger and difficulties to come to this stage. That was why the 2 believed almost everything David made up. "I didn't think that you'd encountered so many dangers and difficulties, Master David. No wonder you're so powerful at such a young age. I admire you so much. David, you're so amazing. I admire you so much as well. Those children from the aristocratic families in the Empire are nothing like you. Even my brothers can't compare to you, David." David felt embarrassed when he looked at the admiration in the 2 fairies' eyes. This lie was getting out of hand. But luckily, no one knew the truth. "It's nothing. The universe is so big and the Milky Way is just a small corner of it, so we should have a bigger vision. We shouldn't stay like frogs at the bottom of a well. We should go explore the unknown terrains and experience local conditions and customs of every place. This has always been my dream. When I am stronger, I will continue doing this," David said calmly. Astrid looked at his calm composure. She felt so impressed when she imagined him staying calm to face every situation, and how he gradually averted disaster and increased his strength dramatically during the process. She wanted to tell David to bring her if he went again. However, she could not do that with her status. However, if David was willing to bring her along, Astrid felt that she might go all out to join him. Planet Royal was located at the very center of the Milky Way, while Planet Boundless was at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy's core. Although it was between Earth and Planet Royal, they were not on the same level. Instead, the 3 formed a triangle. Therefore, the distance from Planet Boundless to Planet Royal was quite far. Even with the speed of the octagon, it would take nearly a month to arrive. In the following days, Mia and Astrid would come to David every day to chat. They would even work on different songs together to perform for David. David was truly enjoying the Emperor's treatment. However, he did not spend much time appreciating the performance of the 2 fairies. David spent more time asking the 2 questions about all aspects of the Milky Way, using the excuse that he had not been back in a long time. As the most doted-on princess of Emperor Nimbus of the Milky Way Empire, Astrid knew far more things than someone who not been around like Mia. After all, the 2 were very different. Their education from childhood was not on the same level at all. As long as it did not involve the Milky Way Empire's core secret, Astrid would know everything, and she would also tell David everything. Meanwhile, David was like a data center, absorbing all kinds of information he saw and heard. He could remember everything he heard from the 2 fairies and the meteor chamber. He could also do that because he had strong mind power. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, a name appeared on the Milky Way Empire's wanted list website. David Lydell. It was also at the top of the list at 98th place. In the first place was Mo Labate, the current king of the Snagruel Sinners. He was only included on the list a few days ago. As soon as he was included on the list, he was directly ranked first, showing how much importance the Empire attached to him. If David could be ranked 98th, it meant he was also a major wanted criminal in the Empire now. Once he showed up, someone would immediately pass his whereabouts to the Empire's military. Anyone reporting the whereabouts of the most wanted criminals would be rewarded handsomely. If they could capture David and send him to Planet Royal, their reward would increase by tenfold. The Milky Way Empire's territory was too large. Some people would always want to take the chance to violate the rules of the Empire and do things that hurt others to benefit themselves. Moreover, the Milky Way Empire had limited manpower, and it was impossible to control such a large area. Therefore, the names, portraits, and detailed information of these wanted people would be stated on the wanted list website of the Milky Way Empire. Some people specialized in this work. They would constantly watch the wanted list website and make a living by catching and reporting these wanted criminals to obtain rewards from the Empire. These people existed all over the Milky Way. They had an official name given to them by the Empire: bounty hunters. Bounty hunters varied in strength, ranging from weak to strong. However, they all had one thing in common. They did not want to be bound and liked to be free. Furthermore, most of them came from average forces, so they did not have much background. These people thus grouped together to form a strong bounty hunter team. The top bounty hunter groups were not even afraid of certain big family forces, which showed their strength. The hunter group would not only catch the criminals on the most wanted list, but they also hunted galaxy beasts, space pirates, and would explore unknown areas. All these would bring them huge rewards. Since David's name appeared so high up on the most wanted list, he caught the eye of many bounty hunters. Under normal circumstances, the higher the ranking on the most wanted list, the more serious the crime and the greater the strength. If that were the case, the reward would naturally be higher. However, David seemed to be a little different. According to the wanted list, David was just a peak cosmos ranker, riding in an octagon. He was not even a partial celestial ranker, but he could rank in the top 100 most wanted list. This was very rare. Therefore, any bounty hunters who saw this would definitely rush to find any trace of David. A bounty hunter group might even be dispatched. If anyone caught the top 100 most wanted criminals on the most wanted list, they would get an enormous reward. Some bounty hunter groups were excited. Planet Boundless. The palace where Burke lives. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter spread throughout the palace. Burke was also the first to get the news that David was on the most wanted list. He immediately felt relieved and laughed when he saw David in the 98th position. David, you're doomed. This position is enough to alert large bounty hunter groups. You can't escape now. This is what happens when you don't take me seriously, Burke thought savagely. Since David was on the most wanted list, it showed that David's charge of disobeying the Emperor's order had been confirmed. However, Burke had no idea which force was behind David, so he could not take action himself. Once David was caught and sent to Planet Royal, they would have ways to find out who was behind David. By then, it would be time for David to pay the price. When Burke imagined a peerless genius like David, who was a peak cosmos ranker at such a young age, falling into his hands, he was elated. Since he was not as excellent as his brother, he was mistreated by his family since he was a child, which then caused him to be a little sick in the head. Burke hated and was jealous of people who were more talented than him. Burke felt great now that he could successfully bring down a peerless genius. David would not get a chance to make a comeback anymore, no matter how strong the power behind him was. The Emperor was the only god in the Milky Way. No one would disobey the Emperor's orders brazenly, not even the Drake family, who was ranked first in the 8 prominent families. Once their direct descendant did this, the Drake family would surely cut ties with them and send them directly to Planet Royal. At the same time, they would also suffer heavy consequences. Who asked them not to educate their descendants well? Not only was David doomed, but Mia would also be implicated. With the Concord family's measly strength, they would surely be wiped out. This was the result of following the wrong person. Unfortunately, the 4 fairies in the Milky Way would soon become the 3 fairies. I wonder if Mia will regret leaving Planet Boundless with David when the time comes. Burke placed his legs on the table and thought leisurely. Right now, he wanted to know what faces David and Mia would make when they found out they were on the most wanted list. They would definitely feel extremely remorseful. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Once they were charged with the crime of disobeying the Emperor, no one could save them unless the Milky Way Empire fell and the Emperor died. Was this possible? No way. Burke shook his head. The Milky Way Empire had been in the Milky Way for 10,000 years. It even destroyed the insufferably arrogant Sangreal thousands of years ago and unified the entire Milky Way. Besides, the Emperor was number one in the Milky Way, and he was about to enter the Eternal Realm, a void within the inner core of the Milky Way galaxy. Fergus lay immobile in bed inside a fast-moving Milky Way battleship. Heathcliff stood by and said something to him. The Milky Way battleship was an important strategic weapon for the Tuffin family, but they only had 3. On the other hand, this was not the case with the Callisto family. After all, although the two families were both amongst the 8 prominent families, their strengths differed vastly. As the top 3 heirs of the Callisto family, Fergus was fortunate enough to be assigned to a Milky Way battleship. This was also a symbol of his status in the Callisto family. It was a pity that Fergus had been crippled, which meant this might be his last time riding the Milky Way battleship. His family would surely take back his Milky Way battleship when he returned to the family. How could a cripple have a Milky Way battleship? Heathcliff, are you telling the truth? Fergus asked in a shaky voice. Master Fergus, this is absolutely true. David's name has been listed on the Empire's wanted list website and is ranked 98th. He is doomed, Heathcliff said. Haha, good. Haha, this is great. As long as he is on the most wanted list, he can't escape death, no matter how talented he is and how strong the power behind him is. Even God can't stand him and wants to kill him, Fergus said excitedly. This was the best news he had heard since David crippled him, and this was also the first time he laughed out loud. Yes, David is doomed now that he's on the Empire's most wanted list. He can't escape this no matter how strong he is. So, you can rest assured, Master Fergus, Heathcliff sighed. Although David could not escape death, the once stunning and scheming Master Fergus of the Callisto family was also finished. In the end, he crashed and burned because of a woman. If it were not for Mia, they would not come to Planet Boundless and would not meet David, the bringer of misfortune. Heathcliff sent the news of Fergus being crippled back to the family, which immediately caused a huge shock. After it was determined that Fergus could not be cured and could only spend the rest of his life in bed, many people who originally supported Fergus immediately switched to other direct descendants of the Callisto family. The minister who was about to marry his daughter to Fergus also turned his target to another heir of the Callisto family, the 17th son of the Callisto family. This was reality. No matter how brilliant a cripple was, he would not be worthy of everyone's attention. Fergus lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and said nothing. David would surely die, so he had been avenged. However, he could only spend his life in bed. Right now, Fergus' limbs were all shattered. His bones, blood vessels, meridians, and muscles had all become a pool of rotten flesh. Several of his organs were also severely damaged. Thus, he could only move his head. If he wanted to continue living, he had to go through long-term treatment. This was absolutely unacceptable for a former genius like him. Heathcliff watched for a while before backing away slowly. Fergus watched as tears streamed down his face slowly. Family? It's just a group bound together by interest. There's no affection at all. After they learned he was crippled, everyone tried to cut ties with him, including Heathcliff, who had been with him for many years. There was no respect in Heathcliff's eyes, only coldness. Heathcliff might never look at Fergus again after he sent him back to the family. If Fergus could stand up again, he would make everyone who looked down on him pay. Unfortunately, he would not get this chance anymore. Fergus closed his eyes quietly. He was about to kill himself and leave this world. He did not want to return to the family as a laughing stock. He also did not want to see them looking at him in disdain. The only thing that gave him comfort was hearing David being listed on the most wanted list. David would also join him not long after he got to the afterlife. David, I'll wait for you, Fergus said quietly to himself. When Fergus was about to kill himself, he heard a strange voice next to his ear. Kid, do you want to stand up? Do you want to take revenge? Do you want to reign supreme? Who's there? Fergus opened his eyes suddenly. He saw a man in a black robe beside the bed. Who are you? How did you get in? Fergus asked, glaring at him. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I can make you stand up again. I can make your strength grow by leaps and bounds, become a peerless talent, and crush everyone in the younger generation of the Milky Way Empire, the black-robed man said. What did you say? Fergus asked in disbelief. I said I can make you stand up again. I can make your strength grow by leaps and bounds, become a peerless talent, and crush everyone in the younger generation of the Milky Way Empire, the black-robed man repeated. Impossible. I know there's no cure for my body anymore unless I leave the Milky Way and go to a higher civilization. Really? If you don't believe me, forget it. Goodbye. Just pretend I was never here. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave. No, I believe you. I believe you. Don't go. Please don't go. Fergus cried out hurriedly as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. That's right. The black-robed man stopped and turned to Fergus. What do I have to do for you to cure me? Fergus asked. You'll find out later, the black-robed man replied. Okay. As long as you can cure me and make me a peerless genius, I will accept any of your requests and never regret them. Very promising. Next, you need to open your heart. Don't have the slightest resistance in your heart, or you may die if this fails. All right, I'd be dead if you didn't show up. I'm not afraid of death. Fergus closed his eyes and said firmly. The black-robed man gave Fergus a look. He took out a potion vial, put it to Fergus's mouth and said, Open your mouth. Fergus opened his mouth when he heard that. The black-robed man poured every drop of the potion into Fergus' mouth. Swallow it all. Gulp. Fergus swallowed all the potion in his mouth. After that, the black-robed man took out 4 more potion vials with syringes, stuck them on Fergus's limbs, and injected all the potion inside him. Fergus did not feel anything because his limbs had already been crippled. Finally, the black-robed man took out another potion vial and stuck it in Fergus' neck. Humph! Fergus groaned. After he injected all of the potions into Fergus, the black-robed man put his hand on Fergus's head and said, The next moment is the most critical. You must endure it. No matter what image appears in your mind, don't harbor even the slightest resistance in your heart. If you can persevere, you will succeed. If you can't, then sorry, you will die. Soon, Fergus's body began transforming. The limbs that David had crippled started inflating. A sharp pain overwhelmed Fergus, but he did not show any pained expressions. Instead, he started cackling. Ha ha ha. It was because he started regaining feeling on his limbs. Even though this was not a pleasant feeling, Fergus did not care. He could endure everything as long as he could stand up again. Gradually, the meridians on his entire body started inflating. The excruciating pain continued to intensify, spreading from his limbs to his whole body. Bean-sized beads of sweat slid off Fergus' body, and scary images began to appear in his mind. He saw that he had turned into a half-human, half-beast monster. Fergus instinctively wanted to reject it, but when he thought of what the black-robed man said, he immediately extinguished this thought. As long as he could stand up again, he would not mind being a monster. Fergus did not care. He wanted to make everyone who looked down on him regret it. The octagon on which David was riding continued to head toward Planet Royal. In the bounty hunter world, Mo and David, who suddenly appeared on the most wanted list, had caused quite a stir. They were new faces on the wanted list, and their rankings were high, so they easily attracted the attention of many bounty hunters. It was because the ones who were always on the list but never caught were experienced criminals. They knew that the Empire were hunting them, so they would not show their faces easily. After all, the Milky Way was so large. However, new arrivals on the most wanted list were different. These people would not hide before they realized they were on the Empire's most wanted list, so the bounty hunters could easily catch them. Therefore, all eyes were on Mo and David. However, after seeing Mo's detailed information, they all shook their heads simultaneously. He was the current king of the Sangreal Sinners, and his combat power was unknown. Who would dare to target such a character? Although the information stated that his combat power was unknown, how could the king of the Sangreal Sinners be easy to deal with? Hence, his combat power. was estimated to be at least above infinity rank. Even the top 3 bounty hunter groups would not dare to provoke such a giant easily. Therefore, all eyes moved onto David, a peak Cosmos ranker. Even so, he could rank in the top 100 of the Empire's most wanted list, so he could be described as the ideal target of many hunter groups. Even a few large bounty hunter groups were moved, and they wanted to accept this task. With that, more and more bounty hunters began to look for David's traces. On Planet Boundless, Burke crossed his leg while watching the news within the bounty hunter circle. Good. Great. Excellent. It seems that many bounty hunters have noticed David. If I tell them where David is, countless bounty hunters will begin swarming to him. Immediately, David is doomed no matter how powerful he is. Burke got up and went to another room, where more than a dozen staff were busying themselves. When one of them saw Burke coming in, he hurried over and greeted respectfully, "Lord Burke, where's the octagon you've been monitoring? Can you figure out his route and final destination?" Burke asked. He had someone tampered with David's octagon ahead of time. Therefore, they could trace David's location. "Lord Burke, the target has now reached the Styx region. According to the travel path the target is taking, we can guess that he should be heading to the Royal region where Planet Royal is located." The Royal region? Why is David going to the Royal region? How dare he head to the Royal region after he disobeyed His Majesty's order? Isn't he walking right into a trap? Burke did not understand what David was going to do. However, he did not care. No matter what David was doing, it would not change his fate. Since David was going to the Royal region, this made things easier. Most of the bounty hunter groups were stationed in the Royal region. If they found out David was going there, the bounty hunter groups that did not want to take action would also seize this golden opportunity. How long until the target will arrive in the Royal region? Burke asked again. Based on their speed, they might take about 10 days to reach the outskirts of the Royal region. All right. Got it. Continue keeping an eye on it. David was on the octagon. The three sat opposite each other. "Master David, we were a few days away from the outskirts of the Royal region. The Royal region is the most prosperous place in the Milky Way and our destination this time," Mia said. "David, Mia, please come with me to Planet Royal to be my guests once we arrive at the Royal region. I want to thank David for saving my life, and my father also wants to see you," Astrid said as she looked at David expectantly. She genuinely wanted David to go to Planet Royal. Once they got to Planet Royal, she could find a way to make David stay for a little longer. Otherwise, they would part ways soon. It was hard for her to find a man she did not hate. Astrid did not want to part with David so soon, especially after getting along with him these days. She enjoyed being with David. She felt safe with him. This was the feeling that only Astrid's father, the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire, could give her. "Your Royal Highness, we won't go to Planet Royal. You will be safe once we arrive in the Royal region." She enjoyed being with David. She felt safe with him. This was the feeling that only Astrid's father, the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire, could give her. "Your Royal Highness, we won't go to Planet Royal. You will be safe once we arrive in the Royal region. I believe that Sangreal sinners would not dare to sneak into the Royal region. We still have a lot of things to do. How about we come to Planet Royal again after we're done?" David thought for a while. He did have a lot on his plate right now. His first task was to buy a few more chambers of commerce and spend 1 trillion. After that, he would act once he got 10,000 lavish points to break through to infinity rank. Otherwise, a partial infinity ranker like him would not be safe in the Royal region where the big shots gathered. Moreover, the Tuffin family was still bothering David. He would never be at ease until he got rid of Grandmaster Tuffin. In addition, David was not willing to meet the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire now. The strength gap between the two sides was too significant. If they met each other, he would not even have the right to speak. David did not want to go to a meeting where their identity, status, and strength were completely unequal, even if the other party wanted to thank him. Can't you wait? Can't you go and have fun in Planet Royal for a few days?" Astrid asked nervously. "Your Royal Highness, not right now. We have something urgent and important to take care of. I'm sorry, we can't accompany you to Planet Royal, but don't worry, as long as we finish our task, we will definitely come to look for you on Planet Royal," David assured. "But, well, you must come to Planet Royal to find me once you're done," Astrid said disappointedly. "Don't worry, We will definitely do so, David said affirmatively. Time passed day by day. The octagon that David and the others were riding on was slowly approaching the periphery of the royal region. In the royal region, they would hand Princess Astrid to the people coming to pick her up. After that, they would head to their first stop. This was where Mia's family lived. David wanted to set up his base camp there temporarily. Right now, he did not have anyone, so he could only ask the Concord family to manage the Chamber of Commerce. He did not care about profit anyway. As David's octagon got closer and closer to the royal region, Burke revealed David's whereabouts at the appropriate time to the bounty hunter community. In an instant, it caused a violent shock in the community. Countless bounty hunters in the royal region went to the location where David was scheduled to arrive. However, most of the idle bounty hunters came purely to watch the fun. After all, David was one of the top 100 most wanted people in the empire. Some bounty hunters with low strength might never have a chance to see this happening in their lifetime. Therefore, they wanted to come and see what was going on. Only some top bounty hunter groups genuinely wanted to capture David and hand him over to the empire in exchange for huge sums of money. Several bounty hunter groups were also secretly competing to see who could catch David. This was an excellent opportunity to become famous. Anyone who could capture David while competing with so many people could rapidly establish the reputation of their bounty hunter group and overtake other bounty hunter groups. Hence, this could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Gold Imperial Star in the Royal Region is the home of the Golden Eagle Bounty Group, ranked third in the Milky Way. At this time, the Golden Eagle Bounty Group was holding an internal meeting. Captain, should we capture David, ranked 98 on the most wanted list? It's making a lot of noise in the bounty hunter world, someone asked. Originally, since we had just returned from hunting 2 adult star pythons, we should let everyone rest for a while to recover from their injuries. Although David is ranked 98th on the most wanted list, he has limited value to the Golden Eagle Bounty Group. We should not participate as per reason, but after David came to the Royal Region, capturing him this time was no longer a matter of value but a game between several bounty hunter groups. If we don't join in, the outside world will think we are cowardly, thus negatively affecting our reputation. A middle-aged man sitting on the main seat said, he was Elio Aureliano, captain of the Golden Eagle Bounty Group. Then let's *CK him up. The Golden Eagle Bounty Group has never been afraid of anyone. Yes, let's *CK him up. I'll go and make arrangements. David will be in the Royal Region soon, so we can't fall behind. Wait. The ones with injuries should just stay home and recuperate, Elio said. Okay, we got it, Captain. The same thing was happening elsewhere. Several bounty hunter groups in the Royal Region were discussing the capture of David, including the first and second-ranked bounty hunter groups. In the end, everyone reached the same conclusion. Capturing David was nothing. The important thing was the reputation of their bounty hunter group. They could not afford to be looked down upon by the outside world. Therefore, everyone unanimously decided to capture David. For the next few days, all the bounty hunter groups in the Royal Region were dispatched to the surroundings of the Royal Region, where David was about to arrive. They were all ready and waiting for David to arrive. The movement of these bounty hunter groups also alarmed countless forces in the Royal Region. They were all sending people to the location where the incident was about to take place to join in the fun, leading to more and more people rushing over. Meanwhile, David had no idea about this. He was still living leisurely daily while watching the 2 fairies perform for him. Then, he would buy the information he wanted to obtain from the meteor chamber. Although he would not get many lavish points, no matter how tiny a mosquito was, it is still meat. Moreover, he could also pass it. 10 days passed quickly. When David's octagon arrived outside the Royal Region, everyone in the octagon's control room was stunned. What's going on? They saw countless ships parked in the void in the distance, as if waiting for their arrival. There were Blackhorn ships, octagons, Milky Way battleships, and even a few galaxy warships. Is there going to be a war? Who is at war with whom? Are they going the wrong way? Did we wander into a battle between 2 big forces that is about to go off? If the other party misidentified them, their octagon would be turned into a beautiful firework in the void if the Milky Way battleship decided to fire at them. In addition to that, they would also be killed. Hurry, go tell Master David about this. The commander of the Octagon stammered. His clothes were drenched with sweat. Bean-sized sweat droplets were rolling down his forehead. Why, yes. A staff member ran frantically out of the control room to notify David. At this moment, David was having tea while chatting with the two fairies in the living room. Astrid looked a little dejected these 2 days. They were about to arrive at the royal region. In other words, she would soon part with David, causing her to be in a bad mood these days. David, Mia, you must come to Planet Royal to visit me, Astrid said reluctantly. Don't worry, Astrid. We will, Mia replied. Yes, we will, David replied. At this moment, they heard a sound. Thud. They saw a staff member of the Octagon barge into the door before falling to the ground. Then, he got up quickly, knelt on the ground, and stammered, Master David, bad news, duh. Why are you panicking? Get up and tell me, David reprimanded. Mia and Astrid also looked curiously at the man kneeling on the ground. Master David, there are many battleships in front of us. They're densely packed, as if they are waiting for us, said the person who barged through the door. Okay, I get it, don't worry. You may go now, David said calmly. David was wondering what was going on. These should be the people the Empire sent to pick up Princess Astrid, but his staff were terrified. They were indeed inexperienced. Huh. The person was a little stunned. Master David doesn't seem nervous at all. Does he know why those ships are here? Don't worry. I know why those ships are here. They won't do anything to us. Just continue moving forward, David added. Yes, Master David. I will convey your instructions right now. After this person left, David looked at Astrid and said, Your Royal Highness, don't worry. When we are done with our own business, we will go to Planet Royal to find you. The people sent to pick you up have already arrived, and we will send you there right now. David. I'm sorry. I haven't told my father when I'll arrive, and I haven't called anyone to pick me up. So, I don't think those ships are here for me, Astrid whispered. She did not tell her father when she would arrive at the royal region because she wanted David to send her back to Planet Royal. Hence, she lied to David and said someone from the royal region would pick her up. Now that they were outside the royal region, this lie was naturally self-defeating. What? David asked with wide eyes. David, I wanted you to send me back to Planet Royal, so I didn't tell my father I was in the royal region. I don't think the ships are here for me. Astrid looked at David and said aggrievedly. Really? David asked seriously, looking at Astrid. Sorry, David. Astrid's tears of grievance were about to escape her eyes. David looked at Astrid speechlessly. I didn't say anything, so why are you feeling aggrieved? If I say anything more, she might burst into tears, judging from her expression now. David shook his head helplessly and comforted. It's fine. I don't blame you. Really? Astrid lifted her head immediately and asked in surprise. Yeah, I don't blame you. Let's go and see what those ships want. David got up to leave after he said that Astrid quickly followed behind him while Mia was the last one to leave. She was not worried about the purpose of the ships in front of them. This was the royal region, and the Emperor's most beloved Princess Astrid was with them. David first walked into the Octagon's control room, followed by Astrid and Mia. Master David. Everyone in the control room greeted David respectfully. Hey, David responded and looked in front of the control room. Seeing this, even David was a little shocked. He saw the densely packed battleships parked in the void in front of them. They were so numerous that they were almost obscuring the rest of the void. What's going on? If they're not here for Princess Astrid, why are they here? Moreover, David's strong mind power felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off. Mia was instantly scared stiff. She had never seen such an event before. She was scared even though she knew that no one would dare to do anything if they realized that Princess Astrid was around. She thought there would only be a few ships, but why were so many of them there? There were at least tens of thousands of ships, big and small. Since there were so many ships here, was there going to be a war? Mia also shared the same thoughts as everyone else. Did we wander into a battle between two big forces? Only Astrid remained calm in the entire control room of the Octagon. She was Princess Astrid from the Milky Way Empire after all. Although this was the first time she had witnessed such a scene, it did not frighten her. It was because Astrid was taught by her father, Emperor Nimbus, from a young age that their family ruled the entire Milky Way. No one dared to disobey the Barlow family's orders. Besides, Emperor Nimbus was #1 in the Milky Way. Astrid was his favorite daughter, so no one in the Milky Way would dare to take action against her, except for the Sangreal Sinners, who had popped up recently. These people had intense hatred toward the Milky Way Empire, and they despised the Barlow family even more. As long as there was a chance, they would definitely not spare the people of the Barlow family. If they were in some remote area in the Milky Way, Astrid would be worried about the Sangreal Sinners. Unfortunately, they were in the Royal Region, the center of the Milky Way, a place where Sangreal Sinners would never dare to appear. Even if they came here, they could only hide their identities. They would not be so brazen. "David, don't worry. I'll go out and see what's going on," Astrid said. She was the only one who could resolve this now. She wanted to see who dared to block the road ahead. At this moment, Astrid was no longer the quiet girl in front of David. Instead, she was the beloved Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire. If she revealed her identity, it would definitely be more shocking than the tens of thousands of ships ahead. However, David did not have the habit of standing behind a woman. In his opinion, men were born to protect women, not the other way around. No matter who they were, or what their identity was, it would still be the same even if she was Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire. She was just a woman to him. Therefore, David would not choose to stand behind her. Besides, as long as the boss did not show up, David would not be scared of these ships in front of him. "Don't go out yet. I really want to know why these warships are gathering here and whether they are coming for me," David said seriously. Astrid was just about to persuade David, so he would not act recklessly because of rage. In the end, she did not say anything when she suddenly saw David's serious expression. Men should be like him. No matter what happened, they should be calm, cool-headed, and indomitable. Her father, Emperor Nimbus, was such a man, and David was the same. Astrid unconsciously compared David to her father, Emperor Nimbus. Both of them could give her a great sense of security. The octagon moved forward, and David stared at the countless battleships ahead. Soon, it reached the front of the group, and their path forward was blocked. Therefore, the octagon could only stop. After the octagon stopped, some of the ships in front of them circled behind it to surround David and the others. "David Liddell, you can't escape now. Come out and surrender." A voice came from a Galaxy warship. David narrowed his eyes. These ships did come for him. What's going on? This was the first time he had come to the Royal Region, but these people knew his whereabouts and were waiting for him here. Something was not right. Is it the Callisto family? Can't be. Even though the Callisto family was one of the 8 prominent families and ranked second in the ranking, they could not mobilize so many ships. Moreover, there were so many Milky Way battleships and several Galaxy warships. The Callisto family would not have this strength. The Tuffen family was even more out of the question. Firstly, their strength was way too lacking, and secondly, the meteor chamber was watching the Tuffen family's every move now. Hence, David would know if the Tuffen family planned to do something big. If that's the case, who else had such power? David had countless questions in his mind. Since he could not figure it out, then he would not. He decided to ask them straight away. He scanned the scene in front of him with his mind power. He did not find any Infinity Rankers. "Who are you? I don't think I know you, right?" David asked. His voice came from the octagon's loudspeaker before spreading to the countless ships. 1. Hee. It doesn't matter who we are. It's also fine if you don't know us. The only thing matters is that we know you. Stop spewing nonsense. Come out and surrender now. You've wasted a lot of our time. Do you not see all of us waiting for you? Another voice came from another Galaxy warship. You have to at least let me know what's going on after doing so much to kill me, right? Who has the authority to make so many of you wait for me here? Also, what are you trying to do? David asked again. You're so F***ing annoying. How can you have so many questions? Get out now and follow me. If you behave, I'll give you some of the reward money. This time, someone else spoke. Before David could say anything, someone retorted, Eve, there are so many of us here. So why should David go with you? Wouldn't that mean all of us here have wasted our time? What does that have to do with me? Did I ask you to F***ing come? I'll kill you right now if you dare to make another squeak. The man named Eve barked back. The one who questioned Eve just now did not dare to say anything anymore. Clearly, he was worried that Eve would really kill him. Everyone knew of Eve Townsend's style. David learned something from the conversation. Someone paid money to capture him, and these people were not from the same gang. There should be a lot of different forces here. When Eve saw no one speaking anymore, he continued arrogantly, "Hee, David, if you don't come out, don't blame me for going over there to capture you myself. Don't blame me for crippling you when that happens, since I don't know my own strength. Who asked you to be so disobedient?" David's strong mind power traversed the distance between the two sides and directly reached the galaxy warship that Eve was in. Eve was a beginner celestial ranker. Then, David discovered that there was actually a mid-celestial ranker on this galaxy warship. These people were not weak. "Captain Kraut, take care of your dog. He doesn't have the right to speak here. If he continues barking, I'll teach him a lesson for you," Elio, the captain of the Golden Eagle Bounty Group, said. Eve did not dare to speak. Clearly, he could not afford to provoke Elio. David's mind power followed the sound, and it came from another mid-celestial ranker. "Captain Aureliano, you don't have the right to discipline my men. You should just take good care of your dog." "Oh, no one here is speaking, and you berserk hunters are the loudest. Why? Are you trying to do this all by yourself?" "I don't mean it that way. We should all fight based on our own abilities." "I think that's exactly what you mean. Elio, are you trying to start a fight?" "Why, Reggie? Are you saying you want to practice with me?" "You!" Before Reggie Kraut could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. "Okay, stop spewing nonsense. Don't you think you've wasted enough time? If you want to start trouble, go do so to the side. Don't do it here. We don't have time to accompany you." 1. The two did not speak anymore. It was because the one who interrupted them was the captain of the first-ranked bounty hunter group, Shadowhunters. He was a late celestial ranker. Even though the third-ranked Golden Eagle Bounty Group and fourth-ranked Berserk Hunters had a long-standing grudge, this was clearly not the time to resolve it. They were intimidated by the first-ranked Bounty Hunter Group, so they did not dare to continue fighting. Among the 4 bounty hunter groups in the Milky Way, the first-ranked Shadowhunters were always on top. Meanwhile, the 3 others were about the same in strength, so they were always unconvinced of each other's strengths. Inside the Octagon's control room, everyone could guess who these people were based on their conversation. Bounty hunter groups. Moreover, they were the top-ranked groups in the Milky Way, so they were very powerful. Even some of the top family forces would not dare to provoke them. Aside from David, Astrid, and Mia, the others started shaking with fright. So many powerful bounty hunter groups were here to catch them, so would they still have a way to escape? David also knew a little about the bounty hunters. However, he did not look deep into it. These bounty hunters were only working for the Milky Way Empire. Their mission was to catch the most wanted people in the Milky Way Empire in exchange for a reward. However, why were they here for him? Was he wanted in the Empire? That did not make sense. He saved Princess Astrid, so why was he wanted by the Empire? Wait, something dawned on David suddenly. He realized the problem. Even if he saved Princess Astrid, he did not tell Burke or make it public. Furthermore, Burke tried to stop David when he was trying to leave Planet Boundless. In addition, David even emitted an intense killing intent targeting Burke, scaring him witless. This guy would definitely hold a grudge. Burke's father was also an essential member of the Empire's military, so it should not be too difficult for Ramos to list David, a man with little background, as a wanted criminal in the Empire. The Octagon had been parking in Planet Boundless for so long, so it was easy for Burke to tamper with it. He could have quietly installed a tracker to follow David's location. Then, he could inform these bounty hunter groups, so they would know when and where David would arrive in the Royal Region. However, there was one more thing David could not figure out. Even if Burke's father listed him as a wanted criminal in the Empire, was he worth so many bounty hunters coming to catch him? There were tens of thousands of ships and 4 precious and rare galaxy warships. Not to mention there were at least dozens of the Milky Way battleships. Furthermore, there were millions of people in these countless battleships. How much would it cost to deploy so many resources? How much was a common wanted criminal like him worth? Florian, what should I do? We have so many bounty hunters here, and there's only one David. We can't dismember him and divide him among ourselves, right? This was a woman's voice. She was Nora Florentine, the captain of the 2nd ranked Red Spider Hunters. I understand why everyone's here. David is just one person. Even if he is ranked 98th on the most wanted list, it's not worth it for so many of us to come here. Everyone just wants to use this opportunity to confirm their position in the bounty hunter community. Since almost all of the bounty hunters in the Royal Region have arrived, let's establish new regulations and reshuffle the bounty hunter community, Florian Madden said. I agree. We can't just waste so much time here. Florian, since you're the captain of the 1st ranked hunter group, you should preside over it, Nora said. I agree as well, Elio followed suit. I agree. I agree. I agree. Countless bounty hunters responded. Florian's status in the bounty hunter community was unquestionable. He led shadow hunters to capture the top 10 most wanted criminals many times before. He once fought an adult galaxy beast, the Titan giant ape, alone. Ultimately, he killed it and brought it back to the Royal Region, shocking countless people. Since that's the case, I'll say a few words. It's been a long time since the bounty hunter community has had newcomers. We should focus on cultivating newcomers and giving them more opportunities. Otherwise, the bounty hunter community may have no successors in the future, which is not what I want. Thus, I think it's better to take this opportunity to hold a competition for the younger generation of bounty hunters. In it, all bounty hunters under the age of 100, whether they are from bounty hunter groups or not, can participate. Since David is only one person, and it is unrealistic to divide him, so we should use him as the prize for this competition. Whoever achieves victory will take David away and go to the Empire to exchange him for the bounty. Although David's value is not high for us, it is enough for the younger generation of bounty hunters. It can not only improve their reputation, but they could also get huge rewards. With that, I believe everyone will go all out. At the same time, we, shadow hunters, will also prepare rewards for the top 3 participants. What do you think? Florian, you are always thinking of the bounty hunter community, and we have no reason to disagree. We, Red Spider Hunters, will also prepare generous rewards for the 4th or 5th place, Nora said. Then we, Golden Eagle Bounty Group, will prepare prizes for the 5th to 7th place, Elio echoed. We, Berserk Hunters, will prepare prizes for the 8th to 10th place, Reggie said. Very good. I believe that with the joint efforts of everyone, the bounty hunter community will be even better and eventually become an indispensable force in the Empire. Florian said with relief. Captains, you have done your best for the development of the bounty hunter community. It is a great honor for me to be a bounty hunter, someone shouted. I am honored to be a bounty hunter. Millions of bounty hunters on the scene shouted excitedly at the same time. Inside the octagon, David was stunned as he heard what they said. What the hell? If they can win, they can take me away in exchange for a reward? Do they think they can just do whatever they want with him? There isn't even a peak celestial ranker among them, and they want to trade me, a strong partial infinity ranker, for a bounty? David just thought it was funny. Princess Astrid did not find it funny at all. She was enraged. David was her savior, but he was now listed as a wanted criminal by the Empire. No matter who did it, they would have to pay for this. This gentle, tempered Princess Astrid of the Milky Way Empire's heart was filled with killing intent for the first time. Now that things had reached this stage, everything had become apparent. With so many bounty hunters coming together, capturing David, the 98th most wanted man on the list, was just a pretext. What was more important to them was holding this competition for the bounty hunters so more young bounty hunters would emerge. David was nothing more than a prize. The 98th most wanted criminal on the most wanted list was nothing to these hunters, but this would be a huge bounty and honor for certain individuals. Whoever got first place would enjoy an excellent development in the bounty hunter community in the future. There might even already have been a tacit understanding between these hunter groups, and they were ready to reshuffle the bounty hunter community to increase the exposure of such bounty hunters. However, they just did not have a chance to do so. David, the most wanted man in the Empire, coming to the Royal Region would be the perfect start. As for David himself, they genuinely did not care about him. He was just a peak Cosmos ranker. Even excluding the 4 big bounty hunter groups, some slightly stronger bounty hunter groups could catch David. Even if David did not come to the Royal Region this time, the shuffling of the bounty hunter community was imperative. David just happened to run straight into them. During another occasion, his listing might have attracted some bounty hunters. However, it would never have reached this scale. Tens of thousands of ships and millions of bounty hunters were gathered here. There were also numerous onlookers from large forces. David, how about leaving this matter to me? Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. No matter who is involved, I will find out and punish him, Astrid said apologetically. David turned his head to look at Astrid and said with a smile, "There is no need to worry, you Royal Highness. I can handle it myself." Although David was smiling, everyone in the control room felt a chill. Of course, what puzzled these people more was how David addressed the veiled woman. "Your Royal Highness? What does he mean by that? Is there anyone else with that name? Isn't he worried that the Milky Way Empire will find out?" Only one person in the entire Milky Way Empire had that name. She was the Emperor's only daughter, Princess Astrid. They would not associate this woman with Princess Astrid of the Empire at all. "David, I am the cause of this, so let me resolve it, okay? Otherwise I, Astrid Barlow, will not feel at ease in the future and will always live in guilt," Astrid said in a low voice. She was afraid that David would blame her for this. If she had told her father earlier and asked him to send someone to pick her up, David would not have become wanted by the Empire. Even though Astrid had no idea what went wrong, after the conversation these few days, she had learned that David had just come back from exploring outside. With that, she could eliminate the fact that he used to be a wanted criminal. Astrid was confident that she was the one who caused this. The person who could list David on the most wanted list of the Empire was surely someone from the Empire, and they should have quite a lot of authority. David came to save her, but now, he was wanted by the Empire. This would piss off anyone. Right after Astrid said that, it was like a bolt of lightning had struck the room. Everyone in the Octagon's control room was looking at her in shock. They automatically filtered everything that was said and only heard one name. Astrid Barlow. Only Milky Way Empire royalty had the last name Barlow. After the Empire unified the Milky Way, no one else was allowed to have Barlow as their last name except for the royals. This meant, aside from the royalty, there was no one else with Barlow as their last name in the Milky Way. If they were found out, they would be convicted for insulting the royal family. Besides, wasn't Astrid the princess name? The staff were all Pavan's servants. After Pavan died, David did something to their bodies, and they followed David here from Earth. They had no idea how someone from an indigenous planet could have a relationship with Princess Astrid of the Empire. Furthermore, Princess Astrid seemed to respect him a lot. How did their new master do this? The commander was the first one to return to his senses. He quickly knelt and greeted, "Greetings, Your Royal Highness Princess Astrid." The others also knelt and greeted, "Greetings, Your Royal Highness Princess Astrid." Astrid was not in the mood to pay attention to these people. Her attention had always been on David. "Your Royal Highness, you don't have to blame yourself. I know what's happening, and it has nothing to do with you. I was careless, so that's why this is happening," David said. "You know what's going on? Who did this?" Astrid asked. "If I'm not wrong, it should be Lord Burke from Planet Boundless. His father is in the military, and I didn't tell him after I saved you. I ignored his objections and left Planet Boundless by force. Also, His Majesty ordered him before this to make me stay in Planet Boundless so I could save you from the Sangreal sinners. Plus, we had some conflicts, so he definitely told his father about my disobeying His Majesty's orders by leaving the planet. This is probably how I became wanted in the Empire. Also, Burke tampered with the Octagon and told the bounty hunters my location. That's why this is happening." "So, it doesn't have much to do with you," David explained. "I see." After David's explanation, everyone understood. All content is copyright N0Veldrama.org. Everyone saw David's conflict with Lord Burke of Planet Boundless when they were leaving Planet Boundless. Judging from Burke's personality, he would not spare David if he had the chance. "What do you mean, David? If I didn't show up in the Boundless region, nothing like this would happen. You saved me, but you're being framed by some vile rat and have become a wanted criminal. I will make the person who framed you pay a severe price. Also, since they're from the military, showing my face will be the best way to do this, Astrid said coldly. David felt that she was right after thinking about this. He could not swallow this grievance as well. Burke's father was a prominent figure in the Empire's military. So, the military would not sit idly by if he wanted to take action. David did not want to have a conflict with the military now. He had already offended the Tuffin and Callisto family, so he might be in deep trouble if he also offended the military. Princess Astrid showing her face was indeed the best solution. After David thought this through, he thanked Astrid. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness." "David, don't be so courteous. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have been captured by the Sangreal sinners. They would have surely used me to threaten my father. If my father got hurt while rescuing me, the entire empire would have become turbulent," Astrid said seriously. David was rather embarrassed after Astrid said that. He did not think much of it when he rescued Astrid. He just felt that he was not strong enough to face the Emperor of the Milky Way Empire. "What about these bounty hunters?" David asked. Since he decided not to do anything, he should hide his strength completely. These bounty hunters were not weak, and one of them had reached late celestial rank. He had to at least expose his peak celestial rank combat power to defeat them. If David showed that he was a peak celestial ranker at this age, the entire royal region and even the Milky Way might be thrown into chaos. Even the giants or the Emperor would be alarmed. This would be bad for David. At this point, he still did not have the strength to fight the giants. Since Astrid wanted to do this, he would leave everything to her. David decided to keep a low profile. "If you are not in a hurry, can you wait 3 days? I will let these bounty hunters respectfully send you away, and next time they see you, they will be forced to turn around and walk the other way," Astrid said. David thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll wait." He knew what Astrid meant. She was going to ask someone from Planet Royal to pick her up. After all, it had been a while since Astrid showed her face, so the bounty hunters might not know her. Even if Astrid told them she was Princess Astrid, they might not believe her. Worse still, they might even take her as a joke. Next, David and the others stayed inside the octagon. They did not say anything or go out. When bored, they watched the battle between the young bounty hunters. These bounty hunters were also turning a blind eye to David. They might have thought that he could not escape. When the battle ended, they could capture David and claim him as the top prize. There were a lot of young bounty hunters. However, David was not interested in their strength. Most were only at stellar rank, and only a few were at partial cosmos rank. There were no real celestial rankers. Of course, he would not eliminate the fact that someone might be hiding their strength to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat during the last battle. 3 days passed, and the people meant to pick up Astrid had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters' battle had reached the final round. The participants were from Shadow Hunters and Berserk Hunters. Both of them were partial cosmos rankers. After 4 hours of battle, the young bounty hunter from Berserk Hunters defeated his opponent and got first place. "Haha, good lad, Hamish. You make me so proud. When we go back, you can ask for anything you want. I'll satisfy all of your requests." Reggie guffawed and said, "Thank you, father." Hamish Kraut said happily, "Florian, since the battle between the younger generation is finished, then we should rearrange the ranking of the bounty hunter groups, right? Berserk Hunters don't like being in 4th place anymore, and we'd like to switch places with you guys," Reggie said. "Who do you want to switch places with? Do you want to be the first?" Florian asked with a grin. "No. Even if I'm in Berserk Hunters and I am also pretty mad, I'm still self-aware. I don't want to be first, but I am interested in 2nd or 3rd place." "Reggie, are you saying you want to challenge Red Spider?" Nora asked. "I've thought about this, but wait." After Reggie said that, he told Golden Eagle Bounty Group, "Elio, I want to challenge you. Let's go according to the old rules of the bounty hunter community." "All right," Elio answered. He knew that the other party had been prepared for a long time, so there was no escaping today. "Also, we'd like to ask Florian to be the notary," Elio and Reggie said at the same time. "I know you won't be able to stay still for long." "Fine then. We'll do this according to the old rules of the bounty hunter community." Both of you will give me the list of participants in 2 hours, Florian said. The 4th-ranked Berserk Hunters would challenge the 3rd-ranked Golden Eagle Hunters. This was huge. It was much more entertaining than the battle between the younger generation just now. It also instantly attracted the cheers of countless bounty hunters. They did not waste their time coming here this time, and they did not wait so many days for nothing. David also became interested at this time. He wanted to see the fight between 2 mid-celestial rankers, Reggie and Elio. However, at this time, Reggie said, Florian, since my son won 1st place, should we give him the prize first? The prize is just there. Go get it. Do you expect me to bring it to you? Florian replied, All right. I wouldn't dare to move if you don't say anything, right? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Hee hee. Reggie laughed dryly and said nothing. David, Mia, and Astrid looked at each other inside the octagon. Your Royal Highness, when are the people picking you up arriving? David asked. I don't know. Based on the distance, they should have been here in 3 days. So they should be near, Astrid answered. Let's go out first then. If not, they will come to us. All right. Don't worry, David. They won't dare to do anything to you with me around, Astrid promised. David smiled and did not say anything. After that, he got up and walked to the hatch of the octagon. At this time, a short and wretched-looking middle-aged man walked out of Berserk Hunter's Galaxy warship. It was Eve, the first one to speak up a few days ago. This time, he did not want to give David any chances of escaping. It did not matter if he caught a wanted criminal dead or alive. However, he would get a higher reward if the criminal was captured alive. As Eve was about to go out to capture David, the hatch of the octagon opened. David walked out first, followed by Astrid and Mia. Kid, you're pretty smart. If you wanted me to do it myself, I'd have crippled you before anything else, Eve chuckled and said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh? Isn't that the dance fairy from the 4 Fairies? Mia was a public figure, so a lot of people in the royal region knew her. A lot of them even viewed her as their dream girl. But who's the other one? Even if she's wearing a veil, judging from her body, I can tell she's not inferior to Mia's. This kid is so lucky with women. Eve recognized Mia, so the others naturally recognized her. Damn, isn't that dance fairy Mia from the 4 Fairies? Why is she with a criminal like David Lydell? Yeah, Mia's my dream girl. Aren't the people around her all women? Why is she with a man? Has she slept with David? No way. No way. Not a chance. David is a wanted criminal, so how would Mia sleep with him? Countless discussions could be heard, some of them coming from people who were obsessed with Mia. They were struggling to accept reality when they thought about David dominating Mia for the past few days. The appearance of David and the gang immediately attracted the attention of millions of bounty hunters. However, Mia and Astrid behind him were the most attractive. Although David was not bad-looking, all the bounty hunters were men of the 4 bounty hunter groups. Only the 2nd-ranked Red Spider Hunters and some smaller groups had women. Still, Captain Nora was an enchanting beauty, and these women were not interested in a wanted criminal. As for the other 3 hunter groups, even if there were women in their groups, they were just sexual objects used for pleasure and had no status. Dance Fairy Mia? Why are you with David, the most wanted man in the Empire? Eve asked the question everyone in the room wanted to know the answer to. Master David is not a wanted man. Mia replied. Master David? Dance Fairy, you are regressing. How can you call a wanted criminal your master? Dance Fairy, do you know that David is ranked 98th on the most wanted list? He is the most wanted criminal, and the Empire will soon wipe out his entire family. Aren't you afraid of being implicated by staying with him? Think about your family. I told you, Master David is not a wanted criminal. You will soon find out the truth, Mia said again. You are not qualified to judge whether David is a wanted criminal. Are you doubting the wanted list released by the Empire? Dance Fairy, I advise you to leave quickly and distance yourself from David. Otherwise, you will be implicated when the Empire pursues this matter. Even your family won't be able to escape, Eve persuaded earnestly. Mia was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way and was very popular among bounty hunters. Now, there were millions of bounty hunters here. Even if Eve was a beginner celestial rank and was the deputy captain of Berserk Hunters, He was not willing to cause public outrage in the bounty hunters community. Eve probably would not even have bothered to speak if he were alone with them. He would just take down David and the others. He would exchange the man for reward and keep the woman for pleasure. Perfect. Mia, one of the four fairies, had already fascinated countless people, and now there was another woman who was not at all inferior to her. When she just stood there, her temperament was not inferior to Mia's at all. Too bad now is not the time. Millions of people are watching, Eve thought sadly. At the same time, he was looking at David with jealousy. He's about to die, yet there are two peerless beauties around him. This kid is so lucky with women. If I'd known this 3 days ago, I should have attacked David and destroyed his genitals. Damn it. We let him have fun for so many days. Eve was very unwilling. Dance Fairy, David is an important wanted criminal of the Empire. He can't escape, so you better leave now. If not, he will implicate you. Yeah, Dance Fairy, run away. Protect yourself. We will still be your loyal supporters in the future. Many idle bounty hunters shouted at Mia. Even though Mia had no background, she was the most active and approachable of the four fairies. Hence, she was deeply loved by the general population. Everyone did not want her to ruin her life because of a man. If not, they would not be able to watch her dance anymore. Mia heard their advice and looked at David behind her. She was ready to follow David in her heart. If that were the case, she would use this situation to make a decision. This was a great opportunity. Mia stood forward and said, "Thank you for loving me. Thanks to you, I could become one of the four fairies and have today's achievements. However, all good things must come to an end. I've found my calling, so I'm using this chance to announce that from today onward, I will not be one of the four fairies anymore, and I will not attend any parties or gatherings. Plus, I also will not accept any further invitation. Thank you so much for all these years. I, Mia Concord, once again thank you all." After Mia said that, she bowed to the bounty hunters and quietly walked behind David. It was obvious she was going to pursue David, and she would make David her master in the future. The whole void was silent. Did Mia just publicly announce her withdrawal from the four fairies? Did she just say she was choosing to follow David, the most wanted criminal in the Empire? How is this possible? No one believed it to be true. Countless bottom-level bounty hunters who saw Mia as their dream girl started to cry. They had liked Mia for so long, so it was difficult for them to accept this. Even the seniors of the four bounty hunter groups were a little baffled. Why did Mia do this out of the blue? She even chose to follow David, the most wanted criminal in the Empire. This is not right. Mia is not a fool. She's able to mix with the upper class of the Empire, although many bigwigs regard her only as an entertainer. Mia is an intelligent woman. Even if she knows that David is one of the most wanted criminals in the Empire, she still insists on following him, and she's also duty-bound not to turn back. Something fishy is going on. Even David tilted his head and glanced at Mia in surprise. What's with the sudden announcement of her withdrawal from the four fairies? Is she seriously thinking of following me? I still haven't figured out my complex relationships on Earth. How long has it been since I left Earth? And now another beautiful woman has decided to follow me with all her heart. David felt helpless. What stupid F**king system is this? It's making every beauty I meet fall for me. David could only blame this on the system. He had lived for more than 20 years and had never encountered this before. After he got the system, his luck with women never stopped. Was everyone after his money? Not all of them. It was not just Mia. David could also even feel that Princess Astrid had some special feelings toward him. It seemed that the only way to stop this was to decrease his contact with her as much as possible in the future. Right now, David was not in the mood to think about this. He just wanted to work hard to spend money and become stronger until he was invincible, and no one would dare to threaten him using the ones around him. Dance Fairy, are you kidding me? Eve asked in shock. Since I said it in front of so many people, it is naturally true. Plus, I decided on it after careful consideration. I don't intend to joke around with you, Mia replied seriously. Dance Fairy, so you are determined to follow David, a wanted criminal in the Empire? Are you going to abandon your family? Yes. Then don't blame me for being merciless. David is Berserk Hunter's prize. If you follow him, you will also belong to us. Eve said with a wicked smile. At this time, David smiled and asked, "It seems that you guys think you have me in the bag. Do you still think there is still a chance to escape? Stop dreaming. Come with us obediently and give us everything you have. That way, I may make you suffer less. Otherwise, you will only suffer." "Oh, you want me to suffer? Then come here. I'll wait for you," David said indifferently. Eve stared at David for a moment. He could not see anything wrong with him. He could not wrap his head around it. David was just a wanted criminal at peak Cosmos rank. Could he still have other trump cards? There were so many bounty hunters out there watching. Eve could not afford to lose his face after David said that to him. A voice stopped him when he could not control himself and wanted to strike. "Eve, come back?" The speaker was Reggie, the captain of the Berserk Hunters. "Captain, this brat dares to ignore me. Let me cripple him first," Eve said without looking back. "I told you to come back," Reggie said with a heavier tone. Eve was stunned. When Captain Kraut spoke in this tone, Eve would not dare to disobey him. Looking at David, Eve said fiercely, "Boy, I'll take care of you later." After glancing at Mia and Astrid behind David, he turned around and prepared to return to the Galaxy warship to see what Captain Kraut had to say. "What a piece of trash," David said disdainfully. His sound resounded throughout the void. Everyone present stared at David in shock. How could a wanted criminal be so arrogant? How dare he call the deputy captain of Berserk Hunters a piece of trash? Eve, who had just turned around, immediately stopped and slowly turned to look at David. "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" "I said, you're a piece of trash. Go home now. Don't embarrass yourself here," David said without fear. "You're asking to die," Eve said through gritted teeth. After he finished saying this, his body disappeared in place, and he rushed toward David. "Eve!" Reggie's voice came from the Galaxy warship. However, he could not stop Eve anymore. As the deputy captain of the Berserk Hunters, he was a beginner celestial ranker. So, when had anyone ever insulted him like this? Furthermore, he had done so in front of millions of bounty hunters. If Eve accepted it, how could he continue to show his face in the bounty hunter community in the future? At this time, he was even ignoring Reggie's words. One could see how angry he was. Eve crossed the distance of more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. When he reached David and was about to cripple David, he suddenly saw another person in front of that brat. It was the veiled woman behind David. So, David is just a piece of trash that hides behind women. Eve chuckled internally. Since the woman was coming to him, then he would not hold back. David could not escape from him anyway, so he should take advantage of the woman first. Eve reached out his hand toward Astrid. He would enjoy her slowly after he crippled David. When he thought about how he could enjoy two peerless beauties later, Eve felt very excited. David did not expect Astrid to run in front of him suddenly, not caring about her safety. Of course, he would not let Astrid suffer even the slightest injury. However, when he was about to do something, his mind power sensed powerful energy. This person was powerful. Judging from that, the person should be a peak celestial ranker. So, they were just slightly below him. David grabbed Astrid and changed their positions in a blink of an eye, pulling Astrid behind him. He did not know whether the person who suddenly appeared was a friend or a foe. David would act based on the situation later. He was also using his mind power to monitor the changes around him. Once he sensed something wrong, he would immediately take action even if he had to expose that he was a partial infinity ranker. He would deal with the strong individual who suddenly appeared after catching them off guard. Otherwise, he might not guarantee Mia and Astrid's safety when so many people were surrounding him. Everyone at the scene saw a cold light flashing past. "Ah!" It was followed by a scream that resounded throughout the void. A voice then resounded in the ears of millions of people. "Whoever dares to insult Her Royal Highness must die." A middle-aged man with a sharp sword appeared in front of David. Eve stood not far away. His left hand was on his right shoulder, and there was a look of pain on his face. At this time, the place where his right arm should be was empty. Blood was gushing out, splashing all over the void. The cold light just now chopped Eve's right hand that was reaching out toward Astrid before he could react. When Eve saw the face of the man who cut off his arm, his whole body began to shake violently. Are you Atlas Reyes, the head of White Tiger Hall? The middle-aged man ignored Eve. He turned to face David, knelt on one knee in the void, and said respectfully, Atlas Reyes, the head of White Tiger Hall, greets you, Your Royal Highness Princess Astrid. Please punish me for being late to your rescue. David reacted. He took a step sideways and let Astrid walk in front of him. Atlas, you may rise, Astrid said. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. After Atlas finished speaking, he got up, took a few steps forward, and stood behind Astrid. Princess Astrid was the person with the highest status here, so Atlas would naturally listen to Astrid's orders. He would do whatever Astrid told him to. At this time, he did not have the power to make his own decisions. Eve looked at everything before him and almost fainted after staggering backward. This veiled woman was the Emperor's only daughter, Her Royal Highness Princess Astrid of the Empire. He had almost molested Her Royal Highness just now. This is a crime that will wipe out my entire family. What should I do? Eve slowly turned his head to the Berserk Hunter's Galaxy warship, hoping to get Captain Kraut's help. However, how would Reggie dare to come forward? The correct way of handling this was to directly cut ties with Eve. Reggie would only help him if he was ready to kill himself in the process. There was no noise in the void since the arrival of Atlas, the cutting of Eve's arm, and the greeting of the princess. Millions of bounty hunters had yet to recover fully. Even the head of the 4 Bunny V Kroops stared at Astrid and Atlas behind her with shock. The former was Her Royal Highness Princess Astrid of the Empire, the most beloved daughter of the Emperor, and Lyre's status even surpassed that of all the princes. Furthermore, the latter's status was not low as well. He was the head of White Tiger Hall, one of the 4 great halls of the Empire. Plus, he was also a peak celestial ranker. Indeed, they knew something was wrong. No wonder Mia chose to leave the 4 fairies and go with David. Judging from how Princess Astrid ignored her safety to stand in front of David when Eve wanted to attack him, they could tell Princess Astrid had a unique relationship with David. With Princess Astrid's help, David would no longer be a wanted criminal as long as he did not commit treason. Eve was in trouble now. If Reggie did not handle this well, he would affect the entire Berserk Hunters. The happiest at the scene was the Golden Eagle Bounty Group. They had just returned from hunting galaxy beasts outside, and before they could regain their energy, they were challenged by Berserk Hunters. Honestly, even the group's captain, Elio, was not confident about this challenge. He had to accept it. The 2 hunter groups had been butting heads for a long time. Berserk Hunters certainly would not have spared them so easily. However, Eve, the deputy captain of Berserk Hunters, dared to attack Princess Astrid. With that, they were all eagerly waiting to see what would happen next. Astrid took a few steps forward. At this moment, her whole personality changed drastically after revealing her identity as a princess. Atlas followed her respectfully. He was puzzled. When he was chopping off Eve's arm, he clearly felt a burst of terrifying energy locked onto him. He was a peak celestial ranker, yet he felt he could not defeat it. This person's strength was shocking, and they were at least at partial infinity rank. Atlas initially wanted to kill Eve, but decided to chop off only one Aaron after sensing it. It was because he wanted to prevent this person's sneak attack. However, the energy disappeared after Atlas chopped off Eve's arm. No matter how hard he looked, he still could not find any trace of it. At this time, a luxurious spaceship appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A golden barlow was carved on the palace-like ship. Then, hundreds of people quickly got down from the spacecraft before kneeling in front of Astrid on one knee. Greetings, Your Royal Highness. You may rise, Astrid said calmly. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. A team of hundreds of people answered in unison. Astrid continued to move forward, and the hundreds of people immediately gave way. When Astrid walked in front of them, everyone followed her neatly. These people were all members of White Tiger Hall, one of the 4 great halls of the Empire. They came with Lord Atlas to take Her Royal Highness back to Planet Royal. However, as Atlas approached, he suddenly felt something was wrong and rushed forward alone. Astrid stopped in the void and looked at Eve, who was about to faint with fright not far away, and the countless battleships. David is my savior. I will look into this matter no matter who's involved. While you bounty hunters were capturing the Empire's wanted criminals and sharing the burden with the Empire this time, There are more and more of you appearing every day. You're getting bigger, so you're starting to stray from your original goal. You have to reorganize yourself properly. Shadowhunters, as the #1 bounty hunter group in the Empire, I hope you will give me a proposal as soon as possible. You will be in trouble if I have to do it myself. After Astrid said that, she looked at Eve. As for you, you're the first person who dares to take action against me in the Royal Region. You've become the pioneer of such crimes, so tell me, how do you want to die? Eve felt lightheaded and could not stop himself from falling to his knees. Your Royal Highness, please don't be mad. Your Royal Highness, please don't be mad. I had no idea of your identity. If not, I won't dare to do that even if you gave me the courage to do so. Your Royal Highness, please have mercy and spare me. I'm begging you, please. Eve endured the excruciating pain and kept kowtowing to Princess Astrid. Right now, he was filled with panic. His physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological torture. While Eve was kowtowing, someone appeared next to him. When Eve's head was on the ground, the person put a hand on the center of Eve's back. Then, with a huge force, the hand penetrated Eve's body and destroyed his organs. Ah! Eve yelled. Blood mixed with traces of his organs sprayed out of his mouth. He turned around slowly and looked at the person who did that to him. See, Captain, how could you? After Eve finished stammering, he stopped breathing and died. The person who killed him was Reggie, the captain of Berserk Hunters. He used all his strength for the blow just now and did not hold back at all. He just wanted to make a quick decision and not give Eve a chance to speak. As he looked at Eve, who died because of him, Reggie's heart was full of anger, and he did not know where he could vent his anger. He had sworn brotherhood with Eve more than 300 years ago. 4 of them formed Berserk Hunters and swore brotherhood, with Eve being the youngest of the group. Under the leadership of the 4, Berserk Hunters grew into what it was today and became the 4th largest hunter group in the Empire. The other 2 brothers had already died midway throughout their journey. Now only Reggie and Eve were left. However, he had to kill his brother with his own hands today. He was seething. However, even though he was mad, he had no choice. Although he had already discovered that something was wrong and asked Eve not to take action before they learned the truth, Eve still insisted on going his own way and almost hurt Princess Astrid. If he did not kill Eve himself, Berserk Hunters would be implicated, and no one would be able to escape if Princess Astrid decided to look into this. As the captain, Reggie could only do this for the sake of Berserk Hunters. Reggie killed Eve in just a few seconds, but his action caused the millions of bounty hunters on the scene to inhale sharply. He's too savage. Who in the bounty hunter community did not know Reggie and Eve were sworn brothers for hundreds of years? Eve also contributed to Berserk Hunters' achievements and size today. Even so, Reggie killed his brother to survive. Although, as the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. It was one thing to say it and another thing to do it. Too many men in the bounty hunter community were willing to sacrifice their lives for their brothers. Elio had to admire Reggie's courage at this moment. Even if he knew that this was the best solution, he might not be able to do it if it were him. That was the brother who had gone through life and death with him for many decades. How could he kill him without any hesitation? After Reggie killed Eve, he knelt on one knee, put his hands together, and said respectfully, Your Royal Highness, please don't be mad. I didn't discipline my man well and scared you. Please punish me, Your Royal Highness. Are you the captain of Berserk Hunters? Astrid asked. Yes, Reggie replied. It's smart of you to make minor sacrifices to safeguard major interests. I will remember you. The reorganization of the bounty hunter community will start with Berserk Hunters. I want to see an answer in 3 days. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. After 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Reggie replied. Immediately afterwards, Florian, captain of Shadowhunters, Nora, captain of Red Spider Hunters, and Elio, captain of Golden Eagle Bounty Group, also stepped forward. The 3 of them put their hands together simultaneously and said respectfully, Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. All right, this matter will end here. Now, let's look at another matter. David risked his life to save me, but you're treating him as a prize for your competition. How are you going to explain this? Astrid asked in a cold voice. After Astrid said this, the scene fell silent. In the end, Florian stood up and said, "Your Royal Highness, please call David over. No matter what he requests, we will do our best to meet it." That's right. Florian is right. No matter what David asks, we will do our best to satisfy him, Reggie quickly followed. How could he still behave like Captain Kraut right now? He could only be submissive now that he was in front of Princess Astrid. Besides, Berserk hunters had a bad reputation with Princess Astrid, so he had to find a way to gain the princess' forgiveness. Otherwise, Berserk hunters would have a hard time surviving in the royal region in the future once Princess Astrid targeted them. David also came over with Mia at this time. He heard Astrid talk about him, so he knew it was time for him to come forward. "David, I've dealt with the matter. If you need anything else, you can just tell me. They will satisfy you. Otherwise, I won't spare them." Astrid hid her serious expression and said softly. She spoke to David in a completely different tone than with others. Everyone on the scene could hear it, and they looked at David differently again. Princess Astrid was too good for this kid. Even if David had rescued her, such treatment would not have been possible. The relationship between the two was definitely not normal. They had to remember this lucky kid. In the future, he might even become the princess husband. His identity and status would skyrocket at once, surpassing countless people. "David, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for treating you like a wanted criminal in the Empire and even wanting to treat you as a prize. I'm sorry for making you aggrieved. What do you need? You can just tell us, and we will try our best to satisfy you," Florian said humbly. He was also very helpless. As the leader of the Empire's #1 bounty hunter group, Shadow Hunters, and a late Celestial ranker, he had to speak humbly to a Cosmos ranker in front of millions of bounty hunters. Florian felt awkward, but he had no choice. David had Princess Astrid behind him. If this was not handled well, he would have a bad time in the royal region in the future. Aside from him, all bounty hunters would also have a hard time. Furthermore, the head of White Tiger Hall was behind Princess Astrid too, and he was someone more powerful than Florian. Therefore, he had to be humble. "No, not try your best, but you must," Astrid said solemnly. Yes, we will satisfy him. We will definitely satisfy him," Florian said immediately. "David, don't be afraid. Just say what you want. I'll oversee this for you. They will have to fulfill it even if they can't. If not, I will give them hell in the royal region and even the entire Milky Way," Astrid said to David in a gentle tone again. All eyes were on David. They all sighed internally. Why is this kid so lucky? Although they did not know what happened between David and Princess Astrid, they could probably guess from Princess Astrid proclaiming that David was her savior. Princess Astrid might have gotten bored on Planet Royal, so she snuck out of Planet Royal and did not tell the Emperor. During the process, she encountered danger outside and was rescued by David. The Milky Way was so big. How did David run into Princess Astrid sneaking out of Planet Royal and even make her like him so much? Several men were envious over this. David thought about it. This might be a good opportunity. Many of these bounty hunters had been exploring outside and should have collected some strange and precious items. He could ask them to take them all out and then privately paid a huge sum for them. At the same time, he could instruct them not to expose the exact price, as otherwise, Her Royal Highness would investigate the matter afterward and make them give back what they got. In doing so, these bounty hunters would surely keep their mouths shut and not expose themselves after getting such huge benefit. That way, he could spend a lot of money in a short period and get a lot of lavish points. He might even break through his current rank in one fell swoop and go directly to infinity rank. By then, he would be considered a giant in the Milky Way. Once he took care of Grandmaster Tuffin, he would solve the crisis on Earth. What a good idea, David thought to himself. After making the decision, David asked, "You are all elites in the bounty hunter community, so you should have explored many unknown places, right?" The captains of the group were puzzled why David asked such a question. However, Florian replied, "David, bounty hunters not only help the Empire catch the wanted criminals, but we also occasionally go out to hunt galaxy beasts and explore some unknown areas to get high rewards. I don't have any hobbies, but I like to study strange things. If you find something you're unfamiliar with and have no use for when exploring the unknown, I hope I can buy them at a high price, David said. I see. The captains breathed a sigh of relief. They were fine after David stated his request. They automatically ignored the high price part. Princess Astrid had said something, so they did not dare to ask David for money. Over the years they had been out there, they had indeed gotten certain things they had no idea the purposes of. They could offer some of them to fool David. We did get some items of unknown use over the years. Since you like them, can you tell us your address? When we go back, we will send the items to you immediately. What do you think? Good. Very good. As for the address, just send them to Blue Star, David replied happily. Blue Star was the planet where Mia's family lived. However, Blue Star was not ruled by a big family or a big force like the other planets. Instead, it was being dominated by many small forces, so it seemed a bit chaotic. The Concord family was not even top 10 forces on Blue Star. All right, we'll immediately ask someone to send the things to Blue Star after we return. All right, that's settled then. After David said that, he shouted to the other millions of bounty hunters, if you have any unknown or peculiar things, you can send them all to Blue Star. I'll buy them at a high price. I won't have you make the trip in vain. Did you hear that? Send all unfamiliar things to Blue Star, Astrid said coldly. Yes. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. We will do as David said, millions of people said. However, their voices sounded a little chaotic. Basically, they asked the princess not to worry and that they would do as David said. Her business here was basically done, and Astrid knew it was time to part ways. She wanted David to accompany her back to Planet Royal. However, it was a pity that David had just returned, and he still had a lot of things to do, so Astrid could not be too selfish. David, when you're done, you must come to Planet Royal to find me. Astrid looked at David and said with reluctance, Of course. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. I will definitely go, David assured. However, he had already made up his mind after he saw Astrid's face. He could not go to Planet Royal. Princess Astrid was clearly interested in him. Wouldn't he be walking into the trap if he went to Planet Royal? Although to others, it was a blessing that had been cultivated over several lifetimes to have Princess Astrid like them. Unfortunately, David did not want this. He still had not sorted out his own women problem. He could not provoke Princess Astrid. Otherwise, he would only bring himself more trouble. Well, I'll go first. Goodbye, David. Goodbye, me. I mean, Dance Fairy. I'll be waiting for you on Planet Royal. If you don't come, I'll come to you quietly, Astrid threatened softly. She did not know why she was so happy with David these days. She wanted this to continue so she could see David every day. It was a pity that she could not give up everything and follow David like Mia because of her status. Astrid could not give up her identity as the princess, and it was also not something she could give up even if she wanted to. If she did this, how sad would her father and mother be? The same went for her brothers, who had spoiled her since childhood. Besides, Astrid would also be sad to leave them. If only David could stay at Planet Royal all the time. At this moment, Princess Astrid actually envied Mia a little. She could do whatever she wanted and not worry about other things. Please don't. Your Royal Highness, you have already encountered danger from sneaking out from Planet Royal this time. Don't do this again. We will come to Planet Royal to see you, David quickly persuaded. He was terrified that this girl would sneak out again. What if the Emperor claimed he abducted and sold his daughter when that happened? He could not defeat the Emperor, so it might be hard for him to escape. All right, it's settled then. I'll go first. You guys can finish your work quickly, and then come to Planet Royal to find me, Astrid said. Of course. Goodbye, Your Royal Highness, David said. Goodbye, Your Royal Highness. Mia followed suit. Astrid gave David a reluctant look, then turned around and said, Atlas, let's go. Then, she headed towards the luxury spaceship carved with the word Barlow. Yes, Your Royal Highness. After Atlas finished speaking, he followed behind Astrid. Before leaving, he gave David a deep look. It was unknown if it was because of David's relationship with Princess Astrid or because he saw some of David's unknown secrets. At this moment, Ms. Madrigal and Emerald also entered the luxurious ship. Farewell, Your Royal Highness. Farewell, Your Royal Highness. Farewell, Your Royal Highness. The luxury spaceship disappeared from in front of the crowd amidst the farewell. David, we should go back now as well. Don't worry, we'll send your goods to Blue Star very soon, Florian said courteously. Thank you all, David answered. You're too polite. The captains of the bounty hunter groups looked at David and turned to walk back to their galaxy warships. Then, they left. The other millions of bounty hunters also left one after another. However, everyone remembered David. The next time they met him, they would be very humble to him. Judging from Princess Astrid's behavior, David might become her husband in the future. After all, the Emperor doted on Princess Astrid, so he would not say no to anything the princess insisted upon. David turned to say to Mia behind him after the bounty hunters left gradually, Mia, let's go. All right, Master David. The two returned to the Octagon and drove toward Blue Star in the Royal Region. Blue Star was a living planet located in the outer region of the Royal Region. Similar to the situation on Earth, dozens of small forces jointly controlled it. Mia's family, the Concord family, was one of them. However, the Concord family was not strong enough to make it into the top 10 in Blue Star. Therefore, they could only occupy a small area that was not overly prosperous. Only after Mia made a name for herself outside and met some big people over the years could her family slowly rise. Back then, the Concord family was at the lowest rank of Blue Star. Even though they were not very powerful right now, they were much better than before, and because of Mia, the Concord family was now a special force in Blue Star that no one dared to provoke. After all, Mia was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way. She knew a lot of big shots. If she ended up with a big shot in the future, none of the forces on this inferior planet outside the Royal Region could afford to provoke them. Therefore, even if the other forces were fighting to the death in Blue Star, they still would not involve the Concord family. If the Concord family was not weak, they could just continue rising while relying on Mia. Right now, the entire family was waiting for Mia's decision. If she chose someone strong as her support and married him, the Concord family would rise with the help of this support. Then, after a year of development, they might even become the #1 force and control Blue Star. This was what the Concord family was expecting. They were waiting for the day their family could control all of Blue Star, and Mia was their biggest hope for this goal. Therefore, the Concord family would need Mia's permission before making any major decisions right now. Mia was the real decision maker of the Concord family. A family meeting was being held at the Concord residence in Blue Star. Inside the hall, the head of the family, Truman Concord, and the family's core were all here. Truman was Mia's father. He could be the head of the family because of his excellent daughter Mia. If not, Truman might not get a chance to be the head of the family. It was all thanks to Mia that the Concord family was able to have what they have right now. Of course, this was not their only ambition. They still wanted to rely on Mia to become the #1 force of Blue Star and control the entire planet. However, the air in the hall was slightly heavy. All of the cores had serious looks on their faces. They were not as carefree as before. Everyone, report any recent updates, Truman said. Truman, someone has been suppressing the family's industries recently, and we're suffering heavy losses. This has never happened before, so I think something must be wrong. Mia's third uncle, Bastian Concord, stood up and said, Yeah, Truman, the suppression is getting worse in recent days. It's caused almost all our industries to be at a standstill. If we don't devise a plan and stop this, all our hard work over the past years will soon be in vain. This time, the person who spoke was Mia's fourth uncle, Caspian Concord. Vash, any updates on your task? Have you found out who is targeting the Concord family? Truman looked at his second brother, Vash Concord, and asked in a deep voice. Truman, according to the information I inquired about yesterday, it should be the Gatsby family this time. Vash stood up and said, What? The Gatsby family? Vash's words directly caused an exclamation from the core of the Concord family in the room. Everyone took a deep breath. The Gatsby family was the #1 family on Blue Star. They were powerful, so why would they suppress the Concord family? Although the Concord family had gradually increased its strength these years, all thanks to Mia, they were still far from the Gatsby family. Furthermore, the Concord family had always been careful and would never offend any family. There was no grudges between them at all. There was no reason for the Gatsby family to take action against the Concord family. While shocked, the Concord family was a little puzzled. "Are you sure it's the Gatsby family?" Truman stood up and asked seriously. He was also shocked at this moment. If it were the Gatsby family, it would be troublesome with the current strength of their family. They had no chance of resisting the Gatsby family at all, unless Mia asked for help outside Blue Star. However, the Gatsby family, as the largest family of Blue Star, occupied nearly 1/3 of Blue Star's resources and area. Hence, most people would not want to offend them. "I'm sure that it's them," Vash replied. He would not dare to say this if he was not confident. Vash asked a lot of people and spent a lot of money to get this information. It was indeed the Gatsby family who was targeting them from behind. When Truman heard this, he fell onto the chair like all the energy had been sucked out of his body. "Oh no, it's the Gatsby family. What should I do?" "Truman, let's tell Mia about this. She knows so many big shots in the Royal region, so she's the only one who can help us now. If not, we won't be able to resist the Gatsby family," Bastian said. "Yeah, Lord Truman, let's tell Miss Mia about this. Didn't she go to some party recently? She will surely have met some big shots. Tell her to bring one of them back, and then the problem will be solved," one of the Cores said hurriedly. "Sigh, you're making this too easy. It's not that I don't want to tell her, but getting a big shot to come is not easy. Even if Mia knows a lot of them, she only knows them on the surface level, not at a deeper level. Also, they won't come to help just because Mia asks them to. So, this is why I asked you to be careful. The big shots are all about interest, and they will only help us if they can get sufficient interest," Truman sighed. He knew about his daughter. She was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way. Even though she looked flashy, she was just a clown to those big shots. Mia had complained about this more than once to him. Those big shots were very hard to entertain, and it was exhausting being around them. They all wanted to take advantage of her and dominate her. Truman could only comfort Mia. He asked her to find a suitable man she liked and marry him. As long as the man was not too bad, their family would have a better life in Blue Star because of this marriage. One was likely to be influenced when immersed in an unpleasant environment. If Mia were always wandering around the big shots, it would be hard for her to find support if she lost her innocence once some bastard plotted against her. However, Mia had never found a suitable partner. "Truman, we have to tell Mia whether she can solve the family emergency or not. It's fine. As long as she tries her best, we won't blame her. If it's not possible, we can give up everything we have right now and return to our old home. It's fine if we go back to farming," Vash said. "Yeah, Truman, we shouldn't hide this from Mia no matter what. What if she blames you when she returns to see the family ruined? Even if the Gatsby family is powerful, they're only powerful on Blue Star. Mia has been living in the Royal region for so many years, so she might be able to solve this," Caspian added. "Sigh, I know what you're saying, but it's not like you don't know Mia. If she finds out about this, she will do everything to save the family, and she might even do something that goes against her will. Mia has sacrificed a lot for the family, so I don't want to destroy her last glimmer of hope. Do you get what I mean?" Truman looked at the Cores of the family and said, not only was he the head of the family, but he was also a father. Truman did not want her daughter to sacrifice everything for her family. The core of the family was silent. Of course, they knew what Truman meant. Mia had to get a big shot to come to save the family, so that they could stop the Gatsby family. However, it would not be easy to get a big shot to come. Mia would have to sacrifice something to get them to come, and the Concord family could not afford that. However, Mia could. What could Mia give? Her body. As Mia's father, Truman naturally would not force her daughter to make this choice. He hoped Mia could choose according to her will. However, not everyone agreed with Truman's idea. Some of the family members thought that since Mia was a woman, she would be married off sooner or later. Wasn't it good to use this chance to marry a big shot? That way, she could help the family and also increase the family's strength. However, they did not dare to say this out loud, so they could only think this inside their hearts. "Truman, we were being rude and impetuous. Mia had contributed so much to the family, and we shouldn't force her. So, what are we going to do next? The Gatsby family is coming at us in full fury, so they will surely not give up so easily," Vash asked. Try our best to go small. Sell everything that you can sell and turn them into money. That way, we will have a better life even if we have to return to the old house, Truman said. Yes, Truman. We'll do it now. Dismiss. When everyone was leaving, Truman said suddenly, Wait. The Corps turned and looked at him. Truman scanned the Corps at the scene sternly and said, I'm telling you again, do not tell Mia about this. If I find out, anyone who disobeys will be punished as per the family rules, understand? Yes, everyone answered at the same time. Even though some of them were unwilling to give up their current lives, they had no choice. They could only offer suggestions and not make decisions about any major events in the family. Go pack. We might have to leave this place soon. Burke had been keeping an eye on David on Planet Boundless. He was the one who put David on the Empire's wanted list and exposed David's whereabouts to the bounty hunter community. His purpose was to get revenge on David. Burke was overshadowed by his elder brother Malachi since he was a child, resulting in intense jealousy. Hence, he would feel extremely jealous whenever he saw someone better than him. David was not only younger and stronger than him, but he also ignored Burke and took Mia from Planet Boundless forcibly regardless of his obstruction. Burke certainly would not miss a chance to consign David to eternal damnation. After David arrived on the outskirts of the Royal Region, Burke was waiting for news that he had been rounded up by countless bounty hunters and sent to the Empire's military. He wanted to know what power was behind David, and he also wanted to know what David would do in the face of the Empire's pressure. However, it had been a day, and Burke still did not get any updates. This made Burke a little flustered. In the end, he only got a 4-word sentence from his father Ramos. Get back here now. Burke's heart tightened. He knew something bad had happened. Although he had since inquired from all sides, he still got nothing. Burke was getting more and more flustered. Before he figured out what was happening, he did not want to return to the Royal Region. However, he did not dare to disobey his father's orders. So, he could only head to the Royal Region apprehensively. This was related to Princess Astrid of the Empire, so Burke naturally could not find out anything. Even though millions of bounty hunters and intelligence gatherers of different forces were present, it was related to someone of high status, so no one dared to spread anything recklessly. Such was the deterrent effect of the Empire. At this same time, this was due to the Milky Way Empire's royalty and the Barlow family's deterrence. Since the Milky Way Empire wiped out Sangrewool, the entire Milky Way was under the Barlow family's control. They had run it for so many years, so the Barlow family's place was already deep in people's hearts. No matter how good or bad, any news related to the Barlow family in the Milky Way was not allowed to be privately shared without permission. Otherwise, once found, the person who did it would be sentenced to life imprisonment or have their entire family wiped out. Thus, Burke could not find out what happened when David arrived outside the Royal Region. Many people knew the truth, but no one would risk getting their family wiped out to tell him. Even Burke's father, Ramos, just told Burke to go to him immediately. Burke was getting increasingly restless as he sat on the ship heading to the Royal Region. He desperately wanted to know what had happened. Since his father refused to tell him, he would be scolded even if he asked again. Aside from his father, one other person had to know. That was his brother Malachi. Burke did not want to beg Malachi. Although he knew his brother would tell him even if he asked, he had no choice. If he did not find out, he would not be at ease. In the end, he contacted Malachi. This was the first time he had contacted his older brother after leaving the family for more than 10 years. What surprised him was that he could not get in contact with Malachi's communication device. Oh no, something serious must have happened. Burke collapsed lifelessly. If he could not contact Malachi, it would mean Malachi was intentionally ignoring him. It was clear that Malachi did not want to face Burke. Burke racked his brain and still could not figure out how a perfect plan could go wrong. All things considered, David and Mia should have no chance of making a comeback. However, reality slapped Burke across the face. Burke rushed back to the Royal Region apprehensively. He did not know what was waiting for him, but he had to face it. At this time, David and Mia were heading to Blue Star happily. David was happy because, in the next period, he might have a chance to spend a lot of money to get many lavish points. Then, he would be able to break through his current rank and reach Infinity rank. Then, He could stop the underlying threat that was the Tuffin family. After all, even if only 1% of the millions of bounty hunters sent things over, it would still be 10,000 of them. Plus, they would be things they were unfamiliar with. It did not care if they were precious or not. David was happy as long as he had the chance to spend money. Even if he spent 100 million on each person, it would still be 1 trillion. As for Mia, she was also overjoyed. From now on, she would not need to act according to other people's intentions. She only needed to follow David. Judging from her time with him, David was easy, going, and did not share the bad habits of the other big shots. Mia always needed to be careful around the big shots. She was worried that she would offend them if she said something wrong. However, it was not the same with David. She could say whatever she wanted, and David would not be mad when she cracked jokes. Mia felt good spending time with David like this. Her father, Truman, had told her to find suitable support all these years. However, it was not that easy. After all, this was about her life. Fergus was one of the important candidates Mia had targeted. However, after he showed his true self, she was shocked as she did not think that he was someone like that. Hence, Mia figured her other candidates were also the same as him. They only wanted to get their hands on her body. No one would truly love and protect her for life. When they finally got her, they would get bored of her. Then, they would abandon her. Even though Mia had not spent much time with David, she could tell that David was very easygoing and attractive. He did not have greedy lust in his eyes. Instead, they were very clear. He was also powerful, and he did not put on airs. After spending so much time with peerless beauties like the two fairies, he had never once showed any desire. He also had powerful control. He completely smote even a dignified woman like Princess Astrid. As long as they were not idiots, anyone could tell that Princess Astrid was very reluctant when she was about to leave. Mia did not want to fight the princess for David, and she did not have a lot of requirements. She would be happy even if she was their maid if it meant she could stay by David's side. No one could compare with Astrid's status and identity. Most importantly, she would feel at ease. She would not need to be scared and remain vigilant at all times. 2 days later, Blue Star appeared in front of them. As David looked at the blue-ish planet, he started lamenting about the universe's wonders. After entering the royal region, they had seen countless living planets on their way, big and small. This was the void outside the royal region. No number of dead planets could compare to it. Indeed, this was the most prosperous place in the Milky Way. Also, this was the more remote place in the royal region. It would surely be more prosperous in the heart of the royal region, which was the surrounding area of Planet Royal. When David was in school, he asked his science teacher a question. Aside from Earth, are there other living planets in the universe? Back then, the teacher's answer left a deep impression on David. Of course, Earth is just a drop in the ocean that is the universe. Asterisk, however, those places are too far away from Earth, so we can't explore it. I'm sure humans will leave Earth and discover aliens when there is more advanced technology on Earth. David wondered, how long has it been, and I'm already meeting with said legendary aliens. When David thought about this, he turned to look at Mia. Aliens are not much different from humans on Earth. If I have to find a difference, they are prettier and classier than humans. Both Mia and Astrid are like that. Mia could feel David's eyes on her. The flawless skin on her charming face started to turn red, tempting others to have a bite. After staying silent for a while, Mia returned to her senses and started introducing the planet. Master David, the planet in front of us is Blue Star, and it's also the planet my family lives on. What do you think? It's pretty, right? You won't regret living here. When we're in Blue Star, I'll bring you around to view the scenery. She could be at ease with David and say whatever she wanted. If it were someone else, Mia would not dare to say so much. Yes, it's gorgeous. I'll have to trouble your family for the next period, David said. What are you talking about, Master David? It's an honor for our family to work for you. How will it be trouble? Everyone in my family will welcome your arrival. Mia, don't say that. We're friends, so we should be equals. Stop calling me Master David. It won't sound nice to your family. Also, I don't like it. Why don't you just call me Dave? No way. Why don't I just call you David? Mia thought about it and said she would not dare to call David so affectionately. Even Princess Astrid did not call him that, so how would she dare to? Wasn't this telling others that she had a higher status than Princess Astrid? All right, David said. He knew it would be difficult for Mia to call him Dave so intimately. Aliens took hierarchy even more seriously than humans. If that's the case, you can also be more at ease with me. It feels like you're keeping your distance from me. We're friends, so you don't need to do that. Mia looked at David and smiled. All right, Miss Mia, David joked. Can't you drop the miss? My family calls me that too. No, I'm not your elder. We're friends. You can also call me that if you're my friend. I'm worried that my family will misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Our relationship? What are we? We're friends. So just call me Mia. The two chatted happily. The Octagon approached Blue Star. Under the Conrad family's guidance, the Octagon landed on the Concord family's territory. At this moment, the Concord family had just gone through a crisis. Hence, they sold everything the family owned at a meager price. They did not even sell them at 1% of the original price. They had no choice. Under the suppression of the Gatsby family, the #1 family in Blue Star, very few families dared to take over the Concord family's properties. Even if there were, they would use this chance to lower the price. Until now, the Concord family still had no idea why the Gatsby family was suddenly targeting them. Truman even brought all of the family's core to the Gatsby family to apologize. In the end, they could not even enter the door and could only stand outside for the entire day. Hence, they came back dejected and depressed. They did not get an answer or the Gatsby family's forgiveness. With that, the Concord family could only sell their assets. No matter how low the other party offered, they would sell as long as someone was willing to buy. After selling everything, the Concord family started moving out. They were getting ready to return to the old house they used to live in. More than 1,000 family members started moving. The entire family was in chaos. Truman looked at the manor, and his heart was filled with reluctance. They even sold this manor at a meager price. After all, they had lived here for decades. The Concord family's core was instructing others to move things. They would bring whatever they could as they would still need them in the old house. However, the main thing was that they could not sell it at a reasonable price anyway. Truman, it's almost ready. Vash and the other brothers walked over and said to Truman, All right, let's go then, Truman said. Truman, do you think we can come back in the future? Caspian looked at the manor and asked reluctantly. I have no idea. Maybe not. Truman shook his head and answered. I think we can. I believe Mia will bring all of us back here grandly. When the time comes, I also want the Gatsby family to get a taste of being forced out of their home, Bastian said. Truman patted Bastian's shoulder. He did not say anything before turning to leave. Of course, he wished for that too. The Gatsby family was so imposing and did not even give a reason. Truman wished that one day he could get back at them. However, if he wanted to do that, all of the hope would be on Mia. He did not want his daughter to be so pressured. The Concord family's background was too weak, and they did not have the luck to enjoy this. When Truman and his brothers were about to leave with the other family members, more than 10 black, horned ships appeared in the sky, stopping above them. All family members lifted their heads to look at the uninvited guests. Truman, did I ask your family to leave? A voice said from the black, horned ship. Lord Gatsby, there's no need to eradicate us, right? What did we do to offend you? What is it that's worth so many people coming here? Truman asked. This was the question everyone in the Concord family wanted to know the answer to. They were slowly rising while relying on Mia as one of the 4 fairies. However, they had never offended any force on Blue Star. They always maintained peace and strived to live with others in harmony. Sometimes, they would rather suffer losses just to ensure their partner's interest. They were also liked by most of the forces in Blue Star. However, the Gatsby family targeted them for no reason or warning signs. They caught the Concord family completely off guard. Now, they still had no idea why the Gatsby family were doing this. They had to die knowing what happened, right? Truman, I know you're unconvinced. Your family has been doing well in the past years, and you didn't offend us, but I was ordered by someone to do this, so I don't have a choice. A big shot wants to eradicate you, so you can't leave. What? When the Concord family heard this, they felt their brains buzzing. Some even fell to the ground. A big shot wants to eradicate us? What kind of huge grudge is this? Why do they want to eradicate a family with a few thousand people? Truman tried to recompose himself. He asked after inhaling sharply, "Who wants to do this? My family never offended anyone, so the least you can do is tell us so we can die knowing what really happened, right?" Not long ago, a big shot contacted the Gatsby family and asked them to take action against the Concord family. Initially, the Gatsby family hesitated. After all, Mia was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way, and she had connections. Hence, the Gatsby family would not get any benefit from doing so. However, after confirming that Big Shot's identity, the Gatsby family decided to take action. This was because that person was too terrifyingly strong. Their family even had an influence on the Empire's military. The Gatsby family dreamed of having connections with a person like this. Even though they were the #1 family in Blue Star, they could not control Blue Star completely. If they had such thoughts, the other forces on Blue Star would work together to fight them. If these forces worked together, the current Gatsby family could only flee. However, if they managed to complete the task instructed by the Big Shot, the Gatsby family might use this chance to control Blue Star using the Big Shot's support. Hence, the Concord family was destined to be the sacrificial lamb. Even if Mia had connections, they would not challenge that Big Shot just because of her. At the end of the day, Mia was just a clown for others' entertainment. Moreover, the Gatsby family guessed that that Big Shot wanted to take action against the Concord family because Mia had offended them. If not, the Concord family had always stayed in Blue Star and never gone out. How could they offend such a reputable character? Therefore, the Gatsby family did not hesitate anymore. They slowly forced the Concord family into this situation right now. "Truman, stop struggling. I won't tell you. And as for whether you've offended them, I don't care. I only accepted the task to eradicate you. That's all," said the head of the Gatsby family, Irwin Gatsby. "Irwin, are you sure you want to eradicate all of us?" Truman asked angrily. "You're wrong. We're not the ones who want to eradicate you. Someone else does. We're just the executor." "You, Irwin, you're such an intolerable bully." "Truman, I don't want to waste my breath with you. Right now, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, give up struggling and go with me to wait for your end. 2, I capture you myself. However, if you choose the second one, I won't be responsible for any casualties," Irwin said impatiently. After he said that, the Concord family members started wailing. "My lord, we're just servants they hired. We don't share their blood, so please spare us." "Yeah, my lord. We're just servants of the Concord family and are not related to them at all. Please be magnanimous and spare us." The ones who said that were the servants and admins the Concord family hired. They did not share the Concord family's blood, but these people made up more than half of the total population of the family. Truman looked at the thousands of people clamoring, and he sighed internally. He knew there was no return now. The Gatsby family was determined to eradicate their family. As for that Big Shot, Truman could probably guess the reason. His daughter must have offended them. She might have turned down their pursuit or their invitation. In short, she might have embarrassed that Big Shot. So that was why they would choose to take action against the Concord family. Meanwhile, aside from a select few, none of the Concord family members had left Blue Star before, so they would never have offended this Big Shot. Truman had no idea what the details were. He could only ask Mia when she came back. To ensure his family's safety, he could only choose the first choice and return to the Gatsby family. Truman was worried about whether his daughter was in danger. However, when he recalled what his daughter asked him to do a few days ago, he felt slightly better. His daughter just bought a Chamber of Commerce worth $200 billion for a Big Shot, so she might not be in danger. "Irwin, these people are not related to my family. They're all my employees, so let them go. My family and I will go with you," Truman said. "Do you think I'll believe you just because you said so? Who knows if you planned this? What if I let a direct descendant go, and that Big Shot starts asking questions? My family can't afford to bear this. No one here can leave. All of you must come back with me and stay in my family's dungeon to wait for the Big Shot's instruction. As for whether you'll live or die, it's all up to that Big Shot." "No, I won't go. I am not related to them at all," and they only hired me. I don't want to go to the dungeon. I want to get out of here." One of the servants yelled. The Gatsby family's dungeon was not a good place. It was a famous hell in Blue Star. Once they went in, they would suffer a fate worse than death. No one would want to go there. I am also not related to the Concord family, so I don't want to go to the dungeon. A lot of people started making noise. The entire Concord family was in chaos. Some people tried to run away in the midst of the chaos. However, how would they escape the surveillance of the dozens of black, horned ships in the sky? Boom, boom. Ah! A few energy cannons shot out from the black, horned ships. Those people who tried to run away let out a scream before turning into a wisp of smoke. They even implicated the people around them who did not want to escape. After more than 100 people died, the scene became silent. They were taught a bloody lesson, so no one dared to say they wanted to leave anymore. Truman and his brothers were looking at this scene with blood-red eyes. However, they could not do anything. After adding all of the Concord family's direct descendants, collateral relatives, and servants, there were only over 1,000 people. Now, 1/10 of them were dead. So, how could they not feel sad? Come on, run away. Why are you not moving? Damn, anyone who dares to move will end up like them. I'll eradicate all of you right here. An arrogant voice said. This voice sounded pretty young, so it should have come from the younger generation of the Gatsby family. Truman, watch your people. If not, don't blame me for being merciless, Irwin said. Gatsby, I'll remember this. Don't give us a chance to make a comeback. If not, we will do the same thing to you many times worse, Truman said through clenched teeth. Oh, do you think you're all that? Many times worse? How are you planning to do that? Listen to me, Truman. You have no chance. After he said that, boom, another loud sound. More than 100 people disappeared from this world. UB**starred. You're so insufferable. Truman pointed at the black, horned ship in the sky and yelled. However, before he could finish talking, his brother Vash stopped him. Truman, stop. Truman was stopped so he could only stare at the sky fixedly. The whole of the Concord family was in dire straits right now. Those who were hit by the black, horned ship in the front were immediately wiped out, and nothing of them was left. However, many of those affected were seriously injured. Countless people supported the injured people around them while they cried and wailed. Truman watched all this, and as the head of the Concord family, there was nothing he could do. This was the tragedy of the small family. He always wanted to lead the Concord family to become a big family that no one dared to mess with. He did not want to bully others, but also would not allow anyone to bully the Concord family. Come on, Truman, take the rest of your family with you. Don't force us to take another shot, or there will be fewer people left in your family, Irwin said indifferently. In his eyes, killing 200 or 300 people was like trampling 200 or 300 ants to death. They were nothing to him. Truman stared at the black, horned ship in the sky for a moment. He finally compromised. He asked Vash and his brothers to gather the members so they could get ready to leave with Gatsby. However, at this time, there was a rumbling sound in the sky. All the Concord family members were easily frightened and hurriedly looked for a place to hide. They thought those Gatsby bastards were not keeping their word and would shoot at them again. Truman and his brothers also quickly looked into the air. They saw that the dozens of black, horned ships not moving, so the sound must have come from higher up. Soon, a huge octagon appeared in their eyes. Truman and his brothers felt their hearts tighten. Is that Big Shot here? What should we do? It seems that God wants to destroy our family. Irwin also looked at the sky in confusion. Is that an octagon? Which force does it belong to? Why is it here? Irwin had a lot of questions in his heart. Inside the octagon, Mia was happily telling David everything about Blue Star and her family. When the octagon was approaching the Concord family, Mia was shocked by what she saw. She saw dozens of black, horned ships hovering above the Concord family. From the gaps between the ships, she could see her family's situation. The desolation in the aftermath of a disaster appeared before her eyes. It was evident that her family was under attack. Moreover, the people who attacked her family were the dozens of black, horned ships hovering on top of her family. David! Mia yelled. She nervously looked at David and grabbed him. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry. David naturally looked below. He scanned the scene with his mind power and could tell what happened. Mia, don't be scared. It should have only just happened. Your family didn't suffer a lot of losses. I can still make it in time if I descend now, David comforted. All right, David. Let's go. I'm worried that my family will be in danger, Mia said. Even though she sounded calm, David could feel how panicked Mia was from the strength of her grip. Don't worry, we can make it, David said. If he were not worried that he might hurt the Concord family, he would have ordered the Octagon to attack the Black Horn ships. However, his mind power had been paying attention to these Black Horn ships. Once he sensed that they were about to attack, David would surely take action. The Octagon was slowly descending. Soon, it was at the same height as the Gatsby family's Black Horn ships. Everyone was looking at the Octagon. Where are you from? Why are you here in Blue Star? Erwin asked. Since the Gatsby family was the only one in Blue Star with an Octagon, and they were not using it now, Erwin decided to ask. When everyone thought the Octagon was stopping, the people inside the Octagon did not answer Erwin's question. Instead, it started descending. Rumble. The Octagon landed directly on Blue Star, not far away from the Concord family. The Octagon's hatch opened after it landed. A beautiful figure rushed out from the ship, and a voice could be heard. Father. Truman knew this voice too well. It was his daughter, Mia. Mia. Truman cried excitedly. Mia quickly came next to Truman. When Vash and the others saw Mia, they quickly came over as well. Mia. Mia. The three of them cried at the same time. Uncle Vash, Uncle Bastian, Uncle Caspian, you're all fine. This is great. Mia said happily. Then, she asked, where is Mother? What about my brother, Grandpa, and all of my aunts? Truman looked at his brothers, and they did not know if they should answer her at this moment. The women and direct descendants of the family were all sent to the old house in advance. This was a safety measure. Now, this had proved to be the right choice. If they stayed here, they would not be able to escape. Some of them might have even died under the Gatsby family's attack. Right now, Truman wanted to tell his daughter they were fine. However, the Gatsby family was still around. If they knew about this, they would have chased after those people even after they were sent away. Father, tell me, how are Mother and the others? Are they? Mia said with a sob. From her voice and expression, they could tell that Mia was terrified. She was worried that she was too late, and her mother and brother had already been harmed. Those were her most loved people. Don't worry, Mia. They are fine. They were sent to the old house to avoid calamity. Truman could not bear it after he saw his daughter like this, so he told her. To be honest, if the Gatsby family wanted to take them away, they would be able to find the Concord family's descendants and members with their vast information network. If they were still in Blue Star, they would not be able to escape. When Mia heard what her father said, she let out a sigh of relief in her heart. It would be fine as long as they were not harmed. Everything would be fine now that she was back. Of course, she also took David with her. With a big shot like David around, no one could threaten her family's safety. If all else failed, she could ask Princess Astrid for help. Right now, she was not the same as before. Princess Astrid was so close to her right now. All right, Truman, you're so dishonest. How dare you send your direct descendants away to fool us? How dare you? Get ready to attack. I want them to know the consequences of lying to me. The person who spoke was a young person. Sonny, how dare you do this to my family? Just you wait, I will never forgive you. Mia pointed at the Black Horn ship Sonny Gatsby was in and yelled. Oh, I was wondering who that was. It's the famous dance fairy. What's wrong? Do you think you can threaten my family just because you're one of the fairies? Stop dreaming. You're just a clown. Attack them now. I want to see how the dance fairy does not forgive me. Ha ha ha. Sonny laughed and said. Before Mia was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way, Sonny had been targeting her. Unfortunately, Mia never gave him a chance. Sonny thought he would adopt a long-term vision to achieve a bigger goal. He thought Mia would never leave his grasp anyway since she was on Blue Star. Who would have expected her to rise to fame so quickly? After being regarded as one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way, She stopped paying attention to Sunny. The cake next to Sunny's mouth slowly went further away. One could imagine this feeling. Sunny desperately wanted to sleep with her when he saw Mia's beautiful figure. If he had known this, he would have forced himself on Mia before she became famous. He would sleep with her and then decide. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in the world. Hence, Sunny had a very long, standing grudge against the Concord family. Sunny went crazy the moment he saw Mia. In his opinion, he had to destroy whatever he could not obtain, and no other man should get it. Besides, Sunny had regarded Mia as his long ago. After Mia quickly became popular and became one of the 4 fairies, the Gatsby family warned Sunny not to provoke Mia again. Otherwise, he would be stripped of his status as the heir of the Gatsby family. Therefore, Sunny always held this grudge inside him. Now that there was a chance to take action against the Concord family, how could Sunny let it go? With orders from Sunny, the heir to the Gatsby family, the Black Horn ships were fully charged and ready to attack the Concord family again. However, they were immediately stopped by a voice. Stop! It was not an outsider, but Erwin, the head of the Gatsby family. Sunny had gone a little crazy, even losing his mind. However, Erwin had not. When Mia came back in the octagon, he knew something was up. Not everyone could use an octagon. Even the Gatsby family only had one, which was only used when the family had important tasks. Sunny, the heir to the Gatsby family, was not qualified to use it. If Mia could be sent back with the octagon, then the power behind this person was not so simple. They should be careful and determine the identity of the other party first. There were too many powerful forces in the universe. The entire Gatsby family would be ruined if they were not mindful. They could not wish for that big shot to save them. These people only have their personal interests in mind. And they, the Gatsby family, were just pawns that might be kicked away at any time. However, even if they were just pawns, countless families like the Gatsby family were eager to rely on those big shots. The operator of the Black Horn ship heard the head's voice and immediately stopped the attack. This pissed off Sunny. He was always bothered by the incident regarding Mia. Father, the Concord family won't give in if you don't show them what we got. Didn't you hear them say they have sent away their direct descendants? They are fooling us. If that big shot learns about this, we, the Gatsby family, will be in trouble too, Sunny exclaimed. He was obviously very dissatisfied with his father, preventing him from taking action against the Concord family. Shut up. Did you forget what I told you? How will I hand the Gatsby family to you if you keep going like this? You're grounded for 3 years after we go back. If you dare to come out, I will break your legs, Erwin scolded. Sunny could not say anything after being scolded. However, he became sober at this time. Mia, please forgive us. The Gatsby family and the Concord family have been getting along in Blue Star for many years and have always been at peace with each other. This attack was not our intention. It's just that some people don't want your family to have a day of peace. They are very important, so we have no choice but to act according to their, Erwin said politely. It was as if he was not the one who ordered an attack on the Concord family and killed hundreds of people. Orders? Whose orders? Fergus or Burke? David suddenly appeared next to Mia and asked. When he said that, everyone turned to look at him. No one noticed when David appeared. Mia turned her head to look at David. Her eyes were filled with love, and her tones sounded aggrieved as she cried, David, it's fine. I'm here, David comforted. Right now, he was burning with rage. Even though the dead were not related to him, one should not implicate their opponent's family in a feud. David hated it when others threatened him with his family. That was his weakness. Right now, someone was using Mia's family to threaten her, so David was pissed. At this moment, Erwin was also very shocked. Who is this? How could he pinpoint the identity of the person wants to attack the Concord family with just one guess? Erwin did not even notice when David appeared, so he must be a direct descendant of some powerful force. I can't provoke him. Erwin confirmed that they should not provoke this person. Meanwhile, Sunny saw Mia's expression and eyes. He had calmed down, but now he was again blinded by jealousy, especially when he saw that David was more handsome and classier than him. Plus, David definitely had a higher status than him because he had an octagon. Sonny was not even eligible to ride in the octagon. Those adulterous swine. How dare they ignore my presence and flirt in front of me? You adulterous swine. Are you tired of living? I want to let you know that Blue Star is my family's territory, and you can't just do whatever you want here. Everyone, be prepared to attack. I want to turn those swine into ashes. Sonny roared. David turned to look at Sonny, following his voice. At the same time, his powerful mind power entered Sonny's black, horned ship via his gaze. He did not hesitate to wrap his mind power around Sonny. While Sonny was caught off guard, David smashed Sonny's organs and brains into mush. Sonny could not even make a sound. Immediately, blood poured out of all his crevices, and he collapsed on the floor. Stop! Stop! Don't move. I'll punish anyone who dares to move a muscle. Erwin quickly stopped. He still had no idea that David had killed his son Sonny. No one from the dozens of black, horned ships dared to move. After all, Erwin was the head of the Gatsby family now, and Sonny was just the son of the head. Thus, they would naturally obey the head's orders. They would listen to Sonny's orders only if Erwin were not around. Furthermore, they did not want to go against the people in the octagon. However, the scene was only quiet for 2 to 3 seconds before a panicked voice came from Sonny's black, horned ship. Oh no! Lord Erwin. Master Sonny is dead. Everyone looked at Sonny's black, horned ship in shock when they heard this. Sonny is dead? How is it possible? He was still talking a few seconds ago, so how did he suddenly die? Everyone's heads were filled with questions. No one knew what had happened. Only Mia was stared at David with an incredible look in her eyes. She knew David had done this. Even though she did not know how, it was not important. Most importantly, David sought revenge for her. Mia hated Sonny since the moment she laid eyes on him. It was mainly because of the way Sonny looked at her. It was too lewd, and he looked like he constantly wanted to tear her clothes off and tarnish her. However, the Gatsby family was the #1 family in Blue Star, and the Concord family needed to survive here, so Mia had to endure this. Eventually, Sonny became even more delusional. He even publicly announced to everyone in Blue Star that Mia was his. When Mia became one of the 4 fairies, she never paid any attention to Sonny. Mia knew Sonny always wanted to seek revenge and take action against her family. Now that David had killed him, it could be considered as avenging Mia. Say that again. What happened to Sonny? Erwin asked nervously. Lord Erwin, after Master Sonny finished talking, he started bleeding from all crevices and died. I have no idea how he died. Died? Really? Erwin mumbled. Lord Erwin, I just checked. Master Sonny is indeed dead. He looks fine from the outside, but all of his organs have been turned to mush. The hatch of one of the black, horned ships opened. Erwin walked out and got into Sonny's ship. Clearly, he was going to look at Sonny. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone from the Concord family was showing expressions of joy on their faces. They all turned to look at David as David had the highest chance of doing this. After a while, Erwin walked out, stood in the air, and looked at David. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, he placed his hands together and asked, May I know who you are, David, and where you come from? He did not mention Sonny's death and did not ask if David was the one who did that. Instead, he respectfully asked who David was. David looked at Erwin. Didn't they say like father, like son? They should be similar to each other, right? Sonny is clearly a piece of trash who's easily angered, but how can Erwin control his emotions so easily? He doesn't even care about his son's death. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that I killed Sonny, but how can he still talk to the person who killed his son so respectfully? Are they really father and son? You're not qualified to know who I am. You just have to answer my questions, David asked coldly. I'm sorry. If you don't tell me who you are, I won't answer you, Erwin said. Before finding out who David was, Erwin would not dare to tell him who was the one instructing this. He had to at least compare David and the big shot's strength before he decided how to handle this. I can guess without you telling me. Only 2 people might do this, Fergus from the Callisto family or Burke from the Lookin family. If it's Fergus, I should advise you to ask around first. He's already a vegetable, and his family won't waste any time or effort on him. Is it worth risking your entire family's annihilation to help him and then get nothing in return? As for Burke, you'll also have to ask around because he can't even save himself right now. Soon, he'll be abandoned by his family, David said with a grin. He could easily wipe out the Gatsby family, but he did not want to do so. It was better to destroy one's mind than destroy his body. David was eager to make it an eye for an eye. He wanted them to experience hopelessness. Irwin's heart trembled, and he looked at David with shock. Fergus is a vegetable, and Burke will be abandoned by his family? Who are they? To the Gatsby family, they are like God. How could they end up like that? Plus, David doesn't seem bothered by those two from how he said that. Who is he? How did he know this? Also, he's not the slightest bothered by Fergus and Burke. At this moment, Irwin was panicking after he heard that. Even his hands and feet were starting to shake. Burke was the one who instructed his family to attack the Concord family. Irwin did not say anything but looked deeply at David. Then, he got back into the Black Horn ship quickly. He wanted to contact Burke to verify if David was telling the truth. After he got back to the ship, he started contacting Burke. However, he tried once, twice, thrice. After several attempts, Burke still did not answer him. Irwin had no idea if Burke was ignoring him on purpose or for another reason. In short, Irwin could not get into contact with Burke. I'm doomed. Irwin collapsed to the ground. No wonder Burke contacted him every day from the start to ask about the Concord family and also asked him not to kill everyone in one go. Burke asked Irwin to take it slow and let the Concord family experience hopeless. Recently, Burke did not contact him, and Irwin did not dare contact Burke himself. From the looks of it now, something might have gone wrong. To be honest, Irwin already had a bad feeling when David said Fergus and Burke's names in disdain. There were not a lot of people who dared to look down on those two. David definitely had a strong identity. Now that he was sending Mia back, the two indeed had a good relationship. Furthermore, Irwin killed so many of the Concord family members. Could David let him and the Gatsby family go? No way. Irwin could not just wait for his death. He had to save himself. Irwin stood up at once. Outside the Black Horn ship, Mia was introducing her family to David. David, this is my father Truman, my uncles, Vash, Bastian, and Caspian. Hello, sirs. David greeted politely. No. David, you can't do that. You should call us by our names. You shouldn't be so humble with us, Truman quickly said. Everyone could tell that David was not an ordinary person. They did not dare to take advantage of their seniority in front of a direct descendant of a powerful family. David would only be so polite with someone more respectable than him. They were not qualified for that. Sir, you can't say that. Mia is my friend, so I should show you respect. Yeah, father. David is my friend, so please don't be so humble, Mia said from one side. Mia would not dare to say that if it was another person with status as high as David's. However, after getting along with David, she knew David was an easygoing person who didn't follow so many rules. Well, David, we won't decline anymore, Truman said. He was overjoyed on the inside. He knew what Lee's daughter was like. She had never brought a man home before. This was the first time she brought a man back, so their relationship was surely not ordinary. Plus, the look in his daughter's eyes did not lie. Truman liked David more and more. This kid looked pretty good. He looked young and energetic. Moreover, he was powerful and had a high status, so he was perfect for his daughter. Truman stopped harping over how David addressed him. In the future, he might just call him father-in-law. Sir, you shouldn't call me David then. Just call me Dave. From now on, I will need to trouble you all. What are you saying, David? You can just tell us what you need, and we'll do it properly. That's right. If you need anything, just tell us. We won't say no as long as it's within our power. Thank you, sirs. Mia looked at the few who were getting along nicely. In that instance, she felt happiness rising in her heart. She had been waiting and longing for this. David was definitely God's best present for Mia. He did not put on airs like the other children from powerful families. As David was exchanging pleasantries with the Concord family, Irwin's voice came from the Black Horn ship. David, Dance Fairy, we don't want to be your enemy. Even though you lose some of your family members, They are not your direct descendants, but some subordinates and administrators. On the other hand, we have lost the head of a younger generation. Let's not look into this and let bygones be bygones. What do you think? From now on, we will get along just like back then on Blue Star. We will pay back 10 times the assets you sold at a meager price. What do you two think about this? Clearly, Erwin was trying to reconcile with the Concord family after he said this. The Concord family members below were crying tears of joy. They had experienced hell and heaven. Just now, their lives were being threatened, and they might have been killed at any second. In a blink of an eye, the Gatsby family apologized and wanted to pay back their loss tenfolds. This changed because of the young man Mia from the Concord family brought back. However, everyone understood that the young man had a compelling identity, and that was why the Gatsby family and the big shot behind the Gatsby family did not dare to provoke him. Hence, they chose to sue for peace. The Concord family members at the scene looked at David. They had waited for this day. Miss Mia lived up to her expectations and finally found a strong backer. Their family was about to take off. Truman, his brothers, and Mia looked at David. The brothers never expected the Gatsby family to ask for a truce voluntarily and agreed to pay back the Concord family's losses tenfolds. However, this had actually happened. Even so, Truman did not dare to agree too quickly. Instead, he let David decide for him. They would not say anything, no matter what David decided. Of course, Mia refused to settle so easily. If she did not make it back in time, or if she was a little late, her family would be doomed. She still could not calm down until now. Mia did not know how she would cope if her family, her siblings with whom she grew up together, and her parents were gone. She might have been willing to anything in order to avenge her family. Let bygones be bygones? Get along? What a nice plan you have. But have you ever thought that if we're slightly late, what would have happened to the Concord family? How many of them would be left? Would you want to reconcile so easily if you were in their shoes? David asked with a cold smirk. David, we were instructed by others to do this, and we don't have a grudge against the Concord family. You know Lord Lutkin's identity and status. We couldn't afford to fight back, so we could only listen to him. If we angered him, we wouldn't be able to withstand his rage, Erwin explained. Now that things had come to this point, Erwin had no choice but to name the person behind him just so his family could survive. Even if he only said Lord Lutkin and did not mention who, everyone on the scene could tell who it was. It was one of the people David guessed just now, Burke Lutkin. When Mia heard this name, a fire filled her chest. She did not expect it to be Burke. She thought it was Fergus. After all, David crippled Fergus, and his life was over. So, he must have been unwilling and wanted to seek revenge. At the end of the day, she was the reason for this. If it were Fergus, Mia would still be able to accept it. However, it turned out to be Burke, whom she did not have a grudge with. Not only did he make David a wanted criminal, he even instructed the Gatsby family to attack the Concord secretly. This person was completely crazy and ridiculous, and he was so extreme. If Princess Astrid were not with them, David would not be able to escape the Empire's pursuit. Even if David's background were shocking, it would not work before the Empire. Also, the Concord family would be destroyed. Save it. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You want to rely on Burke and increase your family's social status. Right now, he can't even save himself, and you want to shed all blame by blaming him. Do you think there are such good opportunities in the world? Since you did this, you must be prepared to pay the price, David asked sarcastically. The scene fell silent. Erwin seemed to be pondering how he should answer. If he did not answer properly right now, he might drag his family into an abyss with no hope of reprieve. Although he did not know David's identity, Erwin knew his family could not afford to offend him. He could tell that David was not simple from how he killed Sonny so silently and without leaving any traces. Besides, he called Burke and Fergus by their names, and he could also guess that one of them was the one who contacted the Gatsby family. Hence, David should be far superior to the two. David, we were wrong for this. What should we do to get you to spare us? As long as you tell me, and as long as it's within my power, we will do our best to fulfill you. Please spare us. Erwin had no choice but to lower himself and plead humbly for the sake of his family. You shouldn't ask me that. You should ask the family that you almost destroyed. I won't pursue this if you can get them to forgive you." Not long after David said that, Erwin spoke. "Lord Truman, we were wrong for this. We offended your family and caused you massive losses. You can name your requests, and we'll definitely fulfill them. From now on, my family will fully support whatever your family does in Blue Star." This was clearly directed to Lord Truman, the head of the Concord family. Truman did not know how to answer. So many people died, so he would not be reconciled if he let the Gatsby family go just like this. However, he could not figure out what David had in his heart. Therefore, he did not say anything for a while. David noticed Truman's dilemma, so he said, "Mr. Truman, since he said that, you should. Just tell them what you want. If you still can't accept it and feel like you've let down the people who died, I can destroy the Gatsby family for you." After David said that, his energy skyrocketed, crashing straight into the dozens of black horned ships in the sky. The Gatsby family only felt irresistible energy washing over them. Before they could respond, they started feeling dizzy. All of the black, horned ships began tumbling in the sky. Then, boom! Everyone at the scene heard countless explosions. A few moments later, Erwin's ship was the only one left among the dozens of black, horned ships owned by the Gatsby family. The rest had all turned into ashes. What? The Concord family stared at what happened with their jaws dropped. They could not believe what they were seeing. What happened just now? How did the Gatsby family's black, horned ships explode suddenly? This was beyond their imaginations. W. Who is David? They did not see him so anything. He had only stood there after he came out. After Sonny cursed at him, he died subtly and ineffably. Now, David also destroyed the Gatsby family's black, horned ships. However, he never moved this entire time. How did he do that? Indeed, small potatoes like them could never guess what a big shot like him was up to. David looked so young too. What kind of monster did Miss Mia bring back? Our family is going to take off. Truman and his brothers were shaking in excitement. Just now, even if David aimed his energy at the black, horned ships in the sky, they could feel it as they were nearby. Even if they felt a little of it, they felt like they were in an ice cave. It was so powerful. We can't resist it at all. The Concord family was thrilled and excited. However, the Gatsby family was in despair. As Erwin watched what happened, he was stunned. He could not believe this was real. David destroyed more than 10 black, horned ships. Those were the reason that the Gatsby family was able to move unhindered in Blue Star and become the #1 family. But now they were gone. The elites from the Gatsby family on board were all gone too. 1/3 of the Gatsby family's power was gone in a blink of an eye. This was a catastrophic strike to a family that wanted to dominate the entire Blue Star. This could even threaten the Gatsby family's position on Blue Star. Furthermore, Erwin also felt an unequal burst of energy overwhelming him just now. I can't resist this. I can't. As he was faced with such a powerful presence, Erwin felt helpless. The Gatsby family had always controlled everything on Blue Star. They knew the world out there was huge, with too many powerful forces. That was why the Gatsby family rarely ventured out of Blue Star, as they feared offending someone they could not resist. Blue Star was on the edge of the royal region and lacked resources. Plus, it was a low-class citizen planet, so no major force would be interested in it. David was the first big shot here. When he came, he displayed his power to the Gatsby family, the #1 family of Blue Star, and showed them intense helplessness and defeat. David stood there quietly, like he was not the one who destroyed dozens of black, horned ships. This was nothing to David, who had experienced the turbulence of life. If he showed all of his partial infinity rank power, he would destroy Blue Star in the blink of an eye. Now, he was just destroying some black, horned ships, which was nothing to him. He had even destroyed one of the Tuffin family's Milky Way battleships previously. Mr. Truman, are you satisfied with this? If you're not, take me to the Gatsby family before they return to their senses. I can completely eradicate them, David said calmly. Truman was so shocked that he was already speechless. At this moment, the only remaining black, horned ship's hatch opened. Erwin walked out with the remaining dozens of elites. They did not stop in the air. Instead, they descended in front of David and the others. Then, they fell to their knees. Erwin burst into tears and said, "David, Lord Truman, Dance Fairy, we were blinded with obsession and believed what Burke said. So that's why we attacked you. Now, we've realized our mistakes, and we've paid enough for that. Please spare us." The hundreds of thousands of family members of the Gatsby family will be eternally grateful for you. From now on, we will do everything you say and be your affiliated family. Please forgive us and give us a chance to correct ourselves. Please forgive us and give us a chance to correct ourselves. The other elite of the Gatsby family spoke as well. Now was not the time to worry about their prestige. This was the only way to stay alive. If Truman said no, David would turn a family of hundreds of thousands of people to dust in mere seconds. No one doubted if David could do so. From what he did just now, such a feat would just be negligible for him. He could destroy more than 10 black horn ships without moving a muscle. So what would happen if he acted? Who could resist? For the sake of the hundreds and thousands of lives, Erwin could only kneel and beg for mercy. He could only plead for the Concord family to spare them. David did not say anything. He let Truman decide. He would respect Truman no matter if he decided to let them go or kill them. After all, this was the Concord family's business, and it was their family member who died. He could only help and not decide for them. If the Gatsby family killed an Earthling, David would not hesitate to take action to destroy them. Earth was David's weakness, and he would not allow anyone to touch it. If not, they would suffer his crazy retaliation. Even if the Milky Way Empire Emperor heard Earth, David would hide in the dark like a venomous snake. Then, he would kill the Emperor and overthrow the Milky Way Empire once he had enough power. These were his principles. He could not care less about some things. However, some things were his weakness, and no one could touch them. There was a quote in Summerland that suited David. "Anyone who touches the weakness of a dragon will die." Truman knew it was time for him to speak. As he looked at Lord Erwin of Blue Star, who previously had so much power on his knees, crying and begging for forgiveness, Truman felt like he was in a dream. To be honest, Truman could not ask David to destroy the Gatsby family and kill hundreds of thousands of people. However, the memory of the Gatsby family killing his family members mercilessly just now was still fresh in his mind. Truman would not be willing to let the Gatsby family go just like that. In the end, he decided to accept Erwin's proposal. He would make the Gatsby family his affiliated family. The Gatsby family would give the Concord family everything they had. From now on, they would take orders from the Concord family. Truman knew this was a corrupt practice. Still, if David broke up with Mia after some conflicts and stopped being the Concord family's backer, the Gatsby family would surely seek revenge. When that happened, the Gatsby family would not be merciful to the Concord family. However, they had no choice. Truman could not kill the hundreds of thousands of Gatsby family members and solve this problem once and for all. Hence, this was the only way. He hoped his daughter could stay forever with David, at least for over 100 years. After over 100 years of rapid development for the Concord family and over 100 years of weakening for the Gatsby family, their strengths might be reversed. When that happened, the Concord family would no longer be scared of the Gatsby family. Milky Way. More than 100,000 people were waiting in a corner on a huge platform in Planet Royal of the Royal Region. A small corner could fit more than 100,000 people, so one could tell how huge this platform was. On the other corner of this platform, all kinds of luxurious flying vessels and ships were parked neatly. There were at least 10,000 of them, from the small custom-made black horn ships to the huge Milky Way battleships and all kinds of big-sized ships. All sorts were gathered here. All of the flying vessels and ships here had one similarity. They were all carved with the word Barlow. These were the vehicles for the royal family of the Milky Way Empire, the Barlow family. Rumble. After a while, a luxurious ship carved with the word Barlow landed. Astrid led Emerald and Ms. Madrigal out of the ship after the hatch was opened. Then, Atlas, the head of White Tiger Hall, and more than 100 members of White Tiger Hall exited. "Welcome back, Princess Astrid," a voice cried out. Then, more than 100,000 people's voices could be heard, making a sound as loud as a tsunami. Welcome back, Princess Astrid. Astrid led her people forward. Soon, she walked toward a square-faced middle-aged man. Astrid is here to see you, father, Astrid said respectfully. You've suffered a lot, Astrid. It's great that you're fine. No one will dare to bully you on Planet Royal anymore, the middle-aged man said. The square-faced middle-aged man was the Milky Way Empire's emperor and Astrid's father, Emperor Nimbus, a man who was at the top of the Milky Way. Moreover, he was the strongest person in the Milky Way so far. His strength had surpassed infinity rank and was almost at Eternal Realm. If he took another step forward, he would become the first person in Eternal Realm in the Milky Way. He would have great achievements and eternal glory. However, it was not easy to do so. In such a long time, no one in the Milky Way had ever achieved Eternal Realm. Even the ones who could achieve partial Eternal Realm were rare. Nimbus was among the strongest in the Milky Way over so many years. He also had the most potential to take this step forward and reach Eternal Realm. After all, he was less than 1,000 years old. Which one of the infinity rankers in the Milky Way was not more than 1,000 years old? Compared to them, Nimbus was very young. Once he could enter Eternal Realm, Nimbus would be the #1 emperor for all eternity in the Milky Way, garnering admiration from countless future generations. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have snuck out so willfully and made you worry, Astrid sobbed. Haha, even though we're worried about you, since you can come back safely from the Sangreal Sinner's flawless plan, it also indirectly means the Empire is flourishing. The Sangreal Sinners who showed up are just buffoons, Nimbus guffawed. The Sangreal Sinners showed up for the first time after so many centuries and attacked aggressively. Not only did they disregard human interest and work with the Nine-Headed Serpent clan from the Galaxy Beasts, but they also risked everything and implanted the Beast's genes to improve their strength. One had to know that this was very dangerous. Once their body repelled the genes, the person with the implant would surely die. Even if they did not, if both genes did not match completely after implantation, there would be severe consequences. The person with the implant would be a half-beast, half-human monster. However, their strength would also skyrocket. Even the current king of Sangreal, Mo, could stop Emperor Nimbus from advancing. Nimbus witnessed the result of the Sangreal Sinner's isolation after so many centuries. The two fought for 300 rounds and were evenly matched. In the end, both sides lost. The Sangreal Sinners who appeared again should not be underestimated. They were not the same people who were chased and killed by the Empire hundreds of years ago. After they worked with the Nine-Headed Serpent clan, they could compete with the Milky Way Empire. Since the Sangreal Sinners dared to show up again, everyone knew that the Empire would not be peaceful anymore. After Nimbus failed to save Astrid, he was distraught and thought that the Sangreal Sinners would capture Astrid. If that happened, he would be in a dilemma. He was even ready to sacrifice his only daughter if forced. Even if Nimbus was reluctant, he had no choice. The Sangreal Sinners were working with the Nine-Headed Serpent clan, so Nimbus could not let them take over the Milky Way. If not, the humans in the Milky Way would be drowned in catastrophe. Nimbus did not know what the Sangreal Sinners were thinking. Did they not know that anyone who was not in the same clan would not have the same goals? Galaxy beasts loved to eat humans, the most efficacious living creature, and they were also the Nine-Headed Serpent clan's favorite. However, Nimbus never expected his daughter to be so lucky to return safely. This was such a pleasant surprise. Father, I can come back safely this time because of my savior. Not only did he save me, he even sent me safely to the royal region. If it were not for him, I would have fallen into the hands of the Sangreal Sinners. Don't worry, Astrid. I will definitely reward the hero that saved my daughter. Where is he right now? Why didn't he come back with you? Father, David has to take care of something, so he couldn't come. He promised me he would come to Planet Royal to find me once he's done. All right, I want to meet him when the time comes. Father, there's something that I encountered on the way back that I want to talk to you about after we get back, Astrid said. She had not forgotten about Burke, making her savior David a wanted criminal in the Empire. However, Astrid had no idea that Rhinos, an important figure in the military, had learned of this earlier and had urgently pulled Burke over to admit to his mistakes. Ramos was about to sacrifice Burke in exchange for the entire Lutkin family's safety. All right, we'll talk when we go back. Go see your mother. She has cried so much for you these days. Astrid then saw the beautiful woman next to Nimbus. Mother! Astrid cried out. Astrid! The beautiful woman cried. The mother and daughter held each other and cried. After a while, Astrid looked at the dozens of young men behind Nimbus and said, Hello, brothers. We can finally be at ease now that you're back, Astrid. We've been so worried. Yeah, I feel like my life has lost all color when you're not around. It has been so quiet and dull. It's great now that you're back. Astrid, you can't be so willful next time. Even if you want to go out, you have to tell Father so that he'll keep you safe. You have no idea how worried we were when the Sangreal sinners were hunting you. Don't worry, brothers. I won't be so willful anymore. All right, let's talk when we get back, Nimbus waved his hand and said. The group followed Nimbus down the platform and returned to the royal palace. More than 100,000 people followed behind them. Below the platform were multiple luxurious palaces. This was the royal palace, where the royal family, or the Barlow family, lived. Nimbus and Astrid sat facing each other inside the royal palace. Astrid, tell me what you encountered. Tell me, how did David save you? Nimbus asked. Astrid started telling Nimbus in detail how she was being chased by the black-robed men and then had one of them catch up to her. She used her trump card and killed the man unexpectedly. Ultimately, she ran to Planet Boundless, and to save the countless humans on Planet Boundless, she chose to lead the black-robed men away. Eventually, David appeared out of nowhere to save her. After she said that, Astrid continued, Father, I noticed the Sangreal sinners were all half-human, half-beast monsters under their black robes. They should have a gene from a galaxy beast called the Nine-Headed Serpent implanted into them. I think they did that to raise their power to fight us. Yes, they are indeed working with the Nine-Headed Serpent clan. You don't have to worry about this. I will take care of them. Judging from how the Sangreal sinners defeated the palace guards, they should have a celestial rancor among them. How old is David? Where does he come from? How could he defeat them so easily? I didn't ask him how old he was, but I don't think he's too old. He's very powerful as well. He even killed the strongest Sangreal sinner in less than 3 rounds after he turned into a beast and his strength increased. As for where David is from, he said he returned from exploring outside. He even told us many stories about his adventures. At the same time, he also asked us a lot about the Milky Way. After thinking for a while, Nimbus said, Astrid, you have to introduce me to David after he comes to Planet Royal. I have to thank my daughter's savior. I got it, Father, Astrid answered. Nimbus was not curious about David's strength. Instead, he was even more worried about whether David was a Sangreal sinner spy. Did he purposely do all that to get on Astrid's good side? Then, he would get close to her so that she would trust him enough to tell him all secrets of the Milky Way Empire. This was not impossible. Rather, it was quite likely. However, Nimbus would only know for sure after he met David. The father and daughter chatted for a long time before they stopped. After they parted ways, Nimbus went to an old building in the royal palace. After a few barriers, he came into the innermost secret room. Once Nimbus entered the room, he started coughing his lungs out. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, he could not suppress the injuries sustained while fighting with King Mo of Sangreal. Of course, if Nimbus were severely injured, Mo would be no better. He was even more seriously injured than Nimbus. Mo was just a peak infinity ranker. However, once he turned into a beast, he could reach partial eternal realm and be on the same level as Nimbus. After all, Nimbus was genuinely at partial eternal realm, while Mo was only at partial eternal realm after a surge. As the fight continued, Nimbus would gradually regain the upper hand. However, Mo relied on the strong defense of the Nine-Headed Serpent clan. Even though Mo was at a disadvantage, Nimbus still could not defeat him in a short period. In the end, the two used very strong techniques and suffered injuries. Nimbus, take this medicine. An old man with white hair and a white beard walked out of the secret room and handed Nimbus a red pill. After Nimbus took it, he swallowed it in one go. His coughing immediately stopped. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Wildred, Nimbus said to the old man. I'm guessing the Sangreal sinners were very aggressive this time to have made you like this, the old man sighed. Indeed. Mo wasn't my opponent, but he got to the same level as me after becoming a beast. So, I can't look down on him. If all of them are like this, it will be very troublesome, Nimbus said. I'm not worried about this. There's a strong possibility of repulsion after implanting the 9-headed serpent gene. So even if they've researched that for 100 years and found an improvement, not everyone will succeed. I'm guess only half of the people that disappeared back then remain, maybe less. Even if all of them become powerful, they won't pose much threat to the Empire. What are you worried about then, Wilfred? Nimbus asked. I'm worried about the 9-headed serpent clan crossing the distance and coming here from the Beast Galaxy. Will they work with the Sangreal sinners to attack the Empire? If they do, then we'll be in danger, the old man answered. Nimbus shuddered. He said, that's not possible, right? Beast Galaxy is a level 5 civilization. According to the Universe Convention, they can't attack a civilization of a lower level. If not, they will be punished by all the galaxies. How else could the Milky Way survive until now? We would be captured and raised to be their food source long ago. That's why they work with the Sangreal sinners from the Milky Way and even implanted their genes into the humans. As long as they can come here quietly and help the Sangreal sinners take down the Milky Way, they can do whatever they want to the humans in the Milky Way after the Sangreal sinners control us. Then, they will gradually turn the Milky Way into their farm. Those Sangreal scum. Don't they know the humans in the Milky Way will be in a dangerous position if they do that? Once the 9-headed serpent clan infiltrates us, the Milky Way will never be able to make a comeback, Nimbus said through gritted teeth. They have been blinded by hatred. They think they can control the development of things if they're careful. However, do they think stray dogs like them can control the 9-headed serpent clan, a powerful species ranked top 10 among the galaxy beasts? Wilfred shook his head and said, Wilfred, what should we do then? I can't even take down Mo, so what should we do if the 9-headed serpent clan comes over? Nimbus, even if they want to come, they will do so quietly and slowly. They wouldn't come all at once as it will be too obvious. We still have time. What you need to do now is recuperate and then break through to Eternal Realm. All problems will be solved once you're at Eternal Realm. Wilfred, it's not easy to get there. No one in the Milky Way has ever done this, Nimbus said with a bitter smile. I know it's hard. However, this is the only way. Also, you will solve all your problems in one go. As long as you're in Eternal Realm, we'll be able to handle whatever the opponent throws at us, and we can even fight back. If not, we can only hope that the 9-headed serpent clan never dares to come here. I got it, Wilfred. I will try my best. In a foreign void in the corner of the Milky Way. This was the remote area of the Milky Way. If one moved forward, they would reach the legendary zone of nothingness once they left the Milky Way. There was no life, no light, and nothing else. There were just countless space storms and space cracks. Once humans reached the zone of nothingness, they would feel like their 6 senses were taken away from them. They would not feel anything. After they passed the dangerous zone of nothingness, they would reach another galaxy, Beast Galaxy. In the remote area of the Milky Way, an indigenous living planet was invaded a few years ago. Countless powerful half-human, half-beast monsters invaded this place. The indigenous people on the planet could not resist them, so they could only watch in despair as their homeland was invaded. Meanwhile, the indigenous people on this planet became the monster's slaves. At this moment, on this planet named Light Star, hiss, a snake, like hiss could be heard. Even though it was not loud, all living creatures on Light Star could hear it clearly. The surviving indigenous people on Light Star shuddered unconsciously when they heard this voice. They felt as if they had been punished by the gods when they heard this hiss, their bodies going cold from head to bottom. Meanwhile, the animals started going crazy when they heard this voice. It was as if this voice was from their natural enemies. Countless roars resonated through Light Star. Inside a secret room, King Mo of Sangreal was treated by a peculiar-looking man. Even though this man was thin, his head was abnormally big and disproportionate to his body. He looked very different from an average human, like a big-headed doll that was not fully developed. Not only that, but he also had vertical slit-shaped pupils. One would shiver in fright when they saw him. Mo sat on the chair. His veins and vessels were protruding, and one could see blood flowing quickly inside them. Countless scales were showing vaguely on his skin, making him look terrifying. At this moment, Mo gritted his teeth like he was enduring intense pain. "King Mo, you're badly injured," the thin man said. His voice did not sound like it came from his mouth. Instead, it sounded like he was speaking through grinding sounds, sounding sinister and sharp. "I am. However, Nimbus is no better than me. I didn't think he could reach that stage after centuries of not seeing him. I thought I could take down the Barlow family with incredible ease this time I come back, and then take over the Milky Way. Who would expect an accident like this to happen? If my body didn't agree with your genes and perfectly go into beast mode, drastically increasing my combat and defense, I might have died," Mo said while enduring the pain. Mo felt shocked when he recalled his fight with Nimbus not long ago. Nimbus was indeed powerful. Mo was a peak Infinity ranker. After going into beast mode perfectly, he would still be powerful even if he was at partial Eternal Realm. He could defeat almost everyone with his shocking defense at partial Eternal Realm. However, he suffered a disadvantage when it came to fighting Nimbus. Nimbus combat power should be at the peak of partial Eternal Realm, and it was close to Eternal Realm. Since Nimbus can injure you like this when you're in beast mode, you can't underestimate him. I thought you would become the strongest person in the Milky Way, but who would have expected Nimbus to be at this level? The thin man lamented. Humans were the most efficacious creatures in the universe indeed. No wonder all the universe's species were trying to get close to humans and use them as examples. Not only would this be more convenient, but they could also gain more efficacious human experience. However, among the countless races in the universe, very few people could truly incarnate into human beings. Most of them were similar to the nine-headed serpent clan. They were incarnated into this odd appearance, which was very recognizable at just a glance. They still had a long way to go if they wanted to incarnate into normal humans. As the most efficacious creature, although human beings' starting point was very low and was far worse than any race of galaxy beast, their maximum limit was ridiculously high. Their future was full of infinite possibilities. As for galaxy beasts, there would be an upper limit for them if there were no atavism. Once they became adults, it would be difficult to improve their combat power unless they encountered a miracle. Galaxy beasts could only continue to increase the upper limit of their combat power when there was atavism. However, it was rare to see such a thing. Every time this happened, they would immediately become a member of the royal family of all races and be admired by everyone. Nimbus is indeed my mortal enemy. He is less than 1,000 years old, has already reached the peak of partial Eternal Realm, and is only one step away from the Eternal Realm. Once he truly breaks through to the Eternal Realm, our plans will be in vain, Mo said solemnly. 1. King Mo, you can rest assured. Although Nimbus is now at the peak of partial Eternal Realm, it is not so easy to break through to the real Eternal Realm. He may not even see a chance in his lifetime. However, even if Nimbus can't break through to Eternal Realm, his current strength is already a huge threat to us. We must find a way to get rid of him before we can continue our plan, the thin man said with a smile. Mo glanced at the nine-headed serpent and did not ask why he was sure that Nimbus could not break through in a short time. He knew the man must know something but was not telling him. Hence, there would be no point even if Mo asked him, so he decided against it. Mo closed his eyes and continued to endure the intense pain in his body. Nimbus injured him severely. If he took his time to recuperate, he would only be healed in a few years. However, Mo could not wait so long. Therefore, he chose to utilize the nine-headed serpent clan's strong healing genes to heal himself. His body was 99.99% compatible with the nine-headed serpent clan's genes anyway, and it was so close to 100%. One must know that between the two races, the probability of such a situation was 1 in a billion, and not everyone could achieve it. The process of this treatment would be excruciating. After all, not everyone could handle the fusion of the two races' genes. Plus, Mo had to monitor the changes in his body constantly. Once there was an accident, he had to take countermeasures. He could not pass out even if he was in pain. If not, all his previous effort would be in vain, and it would be unknown if he could ever wake up again. A few days later, Mo let out another terrifying roar. His injury was almost healed. As expected of the galaxy beasts, their defense was impressive, and their healing ability was terrifyingly powerful. "How do you feel?" asked the thin man in the form of a nine-headed serpent. "Very good. You nine-headed serpent are such powerful creatures indeed. This healing ability is truly terrifying. I think I am almost healed now. If Nimbus is in front of me now, and his serious injury has not healed, I might not lose to him." Mo stood up and moved his body while saying that. Of course. The nine-headed serpent clan is the ninth most powerful race among the galaxy beasts, and our healing ability is not comparable to that of your humans, the thin man said with a smile. Indeed. But although we humans are not as good as galaxy beasts in all aspects, and we even have a huge gap, we humans represent infinite possibilities, which is also incomparable to you galaxy beasts, Mo replied. Of course, this is the basis of our cooperation. We all have our own strengths. You want the powerful body of the nine-headed serpent clan, and we want the infinite potential of you human beings. Mo did not want to continue the topic. He had gone against the will of humanity by working with the nine-headed serpent clan. Once word of this got out, he would be a traitor to humanity and would be spurned by all humans in the galaxy. However, he was on a mission to overthrow the Milky Way Empire and revive Sangruel. As a former member of the Sangruel royal family, Mo had no choice. After seeing there was no hope for revenge, he chose to take all the surviving Sangruelians and ventured across the void to go to the Beast Galaxy to find a partner. In reality, the people that Mo wanted to cooperate with were not the nine-headed serpent clan because they were notorious entities listed in the human history of the Milky Way Galaxy. As a result, as he stepped into Beast Galaxy, he unexpectedly arrived at the territory of the nine-headed serpent clan and met the nine-headed serpent clan. In the end, they chose to cooperate for lack of a better option. "Severus, I'm almost fine now, but Nimbus has always been an obstacle in our plan. We have to find a way to get rid of him. Originally, I made two preparations. First, I sent someone to abduct his only daughter, and then went to intercept him to test his strength. If I could kill him, I would. If I couldn't, I'd have used his daughter to lure him, and then we would have joined forces to kill him. However, not only have I been severely injured by him, but the plan to abduct his daughter has seemed to fail too. What should we do now?" Mo asked, changing the topic. "It is indeed tricky if Nimbus is so strong. Since there is an accident with the plan, let's discuss it again and see if there is any way to save it. If nothing works, I have to go back and report to the clan truthfully," the nine-headed serpent named Severus replied. "I told you before that the nine-headed serpent clan should have sent enough power to directly crush Nimbus and wipe out the entire Barlow family so I can directly take over the Milky Way Empire. Won't it be more convenient that way? Why run back and forth like this? Isn't it a waste of time?" Mo said, feeling a little displeased. "King Mo, things are not as simple as you think. The nine-headed serpent clan has crossed the galaxy to help you, so we have violated the universe convention. Once discovered, our entire tribe will be punished. This is no joke. Aren't you afraid now that you're returning to ask for help and get more manpower? The result will be the same anyway. It's a waste of time," Mo sneered. "We will come up with the exact plan after a discussion with the clan. But, King Mo, you can rest assured. Since we choose to cooperate with you, we will not give up halfway and will help you control the entire galaxy. I hope you will keep your promises at that time," Severus said. "As long as you help me recover successfully, I will naturally abide by what I have said." That would be best. While the Sangruel Sinners and nine-headed serpent clan were discussing how to deal with Nimbus, on Blue Star in the Royal Region, David was busy exchanging various unknown items found in ruins with the bounty hunters who came. Originally, David wanted to buy these things directly at a high price. These items were unknown items with no known price, so he would decide the price. However, David found a problem in the process. The system determined that he could not arbitrarily name a price. Although David and these bounty hunters did not know the price, the system did. If David wanted to buy an item of unknown value, the system would give a suitable price, and it would only recognize this price. For example, the system named 100 million for an item. Even if David offered to buy it with 1 billion, the system would only approve 100 million. Hence, David would only get 1 lavish point. The other 900 million would not give David any lavish points, so he was spending the money in vain. This then caused a situation. David had been working hard for 2 days to buy countless items from the bounty hunters, but he only spent a few billion and got dozens of lavish points. He was happy as he thought he could break through quickly to infinity rank. However, reality slapped David across the face and made him feel helpless. Even so, he could understand this. If the system did not limit him, David would buy any unknown item for trillions, or even tens of trillions. By then, it would be too easy for him to obtain lavish points, and soon, he would be unbeatable in the universe. After working hard for the day, David lay in bed sadly. He bought more than thousands of unknown items in 2 days and only got dozens of lavish points. It was too little. It would be hard for him to get the dozens of lavish points if it were not for the few rare items. The system priced over 80% of the items at only tens or hundreds of galaxy dollars. There were even some that were just a few galaxy dollars. David wanted to throw the items at the system's face. This was so insufferable. Could the system fool him like this? Fine, I'll just buy chambers of commerce. I can't spend much money on these items anyway. I can't make lavish points. I can only ask Mia to focus on purchasing chambers of commerce. If not, I don't know when I will be able to upgrade, David thought helplessly. The next day, David told the bounty hunters to go back and stop bringing items over. He did not need them anymore. In the end, most of them left, leaving only some of them who were reluctant to leave. They wanted to hand their things to David, so David could only take them in. Luckily, there were fewer people today, so he should be able to care for everything before the day ended. Half a day passed, and he still did not find anything useful. Next, David called out helplessly. This time, the person who came in was a middle-aged man. "Give it here," David said. "Yes, Master David." The middle-aged man handed David a strange-looking rock. After he said that, David took it and saw that it was pretty heavy. However, he did not look properly before he tossed it to one side. Then, he glanced at the system to name the man a price so that he could take the money and leave. However, when he looked at the system, what? David thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and looked closer. Suddenly, he let out an excited yell. David could not believe his eyes when he looked at the prices given by the system panel. How many zeros are there? He counted carefully. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 80 trillion. David stared dumbfounded at the data given by the system. A total of 8 trillion galaxy dollars. Once the deal was done, he would get 80,000 lavish points. Not only could he break through partial infinity rank, but he could also even go a step further and raise his body and mind power to infinity level 10. With the infinity level double limit, David's combat power would surpass peak infinity rank and reach another level. As for what that level was, David still had no idea. It was definitely the highest power in the Milky Way. After all, the giants of the Milky Way were only at infinity rank. At that time, who would dare to target Earth? He could destroy families like the Tuffin or Callisto families at will. David stared at the system. His eyes lit up, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, Oren Underwood, the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, was a little confused when he saw how excited David was. He could not see David's system. Therefore, he could only see David staring at him with inexplicable excitement. At that moment, David looked as if he wanted to eat Oren. Oren was shocked. Is Master David interested in me? Impossible. Impossible. Oren shook his head in his heart. Master David has Dance Fairy, one of the 4 fairies, following him around. Princess Astrid also likes him, so how could he be that kind of person? However, what's with that look in his eyes? If Master David doesn't fancy men, why is he looking at me like he wants to eat me? If I am right, won't Dance Fairy and Princess Astrid be too pitiful? 2 of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way fell for a man who doesn't like women. How ironic. Who knows how many men in the Milky Way are going crazy for the 4 fairies? And 2 of them fell for a man like this. If word got out, this would be the biggest news in the Milky Way. It is enough to make so many people dumbfounded. But If so, why would Master David like me? Is it because of my sexy stubble? 2. When Orin thought about this, he touched the stubble that had just grown back after he shaved a few days ago. Even though it felt prickly, it was indeed pretty sexy. He recalled being called the Lady Killer when he was young. So many young women fell for him. However, he did not bother to look at them. He thought these women were too shallow. Unfortunately, he suffered a reversal of fortune and was forced to make a living by becoming a bounty hunter. The ladies he loved all left him. When he thought about this, he felt a pain in his heart. He did not think that he would become a man-killer now that he was older. Pa, what was I thinking? Even if it's Master David, I will not accept, and I will not compromise. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. I, Orin Underwood, am a normal man. David was still feeling excited as he stared at the number on the screen. He had no idea what Orin was thinking. If not, he would have slapped Orin across the face. Aside from the number, David also noticed some words under the system. It was the introduction to that precious item. This is a 9-turning star iron, and it's not easy to produce it. After certain size stars collide, a new planet will form after extreme high temperature tempering. Then, it will wait for the next collision and extreme high temperature tempering to continue forming new planets. After repeating the same process 9 times, the iron will be formed. It won't succeed with even one step missing. It could be described as a precious item after multiple catastrophes. It's also one of the precious treasures in the universe. The 9-turning star iron is very useful, and it has a lot of uses. It can be melted into any metal. If it's added to any attack, type weapons, defense weapons, or flying vessels, the item will be upgraded by a few levels. They will all get upgraded more than 10 folds. At the same time, the 9-turning star iron is also the main ingredient for the evil splitting sword. If it's used to make an evil splitting sword, combined with a top combat skill like evil splitting sword technique, it will not only conquer every obstacle, but it will also be able to slash through anything in the world. It can even stop all evils and become the nemesis to all evil. This 9-turning star iron is the perfect size for a standard evil splitting sword. If the host is ready to make it, the system can be of assistance. If not, a level 3 civilization can't smelt and successfully make it. That was the end of the description. The light in David's eyes became brighter. The corners of his lips were slightly upturned, and he displayed an understanding smile. If no one else was in the room, he would have thrown his head back and laughed. This thing was the legendary 9-turning star iron. When David was dealing with the meteor chamber, they asked for 9-turning star iron. Moreover, they said they could do anything for David if he could give them the 9-turning star iron. From this, one could tell that the 9-turning star iron was extremely rare. David did not think he would get a 9-turning star iron randomly. He was so surprised. If he turned this 9-turning star iron into an evil splitting sword, as the system said, he could slash through everything in the world and ward off evil in combination with the evil splitting sword technique he just learned. 2. Wow, slash through everything. Which means there's nothing in the universe I can't slash after I have the sword. How bad asterisk is? If others said this, David might think they were lying. However, David would believe anything the system said unconditionally. After all, it gave David too many surprises. Orin saw David smile, and he shuddered. Orin wanted to slap himself. Master David said he doesn't want it anymore, but I insisted on sending this to him. Great. I've walked right into his trap. If Orin did not hear from other bounty hunters that David would pay according to the item's value as compensation and his money was not tight, he would not have offered David this stupid rock. More than a year ago, his bounty hunter group had a near-death experience on an unknown planet. Less than 10 people survived among the team of more than 100 people. This was a huge loss. This impacted them heavily, and they did not dare to go on adventures anymore. Moreover, they lost so many people, and in the end, they only brought back this stupid hard rock. They thought this might be some precious ore, and they could sell it so that they could send the money to family members of their dead teammates. At least, they thought it could relieve the burden of the ones with children and raise their dead teammates' children. In the end, no one knew what this was even after they brought it for multiple appraisals. Only one person was willing to buy it for research. However, Oren refused to sell because the price was too low. After all, he got this in exchange for lives of nearly 100 of his teammates. The price the buyer named was barely enough to be shared among the widows, let alone allow them to live without worries. It was not even enough to buy some proper clothes for the families. In the end, Oren kept the rock. He would still have hope if he kept it. Once he sold it at a low price, all his hopes would be crushed. Besides, Oren figured this would be worth more since he took it from such a dangerous place. It must be because that person was not knowledgeable enough. However, a child of one of his teammates fell severely ill recently. Even if it was not terminal, the child needed a lot of money for treatment. Plus, they had not gone on any missions or adventures in the past year. How would they get the money? Therefore, when they heard David would pay according to the item's value as compensation, Oren came with the rock. He hoped David was knowledgeable enough to give him an acceptable price so that he could settle his dead teammates' widows and soothe this sore spot of his. If not, he would not be at ease for his entire life. After all, David had a relationship with Princess Astrid, and he might become the princess husband in the future. However, Oren did not think that David was someone like this.